Rob answered the phone. Her Majesty the Queen still acted dignified. Although she had been forced to pull up her dress and show Rob her thighs in silk stockings, she returned to her dignified, sacred and inviolable appearance the second day when she called. Moreover, she always went straight to the point as soon as she spoke. She said impolitely again, "Rob, you've been stealing my people recently, haven't you?" "I stole your people?" "Of course not." The Queen pounded the table and said angrily, "Then tell me, why am I losing population?" "Rob, drifting away, we are drifting to the west, with dreams making our lives become better. Goodbye to the hesitation we had yesterday, and waving goodbye and farewell for our success. You can't fool me by singing." The Queen said seriously, "The people you stole from me are all strong laborers. All the villages around Westwind Town only leave old people and children to me. You are such a crazy man. Give me back the good people." Rob shrugged and said, "My lady, you seem to have made a mistake. I didn't steal these people. They came here spontaneously and voluntarily. Because in Westwind Town, even a man who does manual work has a monthly salary of 5 silver coins, and a person with a little knowledge can earn 10 silver coins. This is the income that drives them to come to Westwind Town. If I give them back to you, can you give them a monthly salary of 5 silver coins? Can you afford the money?" The Queen was rendered speechless. This question was hard for the Queen on the spot. As the ruler of a country, she certainly knew her own average national income. For the residents of those small villages and towns, their monthly income was difficult to earn even a silver coin. Most of them only earned dozens of copper coins. If they bought some necessities like salt and cloth, they wouldn't have any money left. People's lives were hard. It was said that there was a place not far away where 5 silver coins to 10 silver coins a month could be earned. It would be strange if they didn't go there. Fortunately, the traffic was not that developed yet, and information spread slowly. The Queen did not need to worry about people far away from Westwind Town, but the small villages around Westwind Town were really sucked up. The Queen wanted to say willfully, "I don't care. You must return them to me." But she was not a tyrant. On the contrary, she was a queen who was very considerate for her own people. She couldn't force the people to have a good life with conscience, but had to live a poor life. Facing the crystal ball, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If these people really want to go back, you can send someone to Westwind Town to appeal for them to go back. I allow your people to appeal and shout casually. But pay attention to your words. You can't send an army to forcibly take them back, or I will drive your army away." Rob smiled and said, "In addition, I have to remind you that there are many people in Westwind Town who will make money in the town and take them to their hometown to spend. That is to say, these money will flow back to the villages under your control and eventually become your money. If you don't let them make money in Westwind Town, it means that you don't want them to make money by themselves." The Queen was rendered speechless. This was very tricky. The Queen was in a dilemma. She once again sadly found that she was at a disadvantage in internal affairs against Rob, as if she would never have the upper hand. Forget it, how could she relieve her worries? Only desserts. The Queen took out a milky white candy from a delicate box beside and put it into her mouth. It was a new product presented to her by a noble. It was said that it was a new product developed by him. It was called milk candy. It was very delicious. She was completely conquered by this candy after eating it. It was not bad to use this delicious food to relieve her anger. There was a candy wrapped in her cheek, but it didn't make her face deformed. She still looked dignified and said to Rob complacently, "Have you seen the candy I ate just now?" "Humph. Its name is Big White Rabbit Candy. You don't have it, do you?" "Ha. I have gained the upper hand in the research of sweet food on Bright Road." Rob said in a voice dripping with sarcasm, "You were cheated by the nobility who wanted to get credit. This candy was not made by him. It was made by Newlyn, a man from Westwind Town. Thank you. This candy just earned a few more silver coins for my Westwind Town. By the way, I have some fruit candy here. Would you like to buy some? The queen was rendered speechless. Fuck. Why? The queen hung up the phone immediately. Rob had no choice but to shrug. Poor queen, you always want to step on me, but unfortunately you are always trampled in the opposite direction. At this moment, a dark-skinned man reached the door of the chapel. It was dark now. That man's black skin was so dark that it almost blended with the night. However, he wore a white dress, which made him look like he was floating in the air. Lillian, who came out with a cup of Coca-Cola, saw the dress floating in the air. She screamed in horror, there's a ghost. She decisively threw the cup at the clothes floating in the air. Wow! The dark-skinned man's face was covered with the cola. He hurriedly shouted, Miss Lillian, it's not a ghost. It's me, Matra. Oh, it's Mr. Matra. Lillian was shocked. Why are you pretending to be a ghost outside my house? I'm not pretending to be a ghost. It's just that my skin is black. Lillian pouted and said, don't come out at night with you dark skin. If a servant of another family talked to him like this, he would have already fought back and might even kill him. However, Lillian was an extraordinary servant and no one dared to provoke her. He had to smile and said, Miss Lillian is right. When I go out tonight, I will apply some white paint on my face. Lillian finally let him go and went back to the house to give Rob the cola. He walked up to Rob and took out a large bag. He smiled and said, Godfather, I've really found what you want me to find for you. Oh? Rob was overjoyed and said, come here and have a look. Rob opened the bag, took out a big stone and placed it in front of him. This stone was very interesting. It was very thin and looked like it was made of sand. This is what you want, dense sand and stone. Matra smiled and said, my family has searched all over the desert. Finally, they found this kind of stone beside the desert. Then they knocked down a large stone and sent it to you from 1,000 miles away. Rob laughed and said, well done. I owe your family a big favor. In the future, I will find a business that can make a lot of money for your family. Of course, Matra was happy to receive Rob's promise. After staying in Westwind Town for a while, he already knew that Rob's casual idea was to make a great deal of money. Since he had promised to give it to him, he would definitely make a fortune in the future. A smile appeared on Matra's face. No one could see clearly in the dark night. They could only see 2 rows of white teeth open in midair, which was eerie. After a few seconds, he smiled and asked, Godfather, I'm just curious. What do you want this kind of sand for? It seems to be of no use other than grinding knives. Isn't sharpening a knife very useful? Rob said with a smile, this is a necessary material to make all kinds of precise instruments. He quickly asked, what are you going to make? Well, it's useless to tell you now. We still need an important material. We have to wait. He sighed, damn it. I wrote to him and asked him to help me find a material. I've been looking for it for more than a month, but there's no news at all. Pobo. This was the name of a merchant. When Rob first came to this world, he sold Lillian to Rob and bought the flying dragon leather armor from him, which brought him his first income. This merchant liked to go everywhere, specialized in high-end business, all kinds of weapons and secret weapons, and occasionally sold people. Ever since the war between East and West Grand started, he wanted to offend neither side, so he went to the north to do business. He had been there for several months now and hadn't returned yet. Rob sent him a letter, asking him to find an important material for himself, silver. The letter had been sent for a long time, but no reply had been received yet. He wondered if this guy had succeeded in finding it. Now all kinds of materials were prepared, except silver. Without silver, he couldn't make the thing he wanted to make, which made him restless. Forget it. It's too late. I'll go back to sleep. Matra, you'd better go home now. Your skin color is frightening in the middle of the night. Since Rob and the Queen had finished talking on the phone, there was nothing left to do in Westwind Town. After driving Matra back, he pretended to go back to the chapel to sleep. He returned to his room and used the shrink technique to shrink himself. Then, like a little mouse, he ran up the hill, lifted up the big stone covering the transmission portal, passed through the transmission door, and returned to Bright Road. He opened the drawer and climbed out. As soon as he returned to normal size, Rob smelled a pungent smell of wine. What? Suafa? Why is there a smell of alcohol in the room? After hearing about Canty, Rob shook his head and said, "You've already entered my room to force me to find you?" Sure enough, it's a little difficult to balance the two sides. In order to make up for a lie, you had to be forced to tell more lies. This is not a good thing. Suafa remained silent. Okay, but this is more important. She quickly dyed Rob black hair, put on his makeup and pushed the door open. At this time, Madeleine, who was squatting under the tree opposite the dormitory door, hadn't left yet. She suddenly saw the door open. From the open door, she could clearly see that Rob was swaying in the room, and he was fanning around with a fan, as if he wanted to blow out the air in the room. She looked up at the sky and thought, "Did you come back at this time? And you didn't come back through the main door. It seems that you went back to the dormitory through the window from the back of the house. Why did you have to do that? It's so strange. I must investigate it tomorrow night." It was a silent night. The second afternoon came soon. After school, all the teachers and students went back to their dormitories. When Rob walked out of the classroom, he didn't see Madeleine. Normally, this woman always sat outside casually. It was quite strange that she wasn't here today. He looked at Suafa that had been waiting outside the classroom and asked, "Didn't that woman come today?" Suafa nodded, "I haven't seen her for a day." Rob smiled and said, "It seems that Miss Madeleine is finally pissed off by my tireless efforts. It's a good idea. Let's go back." Marion followed him from behind and shrugged. "I don't think it's a good idea. If you separate from the Duke, there will be no way for my Corton family to get close to them. Please take good care of her and get her back." "No way." Rob smiled and said, "In recent days, I have invented several powerful magic items, which are developed with the investment of your family. Your Majesty has kept your family's name in mind, right? Why are you still going for the Duke? Go straight to the Queen." Marion said, "Social network is not a choice. Only children can make a choice. Of course, all mature adults need it. All the connections that can be used should be maintained well." Rob turned around and was about to leave. "Humph, I don't like doing this." Marion said loudly, "If you really want to revive the Smith family, you have to pay attention to this. I don't want to develop or revive the Smith family." Rob smiled and said, "Moreover, even if we really did revive, we can only rely on absolute strength. There is no need to get any connections." Marion shrugged and said, "This is not what a low-level wind magician should say. If you are a great magician who is proficient in all kinds of magic, I may agree with you. But now, you'd better obediently manage your own connections." Rob smiled and turned to his dormitory. Canty ran over, but before he could say anything, Rob smiled and said, "I don't want to drink. I have my own arrangements." "Hey! Your waist will really break. Drinking will cripple your liver." Rob said, "If I have to choose between my liver or my waist, I'll choose my waist." Canty was speechless. There was no reason to argue with such a crazy brother, so Canty had to pull a long face and said, "Well, I won't take you to drink, but you have to take me to have fun today. We agreed last time." Rob had been mentally prepared for this, so he didn't panic at all. He smiled and said, "Okay, okay. I'll take you to have fun today, okay? Let's get up. He pulled Canty and was about to leave, but the group of other young nobles jumped out. They were all from Westwind Town, and George was also there. He laughed and said, "How can you go out to have fun without me?" Rob smiled and said, "All of you come with us. As brothers, we need to share something. Let's have a good time today." "Oh, yeah." The group of rich second-generations nobles cheered. The girls next to them all shook their heads. "Oh, man." However, Madeleine, hiding behind the flower bed not far away, felt excited. Today, as usual, she came to wait for Rob to finish school. Besides, she came in a stalking shape. She was wearing a casual black leather armor, a big cloak, and her head and face were well hidden. Because she failed to track him yesterday, she had planned to go to the back of Rob's house today and wait for Rob to go out through the window. However, Rob was going to take these bad guys out to have fun today. Madeleine happened to see what he was going to do with her own eyes. She saw the group of crazy men walking out of the school happily, putting their hands on their shoulders, and talking some strange words while walking. Among the servants, Madeleine walked with her head down. Although she looked strange, the servants brought by the noble young masters were all in different shapes. There were a lot of servants, anyway. Those who could enter the school must have been strictly examined. There were a large number of Black Earth Knights standing by the school gate, and no one suspected that there would be a bad guy sneaking into the school. Her appearance was regarded as a strange servant of some noble family, and no one paid attention to her. She followed Rob and his companions not far away from the crowd, and no one noticed her. If Suafa was following Rob, her assassin's keen sense would most likely find that someone was following her. But Suafa never ran around with him. Instead, as soon as school ends, she would go back to guard the dormitory. Rob led Canty's group to the bustling street. They walked around and soon arrived at the street where prostitutes gathered. It was still afternoon. The school had just been over and it was still early. The prostitutes hadn't gone out to stand on the street and were still squatting at their own home. When the group of people entered the alley, it was inconvenient for Madeleine to go in. She sat down against the wall at the entrance and squinted at Rob and the others. Rob seemed to be an experienced man, leading the way and swaggering. On the contrary, Canty, George, and the others looked timid and stupid, as if they had never seen the world. Madeleine couldn't help but want to laugh. She had already monitored this street recently and found that Rob had never been here. She didn't expect that he would pretend to be familiar with it now. What a fake. Sure enough, men like to brag about their strength. Should she say that men are childish, or should she say that men are all two-timers? Rob still remembered which room the prostitute lived in last time. He walked over and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. When the woman walked out and saw Rob standing at the door, an embarrassed expression flashed through her eyes quickly. Then she looked at Canty and the others standing next to him. She immediately understood what had happened. She screamed and smiled, "Hello, Mr. Rob Smith. Are you here to come to see me today?" Rob smiled and said, "Yes, I have come to see you again. I come to see you every day. Are you happy?" The woman glanced at Canty's group and deliberately raised her voice, "Of course I'm happy. Mr. Rob, you are big, thick and hard. Every time you come, I feel great. I love you so much. Now I can't live without you. I'm wet as soon as I see you." Hearing this, Canty, George and the others showed an inexplicable admiration on the spot. They almost called Rob brother. Rob smiled and said, "My friends are also coming to have fun today. You go and find some sisters to entertain them." The woman understood and quickly knocked on the door of the other two rooms. Not long after, a large group of women came out of each room, each holding a hand of a rich second-generation noble, dragged them into the room and closed the door. Only a fool won't understand what happened next. Seeing this scene, Madeleine was a little worried. She was afraid that Rob would also go in. However, after waiting for all the rich second-generation nobles to be dragged into the rooms, Rob did not follow the woman in. Instead, he took out a gold coin and put it in the woman's hand. He smiled and said, "Well, this is my money for the prostitution today. I'm leaving now. After a while, when my brothers come out, you tell him that I'm done and that I left first. As for you, of course, you're dying again. Do you understand?" The woman nodded and smiled. "Mr. Rob, your money is really easy to earn." Rob smiled and said, "I know all of you are poor girls who are forced by life. It's okay for me to help you." I'm leaving now." The woman opened her mouth and wanted to tell him what Duke Madeleine had forced her to do in the bar last time, but she didn't dare to betray her. She had to bear it and said, "Goodbye, sir." Rob turned around and walked out of the alley. Madeleine was so happy that she wanted to dance, but she couldn't. Now it was the real point. Where on earth would he go? She really wanted to know. Don't date with any noble lady. She followed Rob uneasily. Rob didn't have any experience of anti-tracking, and he didn't even have any vigilance of anti-tracking, because there was no need for him to be vigilant. Anyone who stabbed him from behind would end up with miss, or HP -1. Was it necessary to be vigilant all day long? So he really didn't know that there was a person behind him. He whistled and walked through the busy streets again, heading back to the magic school. Madeleine followed him and wondered, why is Rob walking towards the school? Something is wrong. He must be wandering outside. Madeleine followed Rob all the way back to the school carefully. There were few people in the school, so she couldn't follow him swaggeringly. She had to follow him carefully. Rob went back to his dormitory. He knocked on the door. Afterward, Suafa opened the door and walked out. She nodded at Rob and then went into the room and closed the door. Madeleine was shocked and confused. She quickly walked around the student dorm and went to the back of the dorm. She looked at the window of Rob's dorm and thought, I really want to peep through the window, but it's easy to be exposed if I do so. If he caught me peeping at his dorm outside the window and trying to pry into his privacy, he would be very angry, wouldn't he? What if he doesn't talk to me after he gets angry? What if we fall apart? God of darkness. She thought about it for a long time, but in the end, curiosity was better than timidity. If she didn't know where Rob had gone, she would not be able to fall asleep. She carefully and coincidentally touched the outside of Rob's window. The window was closed, so she couldn't see the situation inside directly. She didn't dare to open it directly, so she had to pick up a branch and carefully open the curtain a little. Her movements were very gentle, as if a breeze was blowing the curtain. She finally saw what was going on in the room through the crack of the curtain, but she didn't know. She was shocked. There was only one person sitting at the desk in the room, with her chin resting on her hands. It seemed that she was thinking about something, but Rob was not there at all. No. How could he not be here? Madeleine was shocked. Why did he disappear? Where did he go? The first thing she thought of was transmission magic. Generally speaking, in a closed space, and a living person disappeared, it must have been transmission. However, the whole bright road was covered by a huge anti-space magic barrier, and no one could use transmission, flash, and other magic with the effect of spatial transference in bright road, so this possibility could only be excluded. So what about him? Where did he go? It couldn't be that he went out from the front door on the way to the back of the room? That's not true. Now the only way might be to sneak into the room and scout. But every time Rob went out, he would leave his maid to guard the room, and she didn't even have a chance to sneak in. He had no choice but to find a way to distract the little maid. Madeleine ran to the gate of the school in a hurry, where a group of soldiers of Black Earth Knights were guarding the gate. She lifted her camouflage cloak, returned in a graceful manner, and walked to her subordinates. Seeing that she was wearing leather armor, the Black Earth Knights were a little confused, but they still bowed respectfully. "Hello, Commander." Madeleine waved her hand and called over her two most trusted Black Earth Knights over. She said in a low voice, "Can you knock at the door of Mr. Rob's dormitory in 20 minutes? When the maid comes out, you should make up any reason to deceive her out. You just need to let her walk out of the room for about 10 minutes, okay?" The two Black Earth Knights said, "Commander, what should we do to deceive her out?" Madeleine said angrily, "Find a way by yourself. I can't even think of such a way." She didn't tell her subordinates what she was going to do, but shook them off. She walked to a place where no one was around, wrapped herself in her cloak, and returned to the back of the dormitory building as fast as she could. She opened the curtains a little and secretly looked around the room. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Suafa stood up and opened the door, only to see a young Black Earth Knight standing outside. She could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Are you looking for my master? He's out for fun." The young Black Earth Knight suddenly put on a handsome and cool expression and said, "My dear maid, I'm not here for your master, but for you. I want to invite you out for a drink, okay?" "No. Why do I have to drink with an ugly man like you?" Plop. The Black Earth Knight fell to the ground, depressed. She slammed the door and went back to the room. Then she sat back at the desk. Madeleine didn't find a chance to sneak in, so she had to clench her fists in front of the window. What kind of shit Black Earth Knight was he? What kind of shit reason did he use to coax her to go out? Can't you find a more creative way? Why are my subordinates so stupid? When she was thinking about this, there was a knock on the door again. She frowned, walked over and opened the door. She saw a Black Earth Knight standing at the door again, with a few gold coins in his hands. He said in a flirtatious tone, "My lady, you see, I'm actually very rich. Do you have anything you want to buy? Such as clothes, shoes, silk stockings, I'll take you to buy something. What do you want to eat? Coca-Cola, steamed fish with soy sauce, I can take you to eat anything." Suafa said coldly, "No gains without merits. I can't accept the things of others for no reason." After saying that, she slammed the door and sat back at the desk. "Madeleine, are my subordinates all idiots? Don't panic. I still have a lot of subordinates. Although the one just now was stupid, someone must be smart enough to think of a way." Bang! 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 There was another knock on the door. With an impatient look on her face, she opened the door again. It was still a Black Earth Knight. He took out 2 tickets and shouted, "Beautiful maid, the Moon Circus is on a tour on Bright Road. Are you interested in going with me? Hey, what do you want?" "What?" Of course, the Black Earth Knight came to complete the task given by the commander, but he couldn't say that at this time. He tried his best to think, and suddenly there was a ding sound. "Right, I'm from a noble family. It's easy for a noble man like me to chase a maid. I'ma play a straight ball. I can cheat her out and tell her that we are not suitable for each other afterward." The Black Earth Knight put on a handsome expression and said, "In fact, I find that I have fallen in love with you, so. Sorry, you are a good man, but I don't deserve you." Then she slammed the door. The Black Earth Knight froze. After a few seconds, he fell to the ground and could not stand up again. Madeleine said angrily, "I'm going to beat this idiot up, tie him to a wooden pillar, put an apple on his head and shoot a flying knife." Then, the other Black Earth Knights used all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to get her out of the room. However, they didn't know that Suafa was not an ordinary maid. She was more inclined to be an assassin than a maid. How could the Black Earth Knight's tricks of coaxing a little girl work on her? It was getting dark. All in all, it was late. The Black Earth Knights couldn't find a reason to continue the entanglement. Madeleine was depressed and had to give up. At this time, a loud bang suddenly sounded in a teaching building in the distance. Something exploded. The explosion was very loud, exceptionally ear-piercing in the quiet evening. George, Canty, and the others who just came back from the outside were passing through the playground. When they heard the sound, they were shocked and quickly ran in the direction of the explosion. There were people shouting everywhere in the school, "Explosion! The explosion is so powerful. It's from the alchemy department. It's not from a student dorm. It's at a teacher's dorm. Priest, is there a priest? No matter if anyone is injured, find him first." A large group of students were running towards the alchemy department. Suafa also looked in that direction, but she didn't move to watch the fun. Madeleine was a little surprised to see that such a thing could not make her move. Wasn't this maid too cold and quiet? Could an ordinary maid do this? There were more than 2 Black Earth Knights outside. Finally, a smart Black Earth Knight came up with a solution. He ran to the explosion place to have a look, and then called in a large number of black armored soldiers. He deliberately shouted outside, "There was an explosion in the school, which might be a plot of the assassins from the enemy kingdom. We suspect that there are still assassins lurking in the school. Now we ask all the teachers and students, together with your servants, to gather on the playground and accept the investigation and protection of the Black Earth Knights." The teachers and students outside didn't know it was a trick. They all walked towards the playground. In a flash, there were many people standing in the middle of the playground. A large number of black armored soldiers circled around the playground, pretending to investigate and protect them. Although she didn't want to leave the room, she had no choice. At this time, she had to obey her own arrangement and obey the orders of the Black Earth Knights, or it would be too suspicious. She glanced back at the desk and made sure that the drawer of the desk was well closed. Then she walked out of the dormitory door and followed the crowd to the playground. At this time, she heard that there was a teacher in the alchemy who was testing the proportion of the carbon essence mixed with molten iron. Several kinds of steel with different hardness had been made. However, the teacher had a whim tonight. He added a lot of various essences into the solution, so it exploded. The teacher himself turned into a charred man, seriously injured, and almost died. This kind of thing was really normal in the magic school. Everyone was smiling, and no one cared about it. However, she thought to herself, alchemists are really powerful. Not long ago, Godfather told them that they could make steel of different hardness with the right proportion of carbon and iron. I didn't expect that in just a few days, they had already achieved a certain result and began to work on a more complicated formula. I have to tell Godfather about it later. He must be interested in the news. At this time, in the dormitory, Madeleine put her hands on the windowsill, and with a light push, she easily climbed up to the windowsill. She squatted down on the windowsill and whispered, "Rob, I'm sorry. It's my fault to pry into your privacy. Please forgive me. But you are really too mysterious. If I don't figure it out, I will die." Then she jumped into the room from the window. The moment her feet fell on the ground, she felt very guilty and her heart beat fast. She looked around quickly and found that there was no one in the room, and the furnishings were very simple. Generally speaking, there were all kinds of things in the dormitories of the noble students, such as extra furniture and all kinds of luxury goods. But Rob's room was very simple, with a big bed, a small bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. These were the standard equipment of the dormitories of the school, and there was no extra furniture. This was, of course, caused by Rob's poverty. On the table, there were a lot of materials needed to make magic items. These were invested by Marion, not his own money, so it was normal. Madeleine looked around the room with a guilty conscience. She even bent down to look under the bed, but couldn't find any flaws. Her eyes were soon fixed on the coat cabinet, which was a place where she had to find someone first. Maybe if she opened the cabinet, there would be a secret room behind it? Rob might be studying a new magic item in the secret room. The purpose of studying them was, of course, to ease my burden. I'm so happy. She slapped herself on the face and said, "Don't be silly. How could it be possible? Let's look at the cabinet." Madeleine stood by the side of the cabinet, stretched out her hand, opened it with the lightest and slowest movement, and then looked inside. However, there was no hidden secret room inside. It was just an ordinary cabinet. Her eyes continued to wander around the room. This time, she put them on the desk. The small desk didn't seem to be able to hide people, but she at least had to open the drawer to have a look. She reached out to pull the drawer. At this moment, there was a sudden click outside the window, as if someone had broken a branch. Madeleine was slightly shocked. Now all the teachers and students in the school were gathered at the playground to receive the protection of the Black Earth Knights. How could anyone walk behind the dormitory building? Is Rob back? Damn it! If he comes back from behind the dormitory now, he will block me in the room and won't let me out. I don't dare to go out through the front door. Suafa at the playground will see me. She was so anxious that she didn't have time to pull the drawer of the desk. She rushed into the cabinet, pulled the door of the coat cabinet and hid herself. Her heart beat fast. She thought, I'm doomed. Being blocked inside the cabinet is also a dead end. God of darkness, please bless me not to be caught. Madeleine looked out through the crack of the cabinet. The crack was very small and the view angle was very narrow. She could only see a little bit of the place in front of the cabinet, so she had to prick up her ears desperately to listen to the sound outside. She could hear clearly that someone was climbing the window. It seemed that he didn't intend to hide himself at all when he climbed the window. His voice was so loud that it could be heard clearly. The person who climbed the window so generously must be the owner of the room. How dare the thief play like this? As soon as Madeleine thought of this, she saw someone through the crack. It was not Rob who appeared outside the cabinet. Instead, it was a teenage girl. She had a childish look on her face and an immature figure. Wearing a black cloak, she was the princess of East Gran, Russ Belmont Dracula. She swaggered to Rob's desk and sat down on the stool. Madeleine was stunned by this scene. For a moment, countless thoughts came to her mind. Why did she come here? Was she with Rob? No. That's impossible. Rob saved me from her and made some magic item to help me capture her. Yes. They couldn't be a team. Then why did she come here? Then there was only one possibility. She came to kill Rob. Yes, she was an insidious assassin. She put her hand on the hilt of her sword and said, "Dark Terminator," observing the outside vigilantly. Taking out the cross from her cloak, she raised the sword horizontally and talked to herself at the closed door. What am I going to say before killing that bad guy? Let me think about it. The little girl thought hard. A few seconds later, she seemed to think of something. She raised her head and pointed the evil sword in her hand forward, said, "You're the last member of the Smith family, Rob Smith. Your heart is already full of filth. You're standing on the side of evil and against the light. You're an evil accomplice. I, the judger of holy light, am going to judge you here today." After saying that, she seemed to be very satisfied. She chuckled and said, "My lines are so handsome." What handsome? Madeleine muttered in the cabinet, "I feel ashamed hearing you say such a stupid line." Well, now I understand. This guy is really coming to kill Rob. It's dangerous. Rob is definitely not her match. If I were not here, she might have succeeded. Oh, right, I can't speak any lines here, the little girl suddenly said with regret. We are in the magic school. There are too many people around. If Rob shouts out loudly, many soldiers will come. It's a pity that I can't say something very handsome this time. She took out a magic scroll from her arms and patted it on the ground. A strange big circle unfolded, instantly enveloping the whole room, and naturally enveloping Madeleine. Madeleine immediately realized that she had been silenced. In other words, she entered a silence barrier. Within this enchanted barrier, no one could speak, cast spells, or even use instant chants. Damn it! Madeleine cursed in her heart, now I can't shout out to warn or call people over. It seemed that the assassin planned to stay in Rob's room all the time and kill him as soon as he came back. I have to jump out to defeat her and save Rob's life. Thinking of this, she didn't dare to act rashly, because she knew that she seemed to be unable to defeat this big lowly. This little girl's sword speed and moving speed were faster than her, about 20% faster than her. When masters fought, the difference in speed was almost fatal. If she acted rashly, she would not only fail to save Rob, but also lose her life. Fortunately, she didn't know that she was here. Her enemies were in the light, and she was in the dark. As long as she had a chance to attack, she might still be able to succeed. Madeleine held her breath and raised her spirit to the extreme. She was waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, it was not a good chance to wait. The big lowly turned over the chair in front of the desk and sat on it, with a long distance from the cabinet. At this distance, Madeleine did not have the chance to attack. If she couldn't defeat Russ with one blow, then the room fell into silence. There was an enchanted barrier here, and it was impossible for anyone not to be quiet. The big lowly's attention was on the door, while Madeleine's was on the big lowly. The two women formed a subtle stalemate. At this time, Rob was talking with the Queen on the phone in Westwind Town. Today, the two of them chatted awkwardly, without any subject theme. They didn't talk about the economy or the military. They talked about some irrelevant ordinary topics. While they were chatting, they suddenly saw the kitten girl, Hua Hua, jumping over, with joy on her face. Rob smiled. Hua Hua, what are you happy about? With a smile, Hua Hua said, I just woke up and went to see our little fish. You just woke up, the Queen in the crystal ball wanted to grumble. It was evening and it was just getting dark. But she suddenly found that the girl had 6 long whiskers and a fluffy long tail, so she stopped complaining. It was normal for the cat folk to get up at night and sleep at day, so it was reasonable for them to wake up at this time. Hua Hua pointed at Rob's palm and said, I'll take up our fish and compare it with our families. We raised the fish at the same time, but ours are much bigger than theirs. Ha ha ha, much bigger. Rob smiled and said, oh, I see. Isn't it a matter of course? I've already told you that feeding the fish with the things I've told you can make the fish grow fatter. Hua Hua felt that her life was in full bloom and her heart was beating fast. In spring, I raised a pond of that kind of small fish. In summer, I can eat a pond of big fish. Rob and the Queen also smiled. Everyone liked the cute little kitten. However, after the Queen finished laughing, she seemed to ask inadvertently, what did you feed the fish to make it gain weight? Is it sweet food? When she said this, she touched her thighs and waist without being noticed. I don't know how to feed fish sweet food, said Hua Hua with a smile. Godfather said that you should grind the wheat flour, bean dregs and animal internal organs into powder and then make them into small balls to feed fish. I didn't believe it at first. How can these rubbish be used to feed fish? I didn't expect that. After a while, I can see that the fish fed by the method described by Godfather really made them big and fat, but the fish fed by our patriarch is all small and thin, haha. For a kitten, nothing was more precious than a pond of big and fat fish. Hua Hua was so happy she rolled over a few times, but the Queen on the opposite side of the crystal ball didn't say anything. She just turned around and whispered something to the secretary next to her. Rob smiled and said, you stole something from me again. The Queen's face remained unchanged. No, I didn't. Rob said, you just turned around and asked your secretary to remember the method of feeding fish. No, the Queen was a cheeky and thick-skinned guy, and her expression did not change at all. I just told him to drink some water. Rob, what the hell, woman? The Queen didn't blush at all. Instead, she asked, since you have food that can make fish fat, is there any food that can make people thinner? Oh. Rob came to his senses at once. Miss Queen, you have eaten too much sweet food recently. Are you getting fat? The female queen said, That's impossible. My mother is the most beautiful woman in the whole kingdom. I inherited her excellent bloodline and have the best figure, of course. How can a person like me gain weight? No matter how much I eat, I have a golden ratio. Rob squinted. Do you dare to take off your clothes and show me your waist? You bastard. The queen said, How can you make such a shameless request to a lady? Humph. Rob said, Anyway, I have seen your thighs. The queen didn't answer this question at all. She looked around and said, The reason why I asked you the food that makes people thinner is that one of my best friends has gained weight. Her name is Madeleine. Right, it's Madeleine. Recently, she has been very idle, sitting in the palace every day. Ahem. She eats sweet food at home every day, so she seems to have gained 4 or 5 pounds of meat. Of course, this little meat does not damage her body, but if it goes on like this, the situation is not good. Out of having a responsible attitude to my best friend, I want to help control her body. Is there any problem? No problem at all. Rob answered, but in his heart, he thought, Madeleine wears heavy iron armor all day long and takes the group of Black Earth Knights to run around the city to catch assassins. Why did she say it like she is eating sweet food every day in the palace? Madeleine works so hard that she can't get fat at all. You are the one who you were talking about just now. Rob said earnestly, If you want to be slim, you just need to eat less dessert. No way. The queen interrupted Rob without hesitation. My best friend called Madeleine likes desserts very much. If she doesn't eat desserts, she will die, so the plan of not eating desserts can't be carried out. What else can you think of? Otherwise, after she gains weight, she can't keep the title of the first. Ahem, the second beauty of the kingdom of Gran. The queen sighed, Alas, Madeleine is too willful. Rob almost overturned the table and apologized to Madeleine. Forget it. Rob said, Since desserts can't be avoided, then try to exercise more. Exercise can burn some fat. I guess your best friend is very busy, and she doesn't have much time to exercise in the daytime, so the exercise time is arranged at the time when she gets up every morning and before she goes to bed. Run more, push-ups, sit-ups. If you work hard, you will lose weight. Oh, I see. The queen smiled and said, I will tell Madeleine. When she was about to hang up the phone, Rob suddenly said in a voice dripping with sarcasm, You just said that your best friend was very idle and ate desserts at home every day. But when I said, I guess your best friend is very busy, just now, you didn't say anything against it. Tut, tut, tut. You are contradictory. Clap. The queen hung up the phone quickly. Rob laughed 3 times and slowly stood up from the stone stool. Let's go. It's time to go to Bright Road. Lillian ran to him from the side and walked up the hill with him. Recently, Rob had been running from place to place. During the daytime, he learns how to use magic tools in class at Bright Road, and at night, he had to sleep in the dormitory there to prevent the teachers from finding him while patrolling. Therefore, he hadn't been able to stay in Westwind Town for a long time. Lillian had been getting less time to be with her master for a while now, which made her a little unhappy. Therefore, even if she just walked from the chapel yard to the transmission portal with Rob on the hillside, she still wanted to follow. Seeing that she was cute, Rob couldn't help laughing and said, Why don't you go to Bright Road with me? You can stay there for a day before coming back. Tonight, you can stay with Suafa. Tomorrow I will take you to go shopping on the busy street of Bright Road. Really? Lillian was overjoyed. Will it cause trouble for Master? Of course not. Rob smiled and said, There is no trouble in the world that can stop me. Lillian worshipped Rob blindly and had no objection to his words. Since her master said so, she had to follow him happily. She smiled and said, well, I've heard from my parents that Bright Road is the largest city in the West and it's very prosperous. There are many rich people. I've long wanted to see them. All right. The two of us shrink and go through it together. Rob smiled and gave Lillian and himself a shrink. It was the first time that Lillian had been shrank. The stone, which was only as high as her knees, became 2 or 3 times as tall as her in an instant. The grass and flowers beside her became big in an instant, and there was also a little ant, which now looked as ferocious as a Tibetan mastiff. Lillian couldn't help shouting, "Wow! Ants are so scary." "Huh, don't be afraid." Rob laughed and pushed the ant lightly. No one knew where it had flown. He lifted the big stone covering the transmission portal and held Lillian's hand to get in. In the dormitory. The big lowly was still sitting on the stool, patiently waiting quietly for the Rob Smith to return to the dormitory and give him a holy light trial. In the cabinet, Madeleine was holding the holy sword nervously, waiting for the big lowly to show her weakness. Time seemed to be stagnant. No one spoke, no one could speak. Within the silence barrier, no one could speak. In this tense atmosphere, the drawer of the desk suddenly opened. The sound of opening the drawer was so abrupt that both the big lowly and Madeleine were startled. The two of them locked their eyes on the drawer at the same time and saw 2 small people with only the size of a cup crawling out of it. A man and a woman, both with golden hair, were handsome and wore noble's clothes. The woman was beautiful, wearing a maid's dress. The man asked, "Why is there a big girl in the room?" He actually spoke in this way, as if the silence barrier did not exist. Rob didn't know how to disguise, so he could only use some makeup skills to disguise his face. Every time Rob returned to Westwind Town, he had to wash off his disguise first and then go back through the transmission portal. When he returned to Bright Road, he would also look like a handsome young blonde without makeup, which was created in the game. He had to go back to his dormitory and make up for him in a simple and noble way. But this time, it was obviously too late to give him a makeup. His little blonde hairstyle came out of the drawer. The 2 women, Big Lowly and Madeleine, were stunned at the same time. The 2 of them wanted to ask, "What the hell are you?" However, the whole room was shrouded in the silence barrier, and the 2 of them could not speak. The 2 of them were surprised to find that the blonde could speak without being affected by the silence enchantment at all. In fact, Rob was also a little surprised. When he passed through the transmission portal, he found a big girl sitting in the room. He thought for a while and immediately understood that this little girl was the one who went to assassinate Madeleine and was destroyed by his scarecrow. She must be very angry. It was obvious that she was sitting in his room and waiting to kill him. Rob didn't know that she didn't have any accomplices hiding outside, or didn't have some magic tools for communication with others. He thought he could make a story. At this time, the big lowly suddenly moved. She moved as fast as lightning. She stretched out one hand at Lillian and the other at Rob. She didn't know who these 2 little people were, but her first reaction was to take them as mysterious creatures like elves and demons. She couldn't ask them in the silence barrier. Anyway, no matter what these 2 mysterious creatures were, it wouldn't be wrong to catch such strange little people first. The speed of this grab was extremely fast. Combined with the speed of the flying dragon leather armor, it was even faster. Lillian didn't have any fighting power at all. Facing such a big hand that was quickly grabbed, she had no reaction. However, Rob laughed, quickly picked up Lillian and jumped aside. The big lowly's hands grabbed nothing. She was stunned for a while and thought, "This little man is so fast." At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The big cabinet in the room exploded with a bang. Madeleine broke out of the cabinet. Her holy sword in her hand drew a black arc in the air and quickly slashed at the back of the big lowly. It turned out that she had been waiting for the opportunity to plot against the big lowly, and now it was finally waiting for her. She didn't know who the 2 were, but she also took them as the friends of Rob Smith. Seeing that the big lowly attacked the two with her back to the coat cabinet, it was a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. No matter what, as long as the big lowly was put down, everything would be solved. The attack was so sudden that the little girl that had been sitting in the room for a long time didn't expect that there was an ambush in the room. If it was from the front, she might be able to barely dodge it relying on her reaction and the speed provided by the flying dragon leather armor, but from the back, it was completely impossible. Pang! With a gentle sound, Madeleine's sword hit the back of the big lowly. A green light flashed on the flying dragon leather armor, as if to block this sword attack. However, although the flying dragon leather armor was a equipment at the master level and was enchanted, it was only a mid-low level equipment, and its defensive power was not so outstanding. The holy sword in Madeleine's hand was a famous weapon of the Church of Darkness. It was not only made of the best black iron, but also polished extremely sharp, with a variety of powerful runes on it. The defensive power of the flying dragon leather armor was not able to completely resist the power of the Dark Terminator. The tip of the sword pierced through the armor and cut the back of the big lowly. Blood spurted out. Because there was a desk in front of her, the wooden furniture couldn't resist the collision of the sword sage. The power she carried instantly smashed the desk into pieces. The wood chips flew in the air. Then the little girl disappeared. Because she bumped into the transmission portal hidden in the drawer of the desk. Although this small transmission portal was only the size of a cup, it was a portal from the game. The portal of the game had one feature, that was, no matter how big the player's body size and how small it looked, as long as there was a little portal, he could immediately enter. Therefore, the big lowly unexpectedly entered the cup-sized transmission door and disappeared without a trace. Madeleine also saw a purple transmission portal floating in the flying wood dregs. Although it was not big, it looked exceptionally eye-catching. She didn't know where the transmission portal led to. How dare she go inside? What if Mondra's army was on the other side? As soon as she followed her, she might be surrounded and chopped to pieces by the Mondra's knights. There were so many weird things in front of her that Madeleine didn't dare to think too much and couldn't make a sound to ask. She had no choice but to rush to the door. At this time, Rob was completely able to keep her and control her. But thinking that this girl was good to her, he didn't want to frighten her. Forget it. Madeleine kicked the door open and jumped out of the door. Finally, she got out of the silence barrier and shouted to outside, "The assassin is here. Come." On the playground outside, the whole school and the Black Earth Knights went into an uproar simultaneously. Suafa was the first to run towards the room. Two Black Earth Knights wanted to hold her, but she moved very fast and dodged the Black Earth Knight's hands gently. In the blink of an eye, she ran dozens of meters away. Madeleine stood in front of the door, but Suafa flashed inexplicably and squeezed into the room through the gap beside Madeleine, without touching a hair of Madeleine. Madeleine was stunned by this move. She didn't expect this maid to be so powerful. Seeing the situation in the room, she immediately guessed what had happened here. Rob knew that this was troublesome and things could not be easily handled. He turned to Lillian and said, "It seems that I can't take you to Bright Road for the next 2 days. You have to wait for another 2 days." Lillian stuck out her tongue and said, "A big city is indeed a big city. It's so exciting here." Rob smiled and said, "Anyway, let's go back first today. It seems that I and Suafa have to stay for a few days. They must doubt our identity. We will come back after explaining it clearly." "Okay." Both Lillian and Suafa nodded. The three of them passed through the transmission portal in turn and returned to Westwind Town. The portal was cast by Suafa. The moment she entered, a purple light flashed and slowly disappeared. At this time, Madeleine rushed in with a group of Black Earth Knights. They saw that there was no one in the room, and the small teleportation portal became more and more transparent. In the end, it exploded into a ball of light and disappeared in midair. Madeleine now understood that Rob Smith must have disappeared through this transmission portal. He said, go out for fun, every day, but in fact, he left Bright Road through this transmission portal. She didn't know where he had gone. She jumped out of the room angrily and shouted to the outside, send someone to check the surrounding enchanted barrier, especially the one against space magic. Is it damaged? Hurry up. Call all the nobles from Westwind Town over. I want to ask them. Rob took Lillian and Suafa back to Westwind Town. The first scene they saw through the transmission portal was that the little girl was staggering down the hill and had already run quite a distance. Her back was seriously injured. Then she inexplicably passed through a transmission portal and suddenly came to a hillside. She turned her head and looked around. She only saw a wooden house on the mountain, a chapel at the foot of the mountain, a river, and a water wheel by the river. She didn't know where she was at all, but she was clear that she was seriously injured. The injury was so serious that she couldn't even use runes to heal her wounds. If the enemy chased her through the transmission portal at this time, she would be dead for sure. She just wanted to stay away from this transmission portal as soon as possible. Under the moonlight, she saw a chapel of light on the hillside. At the door of the chapel stood a statue of the God of Light. She was excited. As long as there was a church of light, it was good, which meant that this place was not a hostile camp. She stumbled towards the chapel. On the hillside, Rob returned him and Lillian to the normal size. Looking at the embarrassed look of the little girl, he could not help but sigh, why? Why bother? Suafa asked in a low voice, what should we do with this person? Should we kill her? Kill her? Rob put on a stunned expression and asked, why kill her? She tried to kill you not long ago. This time she appeared in our dormitory to kill you. We should kill such an enemy ruthlessly. Rob smiled and said, if I want to kill someone who tried to kill me ruthlessly, can you still stand here now? Thinking about it carefully, what he said seemed to be true. Then do you want her to work hard? Rob smiled and said, let's wait and see. He rode down the hill, followed by Lillian and Suafa. Although the big loli in front of him was seriously injured and her footsteps were messy, her speed was not slow. She quickly went down the hill and came to the front of the chapel. At this time, it was late, and the door of the chapel is closed. She pounced on the door and slapped it hard for 2 times. She felt that she was unable to hold on and slowly slid down against the door. Soon, the door was opened from inside, and 2 little nuns appeared at the door. They were all wearing tube nightdresses, and their hair was scattered. It seemed that they had already gone to bed. This style was different from the stiff nun clothes they usually wore, and they looked much more youthful and lively. When the 2 of them saw that someone was injured and fell at the door, they couldn't help but scream in surprise, oh, no. Someone is seriously injured and fell down. Isher, come here. Soon, little E arrived. She was also wearing a tube-shaped nightdress as well, and her blonde hair fell over her shoulders. She looked very beautiful. After she came over, she criticized angrily, you 2 have been nuns for many years. Why call me when someone is seriously injured? Hurry up and chant to treat her. What if she doesn't survive while waiting for me? Yes. The 2 nuns began to chant hurriedly. But the 2 of them were too anxious, and as a result, they couldn't even finish the chant successfully. Little E was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh because of these 2 guys. She also quickly chanted the chant. A soft holy light spread out from her palm and entered the body of the big loli. The girl's condition had improved a lot, but the wound on her was not something that could be cured by magic. The wound was still bloody. The wound is so serious. It's not cut by an ordinary weapon. I feel dark magic from it. It was cut by a holy weapon of the Church of Darkness. A simple treatment may not be effective, and it will be suppressed by the holy effect. I have to get the holy magic necklace made by Godfather to treat her again. As she spoke, she was about to go back to her room, but she saw Rob coming over with Lillian and Suafa, smiling. Why did you come back at this time? Why did you bring back Suafa? A tinge of joy flashed across Little Yi's cold face. You just came back at the right time. Please cure her. She was seriously injured. Rob smiled and said, I know. She got hurt because she wanted to kill me. What? Did you hit her? She asked in surprise. No, Rob smiled and said, if I really wanted to hit someone, how can I only hurt my opponent? She thought about it carefully and agreed. If Godfather made a move, there would be no chance for her to survive. Rob pointed casually, and a golden light enveloped the big lowly. This light not only dispelled the additional effect of the holy sword on her wound, but also healed her wound at the same time. 2 seconds later, the big lowly sat up and widened her eyes. She looked at the people around her, her eyes full of vigilance. Where are you? Who are you? Rob returned to his stone chair and sat down. Then he said in his symbolic welcome, Welcome to Westwind Town. Westwind Town? The little girl was taken aback. This is Westwind Town? The Godfather in Westwind Town who constantly transports all kinds of strange things to Bright Road, making people drunk and weak in will? Rob, is the reputation of my Westwind Town like this now? Rob had thought that Westwind Town had a good reputation. After all, it had brought all kinds of novel technology, advanced production force, and advanced management and operation concepts to the world. No matter what, it should be called the Holy Land of Westwind Town. Why did it become an intoxicating place in the mouth of the big lowly? He said crossly, Hey! Apologize to Westwind Town. I don't need to apologize. The little girl said seriously, in the past few months, I have seen a lot of unknown things on Bright Road, such as silk stockings, sweet cakes, soy sauce, soy milk. Westwind Town has always been known to produce these unknown things, using these things to corrode people's wills, making everyone become weak. I will definitely resist Westwind Town. This town must be judged, and all the weak guys will be laughed at by the gods. As soon as she finished her words, a small box fell out of her leather armor. The box smashed on the ground and opened. It was filled with salty sugar, which was a test newly developed by Newland's sugar factory. It tasted salty. Ordinary people were really not used to it. They did not expect that this big lowly would bring a box with her. Rob was speechless. The girls were also rendered speechless. The little girl's face turned red in an instant. She raised her foot and wanted to step on the candy box, but she couldn't step on it in the air. After a few seconds, she suddenly squatted down, picked up the box, poured all the salty candy into her mouth and wrapped it in her cheeks, then she mumbled, I can't leave them in the world. Rob was speechless. The girls were also rendered speechless. She finally bit the candy into pieces and swallowed it. After a fierce swallowing, the big lowly laughed and said, Look, I have destroyed all the evil, filthy and rotten rubbish. I am the best heretic judger in the world. Huh. Rob was speechless. A crazy guy. The little girl turned around and said to Little E, Are you the nun of this church? Who is the priest of this church? Let him come out to see me. I have an important mission assigned by the Church of Light, and I need your full cooperation and help. Heretic Judger. Hearing the name, Little E was a little stunned. She immediately recalled that when she just met Rob, she had regarded him as a heretic judger. At that time, she was really stupid. It was a little ridiculous thinking about it now. Then she realized an important thing. The real conflict is just coming. The heretic judger is the killer and assassin of the Church of Light, and also the one who was brainwashed and influenced the most. Their loyalty to the Church of Light was unshakable, not as slippery as Chief Elsie. What would happen when she heard that this church was not a Church of Light? Little E couldn't help but feel a little worried, but even if she was worried, she had to make it clear. With a serious expression on her face, she said to the little girl, the priest of this church is the one in front of you, Mr. Rob. In Westwind Town, everyone calls him Godfather. However, you may not be able to get the help you want from us, because we are not the Church of Light, but the new Church of Light. New? The big lowly's eyes suddenly became sharp. What does this new mean? Just as I said. We abandoned the idea of the old Church of Light and established a new one, said little E in a neither humble nor pushy tone. Have you betrayed the God of Light? The girl's voice became a little sharp and full of anger. No. We also devoutly believe in the God of Light, but our teachings are different from yours. If you are interested, you can read this book. She handed out the new Bible of Light. The little girl took the book and turned to the first page. She muttered, "Isn't it the same?" Then she turned 2 more pages, and her face suddenly changed. She turned it over and over again, as if she was looking for something. She said, "It's gone, it's gone." The God of Light in the chapter 17 and 14 sections of the Bible of Light said to the paparazzi, "I'm going to completely smear the name of the God of Darkness. You're going to write this on a book as a souvenir, and read it to all the believers. This sentence is gone, missing. I can't find it. Yes, I have deleted it. That sentence is too disharmonious. The God of Light who loves everything can't say something like that. I think it was maliciously written, so I deleted it. Our new Church of Light doesn't reject the Church of Darkness, and we intend to live in peace with it." Nonsense. The big lowly was so angry that she threw the book in her hand to the ground. She wanted to step on it again, but the 2 little girls had already been prepared. As soon as the big lowly threw the book, the 2 of them reached out to pick it up, patted the mud on it, and carefully held it in their arms. You are just a group of crazy people. The little girl shouted angrily, "How dare you tamper with the Bible of Light and add new? You are even more hateful than the people of the Church of Darkness. You are the heretic of the heretics. Today I will represent the God of Light and declare you, a heretic, to die." She pulled out the holy sword and the holy cross with a brush and said, "Power in the air, surge. Gather in my hands and turn into a shrill lightning." The little girl used her most powerful sword skill without hesitation. The sword was surrounded by lightning and struck towards little Ye's chest. However, she didn't even bother to dodge. She knew that with Rob here, she didn't need to worry at all. Sure enough, the horrifying sword light suddenly dimmed, because Rob reached out from the side and clamped the sword blade with his palms. The little girl was a little confused. Since she first learned and used the holy sword skill, she had fought against countless enemies, and no one had been able to catch her attack with bare hands. This was too much. The little girl pulled back with all her strength. But only after Rob loosened his grip, did the girl leap back 2 yards with the sword. She looked at her sword, and then looked at Rob's hand. She was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. Rob smiled and said, "Don't fight or kill. That's not good. You see, we didn't ask you to die just because you are a heretic. But you want to kill us just because we have different belief from you. Don't you think your path is narrow? Shut up. Don't try to deceive me with sweet words." The little girl didn't want to talk to Rob and threw a holy sword skill at Rob. Life is inconstant. No pity is required. Bury it. Akalanatha. A snow-white sword light flew up again and slashed at Rob. The sword light was so fast that people could not see it clearly. However, Rob put his hands together again and the sword blade was caught in his palms again for some reason. The little girl's face changed dramatically. The holy sword skill had been grasped empty-handed 2 times in a row. What the hell was going on? Remember the will of the heavens, and get rid of all distracting thoughts in your heart. Holy light explosion. Pang! Again, it was caught by Rob. Another sword skill. It was caught again. The little girl was angry. "What the hell are your hands? Rob smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. I just used a passive skill of the class called Waiter, which is called Take the White Blade. When I use this skill, it will be determined by the cultivation of both sides' swordsmanship. If my cultivation of swordsmanship is higher, I can grab your sword with a higher probability. If your swordsmanship is higher, I can't catch it, and I will be chopped to death by you." Speaking of this, Rob concluded, according to the success rate of the Take the White Blade a few times ago, the probability of me grabbing your sword is almost 99%, which means that my cultivation of swordsmanship is a little higher than yours. You'd better give up, sword sage. Nonsense. The little girl was furious. As a sword sage, she had already reached the peak of swordsmanship. How could Rob say that his swordsmanship cultivation was much better than hers? How could she tolerate it? When she was about to continue her attack, Rob waved his hand, and an iron ingot appeared in his hand. Then he rubbed his hands, and the iron ingot turned into an iron sword. He smiled at the little girl and said, "Look, let me show you what a real holy sword skill is." "What?" The little girl was stunned. "You also know a holy sword skill?" Rob waved his iron sword in his hand, shrill lightning. The real holy sword skill was exactly the same as the one that the big loli had used just now. The sword light flew out like lightning and hit the opposite hillside. A big hole was immediately blasted out, and rubble and sand flew all over the sky. The power of this strike was too great. The sword light already flew dozens of miles and yet could still make a big hole. It was simply insane. The little girl looked down at her sword and thought, "Can I do it?" Impossible. Rob brandished his sword again. Holy sword skills were constantly used, and each sword strike brought a burst of wind and lightning. The opposite hillside had been damaged for 8 lifetimes, and it was smashed 7 or 8 times by his sword skills, making it deformed. The power of his holy sword skills made the little girl stunned. It was true that, as Rob said, her holy sword skills were nothing compared to Rob's. Her speed and strength were not on the same level. If they really wanted to fight, 10 of her, no, even 50 of her could not even be enough to cut Rob. The little girl fell to the ground dejectedly. Who the hell are you?" Rob smiled and said, "Little E has just introduced me. My name is Rob. I'm a small priest from the new Church of Light in Westwind Town. People here call me Godfather." After saying that, Rob sat back on his stone stool and said, "Miss Heretic Judger, if you want to kill a heretic, you can only kill him in a place I can't see. In a place I can see, you can't kill him no matter how hard you try. Oh, by the way, let me kindly remind you that my detection range is 5,000 yards and I have the night vision ability." The little girl was speechless. Rob thought that she was frightened, but he immediately found that he was wrong. The older girl was only 14 years old. People at this age would not be convinced by a mere force. She had never been afraid of death. When did she fear the power? The worst result was death. The little girl swung her sword at Rob's forehead. Then, with a sound of snap, he clasped his hands together, "Take the white blade," and clamped her sword. "I won't give in even if I die." The little girl said seriously, "No matter how evil and powerful you are, you can't shake my will." "Really? That's troublesome." Rob shouted, "Lillian, give me a big glass bottle." "Why do you need a glass bottle?" "It doesn't matter. Give it to me." So Lillian ran over and fetched a big glass bottle. Rob pointed at the little girl and said, "Shrink." Before the big girl figured out what had happened, she suddenly shrank into a small person. She looked around in a daze and didn't know what had happened. Then she saw Rob's big hand grabbing her. What a big hand! It looked like the hand of a giant. She wanted to run away, but it was useless. Rob was so fast that she couldn't avoid him. Moreover, she found that after she shrank, her strength and speed became worse. Rob grabbed her and threw her into the bottle. Then he took a cap with holes and covered the bottle. Then he used strengthening magic on the bottle, and the bottle immediately became as hard as steel. The little girl pounded the bottle walls hard in the bottle. She didn't understand why the glass bottle was so strong. As a sword sage, she should be able to break the glass. But even if she kicked it with her feet, it wouldn't damage the glass bottle at all. She shouted, "What magic is this? Let me out, evil heretic." Rob smiled and said, "If I let you out, you will attack people. I'd rather have you trapped than die, so I have to invite you to the bottle for now." The little girl was angry, evil, despicable, shameless, lewd. Rob said with an evil smile, "If I really want to be that bad, I will peel off all your clothes, then throw you inside the bottle. Then I can enjoy the 360-degree view." The little girl was startled by his words and didn't dare to speak for a long time. "Stop it. Be quiet." Rob took out a salty candy and threw it into the glass bottle. The candy was usually only as big as a fingernail cap, but for the big loli now, it looked like a huge stone. When it fell from the bottle, the big loli was frightened. She was afraid of being seriously hurt by it, so she quickly dodged aside. When the candy dropped to the bottom of the glass bottle, it made a crisp sound and bounced. The big loli was so agile that she turned a somersault in the bottle and finally avoided the falling candy. When the candy stopped beating, she raised her head and said angrily, "You bastard! Do you want to smash me to death? I'm not that easy to be hit." Rob smiled and said, "I just put it into your mouth. Here you are. If you are in a bad mood, you will get better after eating candy." The little girl was speechless. "I don't have time to talk to you for the time being. Lick the candy yourself. If I'm not wrong, I'll soon receive the Queen's call. I have to deal with her." After saying that, Rob asked Lillian to take the glass bottle into the warehouse in case she saw what he was going to do next. Then he stood up, he ordered, "Come and help me put on makeup. I have to deal with the Queen. Madeleine should report the matter of the magic school to the Queen soon, and then this stupid woman will think that I'm playing tricks. She is about to call to blame. Come and put on makeup to make me look like a fallen noble." "Godfather, what's the use of makeup? Can you fool the Queen?" "I think it's difficult." Rob smiled and said, "It's very difficult for ordinary people, but it's okay for me." Unable to figure it out, she asked, "How on earth could we fool her?" With a bang, Rob turned into two people. Rob used a replicating spell. Of course, because of the problems in the game operating interface, the players were unable to control their own real bodies and avatars at the same time. Therefore, Rob could only choose to control one of them. When he wanted to control the other one, he had to click the tab key to switch his operating angle to the avatar. He didn't know how to control this skill in the real world, so he wanted to have a try. He found that when he wanted to control his real body, as long as he thought, "I want to control my real body," he would jump to the perspective of his real body. When he wanted to control his avatar, he just had to think, "I want to control my avatar," and his perspective could cut to the avatar. The only disadvantage of this skill was that it was a game skill, after all, and it could not be used as an avatar forever. The avatar would disappear in only 30 minutes, and it had to be used again. This magical skill stunned everyone, including Little E, Lillian, and so on. Rob thought, "It's a skill of the game. They wouldn't understand." He waved at Suafa and said with a smile, "Make my avatar look like a fallen noble." Suafa suddenly understood. "I see." She quickly dyed his hair and put on makeup for his avatar. Not long after, Rob Smith, the fallen noble, appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the girls finally understood what Rob was going to do. He thought, no one can stop a person with a strange ability to fool others. No matter how smart the Queen is, she has to be fooled. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, the crystal ball lit up. Rob's real body was sluggish on the stone stool, while the avatar with makeup was standing not far behind him. It was not until it was ready that he answered the phone. The crystal ball lit up and appeared in front of him. It was the Queen's dignified face. Behind her stood Duke Madeleine, but her expression was not as calm as the Queen's. It seemed that she could not wait any longer. As soon as the crystal ball lit up, Madeleine's eyes were fixed on the avatar standing behind Rob. "Ah. Rob, that's great. I'm finally relieved to see that you are safe." Rob cut his consciousness, controlled his avatar, and immediately thought into it. He said with a smile, "I'm sorry to make you worried. I'm fine, but you've discovered all my secrets now." Seeing that he was safe, Madeleine was relieved. She didn't say anything for the time being. Obviously, she had given the right to speak to the Queen. Then the Queen continued in an angry tone, "Mr. Rob, now I need you to give me an explanation, including the matter of Rob Smith, the matter of the transmission portal in the dormitory, and the matter of Russ Belmont Dracula. I will take your explanation to determine whether the friendship between Westwind Town and Westwind Town could be maintained, and..." She suddenly stressed her tone and said word by word, "and whether there is a war between us to defend our territory and dignity." Rob returned his consciousness to his original body and shrugged with a smile. "There are too many questions to ask at a time. Can we ask one by one?" "Of course. Let's talk about the matter of the princess." The Queen asked seriously, "First of all, I want to know if you are on her side. Did you support her when she killed someone secretly on Bright Road?" "No," Rob smiled and said, "you should know that she also wants to kill my people." He pointed at the avatar standing behind him and said with a smile, "She wants to kill Rob Smith, and this man is obviously my man. So I won't be on her side. Otherwise, Madeleine would have died, right?" The Queen immediately accepted Rob's words. In fact, she didn't think that Rob would be on the same side with Russ from the very beginning. She even didn't believe that Rob had anything to do with East Grand because Rob had always been nice to her. He gave her desserts, taught her techniques, and taught her about some of his thoughts. She learned a lot of good domestic ideas from Rob for free. These ideas seemed to be very simple, but each of them could make her kingdom advance by leaps and bounds in a certain aspect. If Rob was on the same side with East Gran, how could he teach her these? So she just wanted a positive answer, and the answer was not beyond her expectation. She nodded calmly and asked, "Where is Russ now?" Rob smiled and said, "Lillian, take out the bottle." Lillian then took out the bottle containing Russ. The glass bottle containing the Princess of East Gran was put on the stone table. Russ, who was only as tall as her finger, was sitting in the glass bottle angrily. The thing she used as a chair was the salty candy, which was the only thing in the glass bottle besides her. Seeing the girls surrounding the stone table, she didn't say anything. But when she saw the Queen's expressionless and dignified face in the crystal ball, the big loli jumped up and said, "The evil person of the Church of Darkness." The Queen looked at the big loli in the glass bottle expressionlessly, as if she was not surprised at all, but her eyes betrayed her. How could Rob make her so small and then imprison her in the glass bottle? His magic was so crazy. Rob smiled and said, "Although you didn't ask, I still want to answer it. Since I can become a giant before, of course I can make you small. Is it that strange?" The Queen said, "The logic is perfect. No problem. It's not strange at all." After saying that, she suddenly pounded the table and said, "It's not strange at all." Rob threw up his hands and said, "It's useless for you to say anything. I know a lot of strange things, and it's enough for you to understand them slowly." "Well, it's not the time to talk about it." The Queen glanced at the glass bottle and said, "I'm wondering if you will give me the person I want." But, Rob wanted to say, "I can give it to you," but he didn't expect that as soon as he wanted to speak, he heard little E beside him shout, "Godfather, no." "Oh?" Rob looked at little E with a smile and asked, "What's wrong?" Little E looked a little embarrassed. She knew that she had gone too far, but she still insisted on saying, "She is still a child." She also knew that her words were ridiculous, but in fact, she had a lot to say. For example, she really wanted to say, "Although I have already established my own family and called myself the new Church of Light, I still don't want to see the people of the old Church of Light be handed over to the Church of Darkness in this way, because that means death, or even more terrible than death." Her kindness didn't allow her to turn a blind eye to it. Since the God of Light loved everything, she would never allow anyone to be sent into a fire pit. She knew that her emotions were very childish and even stupid. She was too embarrassed to say such an idea, so she had to turn thousands of words into a sentence. She is still a child. She didn't think Rob could understand her, and she was even ready to be rejected by Rob. However, Rob blinked at her and pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, yes, she is still a child." Rob clapped his hands and turned to the crystal ball. He smiled and said, "Miss Queen, I can't give this person to you. You see, she is still an innocent child. Moreover, you also know the rules of my Westwind Town. I once saved the people of your Church of Darkness from the hands of the werewolf guerrilla team. So now, it's obviously impossible for me to hand over Russ to you. In the past, when Elsie fled to Westwind Town with the Templar K Knights, I could leave them alone. But this time, she is not a normal person. She is the Princess of East Gran. If you don't give her to me, I can't let her go." The Queen said flatly, "It's useless for you to keep her. Handing her over will save you a lot of trouble. I don't think you have any reason to keep her." "There is only one reason: I am a kind person." Rob said, "I can imagine what will happen to her if she falls into your hands. She is a tool to threaten Mondra. You will cut one hand today, and tomorrow one foot to force Mondra to make some concessions. Of course, this is because you are a queen. If you are a man, I have no doubt that she will be treated more excessively." Speaking of this, Rob concluded, "I don't want to see these things happen, so I can't leave her to you." The big lowly in the glass bottle was shocked by what he said. On the other hand, little E, who was standing next to them, was moved. She knew that Rob made this decision for her. The Queen's expression remained the same. Rob's words didn't surprise her, because she knew that Rob was very kind, which had been incisively and vividly reflected in the war between him and the Desert Kingdom. No one had died in that kind of war. If he was not kind, no one in the world could be called kind. She calmly retorted, "Your kindness is not used to connive at murderers, is it? She killed my ministers. The murderer should pay with her life. If your kindness is only aimed at her, but ignore those who were killed by her, it is not real kindness. It can only be called partiality." "Well, you are right," Rob said, "but if those people are not dead, they don't have to pay for their lives, right? Not long after the assassination, their corpses should not be completely rotten, or as long as the corpses are still alive, they are within the scope of my resurrection technique. You just have to seal those people who were killed with ice magic and send them to Westwind Town. I will help you resurrect them all, so that you have no reason to catch her. She killed nearly 200 people." The Queen said, "There are nearly 200 assassinated and their guards as well. I'll just make them come back to life." Rob smiled and said, "There are only 200 people." The Queen was stunned and didn't know what to say. Even if you are the Pope, you have to prepare many items to resurrect a person. After resurrection, you have to recuperate for a long time to recover your magic power. Now you say you want to resurrect 200 people? Isn't that too much? Are you still a human being? That's unreasonable. Of course, after the Queen was stunned for a while, the next step was to weigh the pros and cons. Her brain was working fast. If she agreed to Rob's condition now, she would lose the Princess of East Gran, but she would be able to get back her dead ministers. These ministers could become her power and continue to work for her in the future. If she forced Rob to give Russ to her, she would lose those ministers. Moreover, she might not be able to get Russ, or even become enemies with Rob. The Queen said decisively, "Deal." Rob praised her for her decisiveness. It was said that this damned woman had been forced to deal with all kinds of forces since she was a child in order to regain her kingdom. She had dealt with the Church of Darkness, the people from various races, exiled nobles. The judgment she had talked about in her life was probably comparable to the meals that her peers had. Her determination to give up a princess so decisively was admirable. In this way, even if the princess's business was finished, Madeleine, who was standing behind the Queen, could not stand it any more. She patiently listened to the Queen and Rob talking for a long time, but did not bring the topic to Rob Smith. She couldn't bear it any more. She jumped out and said, "Your Highness, don't mention it any more. Tell me about Rob Smith." Instead of looking at Rob, she kept looking at the disguised avatar behind Rob and shouted, "Rob Smith, what's wrong with you? What's with the transmission portal?" The avatar didn't move, because Rob hadn't turned his perspective to the avatar yet. He complained to the crystal ball, "Miss Queen, isn't your subordinate so unruly? She actually jumped out to snatch the mirror when we two were talking." The Queen was not provoked at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "She is not my subordinate, but my best friend. Do you mind if your best friend interjects in the chat? If you do, you will have no friend." He was amused by her reaction. "If you want to play like this, I'll switch." With a thought, his consciousness drilled into his avatar. The avatar stood in front of the crystal ball. In order to avoid any flaws, he deliberately used his avatar to block the body on the stone stool so that the Queen and Madeleine could only see the avatar. Once it was cut on this body, some common movements, such shrugging, and other small movements of a real body, all of which had to be prohibited. He had to disguise back to that simple fallen noble. He tried his best to keep a calm and honest attitude and said to the crystal ball, "Miss Madeleine, nice to meet you. I'm sorry to make you worried." Madeleine shouted anxiously, "What's wrong with that transmission portal? The whole city of Bright Road is covered by anti-space magic, and any transmission magic won't work. Why can you hold a mini transmission portal in the drawer of the dormitory to Westwind Town?" Rob said, "I don't know. It was Godfather who made it up." This was the most crazy explanation. Anyway, no matter what ridiculous thing happened, it would make sense for it to fall on Godfather. Madeleine turned to Rob and looked at him with fear. "Why can your transmission portal work despite the barrier?" Rob's consciousness returned to his original body and he shrugged. "Only God knows." Madeleine said vigilantly, "So can I understand that you can go to Bright Road at any time to make trouble?" Rob continued to shrug and say, "Have I made any trouble? If I really want to make trouble, Bright Road will really be a mess." Madeleine was speechless. The Queen interrupted, "I don't doubt that you have the ability to stir up trouble on Bright Road, but you didn't. Recently, I called you several times, but you didn't stay on the stone stool. You just huddled yourself up and teleported yourself to Bright Road. What are you doing secretly? With your ability, you didn't kill anyone when you came to Bright Road, you didn't set a fire, and no one even knew you had come. I really want to know what you are thinking about here." Rob turned his head 2 times and said, "Well, to be honest, I'm looking for silver. As you know, the business of Westwind Town is not developed. Especially for all kinds of rare items, there is no such thing here. That's why I went to Bright Road to look for it and see if I can find any." "Silver?" The Queen and Madeleine were stunned at the same time. "Well, silver is indeed very rare. It is very difficult to find. If Rob is looking for it, he may go to Bright Road to look for it. After all, this place is much more prosperous and commercial." "Why are you looking for silver?" the Queen asked. "I won't tell you." Rob put on a sullen face and said, "You are not my wife. Don't expect me to make everything clear to you." The Queen couldn't continue the conversation, so she snorted and stepped back, giving Madeleine the right to speak again. Madeleine continued to ask Rob's avatar, did you set up the transmission portal just for silver? Rob's consciousness also shifted to the avatar. He smiled and said, Godfather has two purposes for making the portal. One is to look for silver, and the other is to help me study at the School of Magic Items in the daytime and learn the technology of making magic item. After school, I can go through the transmission portal to go back to Westwind Town, and then learn wind magic from him. In other words, you used to say that you had fun after school every afternoon, but you were lying, weren't you? Madeleine said, it is just for returning to Westwind Town. Yes. Rob admitted frankly, but he couldn't deny it at this time, because he had already exposed it. The key to lying was to frankly admit what others had already known, create a "I'm sincere" posture for others, and then continue to talk nonsense on other things. It's easy for others to be deceived by his sincere apology and take his nonsense seriously. Rob said seriously, I want to revive the Smith family, but it's not enough just to make magic items. I still need strong power. If I don't become the strongest wind magician on the continent, I won't be able to revive the reputation of the Smith family. And the most powerful person I know is Godfather. He can defeat the army of the Desert Kingdom by himself, so I've already taken him as my teacher and learned the essence of wind magic from him. Rob continued, while learning the wind magic from Godfather, I also want to work for the kingdom and the queen, so I need this transmission portal to study magic in Westwind Town. At the same time, I need to go to the magic school to apply all the skills I have learned and develop the best magic tools. Afterward, I will hand them over to the kingdom. The last sentence was sonorous and powerful, absolutely much more dignified than the soft whispering lines said by the main character of a TV series. The attitude of, you must hand over good things to the kingdom, was simply great. Madeleine was overjoyed. She turned to the Queen and said, Mr. Rob is really devoted to the promotion of his family and serving the motherland. He is on our side. The Queen hit Madeleine's head with her stick. She took out a stick from nowhere, which was shining with unusual light. Obviously, it was a treasure, and it seemed to be very painful on people. Madeleine held her head and squatted down immediately. My silly best friend, don't be cheated so easily. After the Queen beat her best friend, before she could finish her sentence, she said, no matter how you boast, it won't change the fact that you are from Westwind Town. Although Westwind Town is nominally the territory of Kingdom of Gran, it is actually not under my control, but under the control of Rob. You take Rob as your teacher and take root in Westwind Town. You use the transmission portal to travel around. I don't believe that you want to work for me, but I believe that you are helping Rob to spy on the information of my Bright Road and steal the information and knowledge of Bright Road. Rob thought to himself, it's not easy to deceive this damned woman. Her words hit my goal. I'm indeed stealing the skills of making magic items from them. This is the only production career that I don't have in Dark Blade, and it's very interesting with endless mysteries. However, what he thought was totally different from what he wanted to say. Rob denied without hesitation, Your Majesty, I really want to work for the kingdom. I'm not a spy. I haven't given any novel invention I've made to Godfather. I didn't give it to him. I've only given all these great invention to my favorite kingdom and my most respected queen. This was what the Queen liked to hear. She frowned and asked, Really? Really not? Rob said, I swear in the name of John Rowland Smith, absolutely not. In the eyes of the Queen and Madeleine, he was swearing in the name of his grandfather. In fact, the Queen had arranged a lot of spies in Westwind Town, especially in the Church of Darkness next to Rob's chapel. They would report everything they had seen to Her Majesty. The Queen didn't receive any news about the new magic items. It seemed that Rob Smith hadn't handed anything to Godfather. That's great. An unnoticeable smile finally appeared on the Queen's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Soon, she regained her seriousness. Even so, using the transmission portal to enter and exit Bright Road is banned. But I can't go back and forth if I don't use the transmission portal. Rob pretended to be aggrieved and said, and if I can't do that, wind magic and making magic tools can't be combined. Give up studying wind magic and stick with magic items. The queen said, you have the talent to make powerful weapons. I don't doubt that you will make more powerful magic items in the future. Your talent will bring greater benefits to the kingdom in this aspect. At that time, you won't be wronged in terms of title. I can guarantee that when you make great magic items, you can get an identity and status no less than your grandfather and avenge the smith. Damn it. What the hell? Rob cursed in his heart, your words make it difficult for me to answer. What should I do next to fool them so that I can find a reasonable reason to run away from them? Ah. Right. He came up with an idea. Rob put on a heavy expression, and the flame of sadness seemed to be burning on his body. Your Majesty, I thank you for your kindness. But if I only focus on the magic items, I can't avenge grandfather. I can't avenge the whole Smith family. He suddenly shouted, I want to become the most powerful wind magician on the continent, and then defeat the black dragon by myself. Avenge my family. Therefore, I can't give up the opportunity to learn magic from Godfather. It was a cunning trick. The queen's whole body froze and she suddenly thought of her parents. They were also killed by the black dragon. It was the evil black dragon that made her become an orphan from a carefree princess. In her nightmares, she gritted her teeth and murmured the name of the black dragon. Victor. She once swore to kill the black dragon. However, as she grew older, the responsibilities she shouldered became more and more. She wanted to defeat Mandra, to return to the kingdom, to let the people of the kingdom of Gran live a happy life, and to live up to the elders who had followed her all the way. She had too many things on her back, which made her start to understand a wider view of the overall situation. In the circle and negotiation with all kinds of forces, she also slowly understood that human strength is limited. It's not something where you can do as you want. People need to learn to compromise when necessary. She had already given up the idea of killing the black dragon, because that was too unrealistic. Rather than go to the black dragon's place to die, it was better to keep a useful life and realize more and more meaningful dreams. Therefore, when she heard Rob's words, she was suddenly moved. She had given up the idea of killing the black dragon, but it didn't mean that she didn't respect others' thoughts. If someone hated the black dragon and swore to kill it, then she would try her best to help him. This was the only thing she could do now. She sighed deeply and said, well, I allow you to transfer to school, but the transmission portal must be under my control, otherwise, it will be too dangerous. Rob turned his consciousness back to his original body, clapped his hands and smiled. Okay, you can monitor me. It's okay to send a lot of soldiers to surround the transmission portal. Anyway, I can open another portal in another place. What can you do to me? The queen was rendered speechless. The queen was so angry that she was about to flip the table. Rob suddenly said, forget it. What I said just now is a little unreasonable. Well, I promise that only Rob Smith and his maid will come back and forth from this transmission portal. I won't cause you any trouble. And you can arrange heavy soldiers to monitor and guard at the other side of the transmission portal as you like. Is that okay? The queen breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little happy. In fact, she knew that Rob could come and leave as long as he wanted. It was difficult for her to keep him. After all, he could defeat 10,000 soldiers of the Desert Kingdom on his own. After that, he even defeated the SPH-1X. Even her skeleton dragon might not be able to defeat this kind of monster. If he wanted to take a walk on Bright Road, it would be difficult to deal with him. But this man didn't do anything wrong or be complacent just because he was strong. Instead, he showed respect for her opinion, which was a rare quality. At this time, Rob also said, by the way, once my transmission portal is opened, it will be a two-way transmission. In fact, the people on your side can also pass through the transmission portal. Since I can't go there at will, your people can't come over at will either. You have to promise me that you can only send someone to monitor it, but you can't pass through it, otherwise. Otherwise, if you send someone in secretly, I can also sneak in. The Queen nodded. Of course I can promise you that. Anyway, you never refuse anyone to enter Westwind Town. My people can come in openly, so why do I have to go through the trouble of having people entering through the portal? Rob gave her a thumbs up. The two of them made a deal and stopped talking. However, Madeleine looked at Rob's avatar on the crystal ball and said with a little worry, "Will you come back to the dormitory tonight? The desk here is broken, and the cabinet was also broken by me just now." Speaking of this, she was a little embarrassed. It was not easy to explain why she was in Rob's cabinet, but she had to make it clear no matter how embarrassed she was now. Rob's consciousness returned to his avatar and said with a smile, "I won't go back tonight. I'll come back tomorrow. Then I'll discuss with the Queen where to set up the transmission portal." "Okay." Madeleine whispered, "I'm sorry. I sneaked into your closet." "It's nothing." Rob smiled and said, "I have roughly understood why you are inside. It's me who shuttled back and forth and often caused your suspicion when I was not in the dormitory. So it's my fault, not yours." Hearing this, Madeleine felt warm in her heart. This man was really reasonable. They hung up and their call ended. Everyone was tired after a fight of wits just now. Although Rob didn't use much MP, he still needed to control two bodies at the same time. The girls around him also had to maintain the basic solemnity and etiquette when facing the Queen of a kingdom. They raised their heads and stood straight, so they were tired. As soon as the phone was cut off, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and immediately became lazy. It was not until then that everyone suddenly found that the big loli in the glass bottle was sitting at the bottom of the bottle. She held the salty candy as big as a huge stone in her hands and licked it with her little tongue. It turned out that the conversation between Rob and the Queen was long, stiff and boring. The little girl was not in the mood to eavesdrop. She was bored in the glass bottle, and no one came to talk to her, so she just held the salty candy and licked it. After the negotiation outside, everyone was relieved. She didn't notice it ended though, so she kept licking it. As a result, everyone noticed her embarrassment at the same time. Rob shrugged and asked, "Is a heretic judger that strange?" With an embarrassed look on her face, Little E said, No, maybe it's because the judger is too young. By the way, what should we do with this person? Should she be kept in the bottle all the time?" Lillian whispered, "It's not appropriate to lock a girl up like this. Where is she going to go for the bathroom?" The crowd rolled their eyes at the same time and asked, "Aren't your priorities a little strange?" It was Nolan who came to help her out. Lillian is right. It's just a transparent glass bottle. She can't go to the bathroom at all. It's really embarrassing. After all, we have to let her out. Suafa said in a low voice, "This guy is going to chop people randomly when she is released. It seems that she is a little blind to her belief. Even if she will attack people randomly, we have to release her." Rob smiled and said, "Anyway, she can't do anything." Rob flicked the glass bottle. The big loli in the bottle immediately let go of the big candy in her hand and quickly stood up. She raised the sword and the cross that had been shrunk down with her and put on a very striking appearance. "Justice will bury evil. Stop talking like a crazy person." Rob said, "Now I'm going to let you out." Really?" she asked. "Of course I will. Otherwise, I will ask you, how are you going to go to the bathroom if I keep you here all the time?" The little girl froze at the question. If she went to the bathroom in the transparent bottle, wouldn't she be seen in a full 360 degrees? The mere thought of it made her hair stand on end. And the moment she thought of it, she felt the urge to pee. Rob said, "So I have to let you out, but there is one thing I want to tell you. After you come out, you can't kill people, but you can only kill me. If you dare to kill anyone except me, I will lock you in this glass bottle again and lock you in here for 7 days. 7 days? If so, she would be suffocated to death by pee. The little girl quickly said, "Okay." The negotiation is established. Rob opened the bottle and poured the glass bottle on the table. The big loli rolled out of the glass bottle with an extremely vigorous movement. She kicked her feet on the table, and her small body, which was only a finger long, actually waved the sword in midair, and there was a flash of lightning on the sword. Although she was small, the power of this sword strike was not small, because the shrink technique would not let her ability return to 0. It only caused her ability to decrease by a certain percentage, and her small body still had strong power. The sword light went straight to Rob's face. Rob stretched out 2 fingers and clamped them in the air. "Take a white blade." With a snap, he caught her sword again. The little girl couldn't help but feel depressed. "Isn't it a 100% chance?" Rob smiled and said, "No, it's not like that. It's just 99%. The little girl puckered up her lips. She was not happy, but now she also found that she could not hurt Rob at all. When she lifted the sword and was about to cut off the people beside her, she heard Little E say in a very serious tone, "Princess, please don't be so capricious. If you continue to make trouble, you will really be locked in the glass bottle by Godfather for 7 days." In fact, the little girl was not an ungrateful person. Because of her faith, she felt like she had to kill people as soon as she came to Westwind Town. But after what had happened just now, she found that Rob and Little E were protecting her. Otherwise, she would have been sent to the Queen's hand through the transmission portal. With the Queen's hatred for her father, Mandra, she would probably have a hard time. Therefore, to some extent, Rob and Little E's protection of her was a bridge to her friendship with Rob and Little E. However, when she saw the new Bible of Light held in the hands of the 2 young girls, a hint of anger flashed through her eyes. These heretics betrayed the Church of Light and revised the Bible, which could not be forgiven. But I can't defeat him now. If I resist, I will be humiliated. A heretic judger also has to judge the situation. He even often has to disguise himself. Now that she was at a disadvantage, she had to admit defeat for the time being. She stood at the stone table and shouted, "What are you going to do to me next?" "I won't do anything to you." Rob smiled and said, "I can guarantee your safety, but you are not allowed to leave Westwind Town." "Why?" "Because once I let you out, you will go to kill the Queen's people, and she will also kill you." Rob smiled and said, "So I can't let you out." The little girl was lost in thought and seemed to understand what Rob meant. Rob said, "Let's sleep first today. We'll deal with things about you tomorrow. Remember, you can only kill me, not others." The little girl muttered, "I can't hit you." Rob asked deliberately, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear it clearly." The little girl said, "I say, evil will be buried by justice, and all the bad guys will bring about their own destruction." Rob laughed, "I was about the same age as you when I was 14. Lillian said, 'Come with me, Princess. I'll take you to a place to sleep.'" She unfolded her palm, and the little girl understood what she meant. She gently jumped to Lillian's palm and stood there. This kind of shrinking experience was actually very fresh to her. She was a 14-year-old child, and she was actually very interested in playing. After jumping to the palm of her palm, she couldn't help but spin around and dance 2 or 3 steps. However, she immediately remembered that she was a prisoner now. She jumped to the ground and pouted. "Return me to normal size. I don't want to keep such a state of size. It's too inconvenient." Rob smiled and waved his hand to remove the shrink spell. The big loli quickly returned to normal size, but even if she recovered, she still had to be a head shorter than Lillian and become the shortest one among the girls present. Lillian held her hand and said, "Let's go take a shower and go to bed. We can talk about it tomorrow." The little girl, in the evil place, "I hate it. I hate everything here." A few minutes later. Wow, this watering can is so interesting. Wow, this tap water. This toilet is so powerful. Can we clean it like this? Why is this bed so elastic? What did you say? A spring bed? Wow, it's fun. Early in the morning of the second day, Rob handed the little girl over to Chief. Elsie had no choice. He asked Elsie to talk about the situation in Westwind Town with the little girl, so that she could know what was going on with her as soon as possible. After everything was arranged, he asked Suafa to give him makeup and return to the appearance of a noble with black hair. Then he used a teleportation skill to send himself to the cemetery of the Church of Darkness in Bright Road. This was also one of the game rules. He could use the teleportation skill or open the portal anywhere, but he could only teleport to the cemetery of the target city. In a word, the place where the transmission portal can be anywhere, but the other side of the portal must be in a cemetery. In order not to expose this, Rob deliberately did not open the transmission portal, but used a spell. In this way, the moment he teleported himself, even if there was someone beside him, he would only see one more person appearing out of thin air, but he would not know where this person came from. He had thought that the cemetery would not be lively in the early morning, so there should be no one around when he arrives. But to his surprise, as soon as he teleported, he found that there were many workers around him, and each of them had a shovel in their hands. His teleportation just happened to pass through the middle of the large group of workers holding shovels, which made the group of people show a stunned expression at the same time, as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. Anyone who suddenly found one more person in the crowd would be stunned the same. Rob had no choice but to wave at them and smile awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I'm a wind magician. I come and go as fast as a gust of wind." The workers were rendered speechless. "What are you digging up in the cemetery early in the morning?" Rob smiled and said, "It's not appropriate to dig other people's graves to refine skeleton soldiers." The workers said, "Our queen ordered us to come here to dig out the corpses of the ministers and their servants who were killed by the assassins a few days ago." Only then did Rob realize that these corpses would be dug out, frozen, and then sent to Westwind Town to find him to revive. He waved at the workers and said, "Thank you, comrades. Keep working." He walked out of the cemetery and came to the magic school as soon as possible. His dormitory was surrounded by a large number of black armored soldiers with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. It turned out that the queen thought he would open a transmission portal from the dormitory today, so she ordered Madeleine to lead the Black Earth Knights to guard here. Once Rob Smith came, she would immediately take him to see the queen. Madeleine was now lying on the same bed in the dormitory. Yes, it was the big bed that Rob slept on. Smelling Rob's scent left on the bed, she didn't fall asleep the whole night. She widened her eyes and looked at the place where the transmission portal disappeared yesterday. When the transmission portal was opened again and Rob Smith would come out, she could go to welcome him back with a smile. However, when she was waiting, she heard several knocks on the door. Then, a Black Earth Knight said outside, "Ma'am, Mr. Rob is coming over." "What?" Madeleine was stunned and asked, "Why did he come from outside?" She stared at the place where the transmission portal disappeared for a whole night, but she didn't expect that Rob would come from outside. It was unreasonable. She quickly jumped up from Rob's bed, and used a few seconds to smoothen the bed sheet and straighten her clothes. After what happened last night, Madeleine had been busy the whole time. She didn't even go home to change her clothes, so she was still wearing a leather armor that was good for mobility. When she walked out of the room, she saw Rob smiling at her in the midst of the Black Earth Knights. Madeleine strode up to Rob, but she was too embarrassed to speak. Rob smiled and said, "Godfather opened a transmission portal this morning and threw me to the cemetery of the Church of Darkness. I came here from there." Madeleine finally said, "Why didn't he open it at the place where the transmission portal disappeared yesterday?" Rob lied, "I don't know. Godfather has weird ideas. He often does something incomprehensible. I'm not happy going so far." Madeleine asked anxiously, "Is the transmission portal of the cemetery still open?" Rob said, "When I came over, Godfather turned it off." "That's good." Madeleine breathed a sigh of relief. "The Queen has ordered us to take you to see her as soon as you come back." Rob knew that he couldn't avoid this. He smiled and said, "Okay, then show me the way." Madeleine whispered in Rob's ear, "Don't worry. Don't be afraid. The Queen won't do anything to you. I promise." Rob knew that she was worried about him, so he patted her shoulder armor with a smile. This leather shoulder armor was different from the black armor she usually wore. The black armor she usually wore was the only one that she couldn't feel even if it was touched by a man. However, the leather armor was very thin. When Rob patted her on the shoulder, she felt as if he was patting her own skin. She was so nervous that her whole body froze. "Let's go," Rob said with a smile. "Oh, right. Let's go." Madeleine came to her senses and led the way. The Black Earth Knights around the dormitory also withdrew. The large group of people walked towards the royal palace in front of the magic school. Madeleine was usually careless and rash. She was a heroic heroine, but when she walked side by side with Rob, she looked like a shy little wife. The Black Earth Knights next to them were sweating and speechless. They had never seen such a scene before. It was so fresh. Soon, they arrived at the palace. Rob had passed by the gate of the royal palace several times, but he had never seen it before. The size of the royal palace was not big. It was rebuilt from a building before after all. It did not have the size of a normal royal palace at all. A minister suggested to the Queen to build a new palace, but the Queen refused. In her opinion, there was no need to build a new palace on Bright Road. What she wanted to do was to rebuild the Black Earth Tower after defeating Mondra, and then build a new palace in the Black Earth Tower. Therefore, she still maintained a simple style. As soon as the guards of the palace saw Madeleine, they didn't even bother to bother her and let her in. Of course, the soldiers of the Black Earth Knights couldn't enter. Only the two of them, Madeleine and Rob, walked through the small square. There were only a few servants in the hall of the royal palace, and the Queen hadn't gone to the court yet. Seeing Madeleine, all the attendants bowed to her. One of the attendants said in a low voice, "The Queen is now in the garden." Rob took the opportunity to observe the interior decoration of the palace. The palace was really simple. Western palaces he had seen in cartoons and movies before were extremely luxurious. Gold and silver threads were everywhere, and decorated with gems and emeralds, which seemed to be very gorgeous. However, the Queen's palace didn't have such luxuries. It was dark everywhere. His emotions were shown on his face naturally. Madeleine, who had been watching him from head to toe, immediately explained in a low voice, "Her Majesty is not a person who cares about these." She used all kinds of jewelry on the making of magic items, and gold and silver were used as military expenses, so her life is very simple. She is very popular in this respect. Okay. Rob understood. To put it bluntly, the Queen was very poor. Poor people always boasted that they were clean and honest, not extravagant and wasteful. Therefore, their reputation was spread thousands of miles, and they were welcomed by a large number of poor people. However, Rob didn't want such a good name. What he wanted was the reputation of luxury, extravagance, and depravity. Only by spreading that name for thousands of miles could he really live a free and easy life. Madeleine took him to the garden to look for the Queen. She had thought that the noble Queen would stand in the middle of the garden and look at the sky in her snow-white queen dress. But she didn't expect that as soon as the two of them entered the garden, they would see the Queen in a short dress running in the garden. She was wearing a short-sleeved tube dress, which was like a cotton t-shirt of modern generations, and she was wearing a short skirt for her lower body. Her arms and legs were bare, and the heat was endless. Her long golden hair was tied with a ponytail behind her head. As she ran, her ponytail swayed left and right. At this moment, Rob thought he had traveled through time. He saw a modern little sister exercising. It was not until he saw that she was wearing a pair of plain cloth shoes instead of a pair of sneakers that he could bring his thoughts back to the ancient times. The Queen turned around half a circle and saw Madeleine with a smile on her face. Then she saw Rob standing beside Madeleine. Her face immediately darkened. She stretched out her hand and pulled on the nearby shelf. A huge black cloak spun around and covered her body, tightly covering her perfect figure. She glared at Rob, then walked quickly to Madeleine and complained, "Don't bring a man directly to the garden. I'm dressed too shabby." Madeleine was also a little embarrassed. She didn't expect the Queen to dress like this, so she said awkwardly, "Oh, Elizabeth, I didn't know you are running with so little clothes." "Of course, you should wear less clothes when you are running." The Queen said, "I'm weak, not a muscle knight. I can't run in circles in armor." Although the Queen was complaining about Madeleine, her tone was not fierce. It seemed that the friendship between her and Madeleine was really strong. She would not get angry with her just because of a little thing. Madeleine apologized. Wearing a cloak, she walked up to Rob and said, "Rob Smith, this is our second meeting." Rob lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Yes." It's your second meeting?" Madeleine asked. "Yes, I have seen her once in the cemetery of the Church of Darkness." Rob explained, "At that time, as soon as I arrived at Bright Road and visited the city, I ran to the Church of Darkness. I happened to meet the Queen who was reviving Master number 32. The Queen heard that I was the last member of the Smith family and spared me extra favor to save me from tuition fee expenses, see chapter 288. It was not until then that Madeleine realized what had happened. She quickly said to the Queen, "Thank you, Elizabeth." "Why are you thanking me?" asked the Queen. "Thank you for sparing his tuition." Madeleine said. "Humph. I don't need his tuition. Why are you thanking me?" The Queen said with a look of disappointment, "Your two families didn't get engaged at all. You don't have to pretend to be his little wife. This guy is a notorious whoremaster in the School of Magic. I advise you to break up with him as soon as possible." Madeleine whispered, "You know clearly that he just used the excuse of prostitution to return to Westwind Town." The Queen snorted, "He is also a man who likes to lie." Madeleine remained silent. The Queen turned to Rob and asked, "Where is the new transmission portal?" "There isn't one yet." Rob pretended to be respectful and said, "Godfather opened a transmission portal and sent me to Bright Road. Then he temporarily closed the transmission portal. He said that he had told you that the transmission portal should be opened in a place that you can monitor." The Queen's expression softened a little. "That's more like it. I've prepared the place for the transmission portal. Come with me." She led the way, followed by Rob and Madeleine. They walked out of the garden and came to a hall of the royal palace. It was an empty hall, in which a large group of royal guards were on standby. As soon as they saw the Queen, they immediately stood up and saluted. The Queen pointed to the middle of the room and said, "The portal should be opened in this room. If you want to go back to Westwind Town every day, you can return and come here as well. Listen, I only allow you and your maid to come back and forth from here. No one is allowed to pass except you two." Rob smiled and said, "Godfather also said so. My maid and I can go back and forth, but no one else can use this transmission portal to run into Westwind Town. Otherwise, if you enter, you will not be able to get out." The Queen was very clear about the meaning of "will not be able to get out." Now, Elsie, number 8, and Russ, all of them were not allowed to leave Westwind Town. This was Rob's promise to West and East Gran respectively, which also showed his attitude towards this war. He didn't want to help anyone, but he was very kind and couldn't bear to see someone die in vain because of the war, so he saved the dead people and put them under house arrest in Westwind Town. Perhaps they wouldn't be released until the war in the Kingdom of Gran was over. If the Queen didn't want her men to be under house arrest in Westwind Town, she'd better not challenge the rules of Westwind Town. Godfather was generally reasonable. As long as they worked within his rules, he would never lose his temper. "Okay," the Queen said, "open the portal." Rob took out a portal scroll he had prepared in advance and said with a smile, "Godfather said that you are not unfamiliar with this scroll." The Queen nodded. She knew this scroll. She used a communication crystal ball to exchange for this kind of scroll from Rob. Later, when the Desert Kingdom invaded, she used it to send an army to guard a cave and successfully fought the army of the Desert Kingdom. Rob said, "You should know the rules of using this scroll. As long as the user doesn't enter, the door will exist for 7 days, but it will disappear as soon as he enters, so this scroll can't be used by me. Please use it yourself." The Queen didn't hesitate. She took the scroll and threw it out. A purple door slowly opened in the middle of the hall. The palace guards in the hall immediately became nervous. They unsheathed their swords and pointed them at the door. Another knight even brought out 2 newly made firecrackers and aimed at the transmission door. Rob went through the transmission portal and soon brought Suafa over. Then he said to the Queen, "Your Majesty, it's almost time for class. I'm going to the school for class." The Queen nodded and watched Rob and the maid walk away slowly. Madeleine followed them, looking like a little wife. The knights around her were not as brave as Madeleine and Rob at talking to her. They all kept silent, so the hall was very quiet. The Queen looked at the transmission portal, her eyes gloomy. If she walked through this portal, she would be able to stand in front of that damn man soon, wouldn't she? The man who had been lazily sitting on the stone stool all day long, looked like a salted fish. She hated him so much, but for some reason, when the Queen found that she only needed to go through a portal to see him, the feeling of wanting to see him became extremely strong. Yes. Not just from the crystal ball, but in reality. She wanted to see him. She didn't know that this was a problem that all the netizens in the world had to face. Although she stood still and didn't even tremble, she knew clearly that she was very restless and trembling. However, her position was great. She was not an ordinary woman from a normal town. For her, national affairs were far more important than personal affairs. It was not a good choice to go through the portal to see that guy. Perhaps she would never be able to get out of Westwind Town once she went there. What should she do? She sighed deeply, turned around and left the hall. After taking 2 steps, the Queen turned around and ordered the guards in the hall, "From today on, your task is to monitor this transmission portal. If anyone else except Rob Smith and his maid come out of the portal, kill them." "Yes, ma'am." All of a sudden, all the problems seemed to have been solved. Everything returned to normal. Rob's way of life had also changed a little. Now he could travel back and forth between Westwind Town and Bright Road openly. He didn't need to make up any more excuses for himself. Therefore, he didn't have to stay in the magic school at night. He went to school every afternoon. He could reasonably bring Suafa to the palace, enter the hall, and then go back to Westwind Town through the transmission portal. He removed his makeup leisurely, and then lay on the stone stool, relaxed. There were many benefits for him not to go back to school at night. The conditions of the student dormitory were not very good, so why not live comfortably in his house? Of course, the only unhappiness at home was that a big loli would suddenly jump out from the corner of the wall and shout at him, "Accept the punishment of the light." Shrill lightning. Then he put his palms together and snapped, "Take." The little girl would chop him like this 17 or 18 times every day, and Rob would play with her every day. It was actually very interesting to tease a young girl. At the beginning, the little girl was handed over to Director Elsie, but even if he gave Chief Elsie the blessing of the king, he still felt great pressure in the face of this sword sage. If he was accidentally attacked, he might not be able to defeat her. Therefore, when Rob was in Westwind Town, he would ask Elsie to send her to the chapel and let Rob personally take care of her. This gave her a chance to cut Rob. Of course, it made her depressed that she couldn't cut him from time to time. A few days passed quickly. It was evening. Rob was having dinner at the stone table. There were all kinds of delicious dishes on the table. 2 maids and Russ were there, and even the little cat girl Hua Hua, who had just gotten up, was here. Only little E went out with the light nuns to bring food to the villagers. He liked vegetables the most. He picked vegetables with a fork and ate happily. Lillian, on the other hand, liked steak. Now she was very proficient in using the knife and fork, and her eating gradually became elegant. No one would have thought that she was just a country girl. When she first ate steak, she picked it up too hard and threw it on Rob's face. Only the little girl Russ was not used to the atmosphere at the table. She used a fork to pry a piece of fish from the steamed fish in the plate, but she couldn't use the fork to turn the fish well to touch the sauce. After pouring it for a long time, she didn't succeed. Finally, she simply used her hand, grabbed the fish and rolled it in the sauce, and then put it into her mouth. Finally, she ate it. Rob didn't say anything. But he couldn't help saying, "Hey, Russ, you are at least the princess of East Gran. You are a noble. Why are you eating like this? Look at what you have just done. You spilled 2 drops of sauce on the ground. It's a waste. The sauce is also made of beans. It's precious food. Those who waste food should be buried alive by sand and dust." The little girl pouted and said, "What kind of princess? I don't want to be a princess. I don't have such a father. It's troublesome to eat like nobility. I don't want to learn like them." Her words stunned everyone. Rob asked, "What's wrong with your father? Why don't you recognize him as your father?" The little girl snorted and refused to say anything. All of them had no choice but to keep silent. But now they understood that every family had its own problems. No wonder she, as the princess of a kingdom, dared to go to the Church of Light to be a heretic judger and to assassinate the important political ministers of West Gran. The story might be a little long. At this moment, a huge group suddenly appeared on the road outside the chapel. The 2 leading the group were the royal merchants. The 2 of them bowed at the door of the chapel. "Godfather, good evening." Rob smiled and said, "Good evening. What have you brought here? I see that there are many caravans behind you. The scale of this trip is not small." They muttered awkwardly, "Those who are lucky are in the coffins. Dead." While they were talking, someone lifted a partition of a caravan. Sure enough, there was a coffin inside. There are nearly 200 coffins, and each coffin contains an ice-sealed corpse. The Queen said that these are people you promised to help her revive. Rob immediately realized that these were the important politicians who had been assassinated by the big lowly. Nearly 200 frozen corpses were placed in Rob's yard, which made them lose their appetite immediately. Rob recognized one of the dead bodies at a glance. It was the dead body of Count Amos, the one who was killed by a big lowly in the secret alley. Together with him, there were the bodies of dozens of guards, and even the dead body of the prostitute he was involved in. Seeing the body of this prostitute, Rob sighed slightly. This was rare. The Queen even remembered such an insignificant prostitute. He had thought that she would deliberately ignore such a person. From this point of view, the Queen loved the citizens of the Kingdom of Gran very much, and even treated the prostitutes equally. "I did promise to help her resurrect these people, but you deliberately chose to bring so many corpses at my dinner time. Don't you think it's too fastidious?" Embarrassed, they muttered, "The Queen has a special request. They must be sent to you at this time, because she is about to call you." "What?" Rob turned his head and saw that the crystal ball on the stone table was shining. As soon as he answered the phone, he saw the Queen sitting upright opposite him, with a very serious look on her face. "Mr. Rob, I'm here to supervise you to fulfill your promise." Nearly 200 of my citizens were killed by Russ. If you can save them, the matter between me and her will be over. If you can't, please give me Russ." The little girl, who was eating steamed fish, jumped up and wanted to draw her sword, but when she thought that her opponent was on the other side of the crystal ball, it was useless to draw her sword. She had to point at the crystal ball and said angrily, "Traitor! Bastard from the Church of Darkness, go to hell." The queen didn't want to talk to her at all. She just looked at Rob and said, "Nearly 200 people. Can you really revive all of them?" Speaking of this, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on her face. "None can be exempted. All of them must be revived. It's hard, isn't it? If you can't do it, you can choose to give Russ to me." "Huh, why didn't you forget the corpse of a prostitute? It turns out that you didn't care about the people, but to make it more difficult for me. After all, you still want to get the Princess of East Gran." Human beings were very complicated. But people's thoughts were more complicated. The queen was a typical complicated woman. This woman would always change Rob's opinion of her at critical moments, as if telling you with her own behavior, women are fickle. Rob had just praised her for taking care of the people, but he was immediately slapped hard in the face. For a long time, this woman did not care about the people, but just to embarrass him. After all, the Princess of East Gran would become an important strategic weapon once she got her, which would be a great headache for Mandra in foreign affairs. The queen wouldn't give up so easily. Rob smiled at the crystal ball and said, "You want to give me a hard time, don't you?" The queen didn't budge at all. "Yes. Don't you believe that I can't easily resurrect 200 people?" "No, I believe you are capable enough." The queen's face remained unchanged. "But it won't hinder me from making more trouble for you. I'm also interested in your maximum strength. I really want to know under what circumstances you can be forced to look up at the sky and say, 'I can't do it.'" "Rob, what the hell, woman?" The queen, humph. "What?" Rob said, "Forget it. I have to do what I have promised you. Whether you make trouble or not, I will revive these people. So there is no problem with what you do." The queen smiled. The big loli next to him jumped over and said in surprise, "Are you really going to bring these people back to life?" "Yes." Rob said, "Well, don't you believe that I can do it?" The little girl said, "I just want to protest. I've been lurking on Bright Road for nearly 2 months, and I've tried my best to gather information. It took me 9 cattle and 2 tigers to kill these people. I've cut off their evil wings, and opened up a road for the light. Now you actually say that you want to revive them. How crazy are you? I advise you not to go further and further on the dark road. Go back to the shore." Rob was speechless. "Forget it. I'd better ignore this big loli. She can't catch the point at all." He turned his head to look at the large pile of ice blocks in front of him. These ice blocks were all made of magic. There was no need to wait for them to melt naturally or roast them with fire. All he needed to do was to do them in a group. And with a splash, all the ice blocks disappeared without a trace and turned into a large pile of corpses. Then he was about to come back to life. The queen was sitting upright in the crystal ball, waiting to watch a good show. In fact, the big loli and Suafa beside him were all wide open, waiting to see the fun. In their opinion, no one could easily resurrect so many corpses, even holy beings couldn't. Should they just wait and see how he revives them one by one? How much magic would it take? No one in the world could do it. While Rob was thinking about which magic to use, he suddenly saw that little E came back with the 2 light nuns, followed by a large number of people, Chief Elsie, the prison guards, and even the nobles. It turned out that the carriages that had just arrived at Westwind Town and passed through the street were all carrying coffins. It was impossible not to be eye-catching. The townsmen immediately knew that something big was going to happen here, so a large group of people who liked to watch the fun instantly came. Hearing the news, little E and the 2 nuns came back in a hurry. When the crowd saw Rob standing in front of a pile of corpses, they could roughly guess what he was going to do. They were surprised. Although they knew that Godfather was very powerful, it was still too difficult to revive so many corpses at a time. It was completely against the heavens. It was impossible. On the hillside, on the trees, and on the periphery of the chapel yard, there were a lot of people, and their heads were stretched out for a long time. However, Little E walked up to Rob and asked worriedly, "Can you really do that? Too much? Will you run out of your great strength?" At that time, it was Little E who said that she wanted to keep Russ. She knew that Rob wanted to save the princess of East Gran. Otherwise, the princess had nothing to do with Rob. Now that she had seen so many corpses in front of her, she realized how difficult it would be for Rob to do the next part. At the sight of Little E, a bold plan suddenly flashed through Rob's mind. He chuckled and said, "Little E, I originally felt that it would be difficult, but since you're back, I think it's very simple." "What?" "Your resurrection technique is too advanced." "I can't help you at all," said Little E. "You can." Rob talked nonsense seriously. "Can you sing a holy song?" "A holy song? I know a lot of songs." "They are all holy songs," said Little E. Rob said, "It's that song. Let me sing a song for you. Listen to it, hallelujah, hallelujah." As soon as the song started, Little E understood immediately. "Oh, I can sing this song. This is a classic song in the scripture, called Praise the Lord." Rob smiled and said, "Okay. You can sing this song later." "What's the point of singing this song?" Rob pretended to be mysterious and said in a low voice, "It's none of your business. All you need to do is to stand in front of the pile of corpses and sing this song. By the way, when you sing, open your arms and look up at the sky, as if you are praying devoutly to the sky." Little E's cold face was filled with confusion, but she had to agree to Rob's request. After all, it was not difficult to sing, especially the song. She was not shy, and no matter how many people there were watching, she could sing it calmly. Rob said to the two girls next to him, "Go play the organ and for Little E." The two girls immediately received the blessing of a king and ran into the chapel and carry out the huge pipe organ. Then the two girls sat side by side in front of the pipe organ. Get ready to see them come back to life. Rob said to all the people who were watching the fun, "Everyone knows that the Church of Light and Darkness can only resurrect the dead one by one, and it takes a lot of magic to resurrect once, so they can't use the second time in a short time. Therefore, whether it is the Church of Light or Darkness, they don't have the ability to resurrect so many people at once." Of course everyone knew. Rob changed the topic and said, "But Little E's new Church of Light can do it. Because the new Church of Light is truly recognized by the God of Light. Now is the time to witness a miracle." "Nonsense, crazy man." The little girl protested, "The Church of Light is the one that has been recognized by the God of Light. You are a crazy church." However, no one answered her. Get ready to see them come back to life. Rob snapped his fingers, applause, music. Everyone was speechless. Silence, eerie silence. Rob was speechless. Well, people in this world do not understand. Little E, start singing. The two girls looked at each other and put their hands on the organ at the same time. Only in this way could they make the most rich sound and play the most powerful music. Soon, the music began. They heard the music thousands of times, and they even memorized you. Little E stood straight, raised her hands and raised them to the sky, making a gesture of hugging the sky. Following the rhythm of the music, she sang loudly, "Hallelujah! Hallelujah! 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 Hallelujah!" As soon as the song was sung, all the town citizens present began to believe in the new Church of Light, Church of Darkness, and Old Church of Light. They couldn't help but echo it at the same time. It turned out that the song was not only the song that the Church of Light often sang, but also the song that the Church of Darkness often sang. It was a song that praised the god regardless of the difference. Anyway, no matter what kind of person you want to praise, you can sing it. The Queen, the Big Lowly, Elsie, number 8. Almost everyone was humming to the music. In the majestic music, everyone was wondering, what the hell? Why did she suddenly sing? What did this have to do with resurrection? At this moment, Rob quietly approached the back of Little E and raised his hand. A golden light burst out from his body, so dazzling. Even with Rob's great power, this magic still needed to use a full 10% of his MP value, which was equivalent to late-game magic. This kind of magic in the game, of course, should be combined with the most gorgeous and the most beautiful 3D animation. Countless golden lights constantly came out of Rob's body, gushing out, and bathed the whole new church of light in the golden light. All the people around and all the corpses were also surrounded by the golden light. The Queen on the crystal ball was almost dazzled because of the reflection and concentration effect of the crystal ball. The 3D animation was combined with the music of the organ and the singing of Little E. It made the whole world seem to be shrouded by Hallelujah. All of a sudden, a beam of light shone down from the sky. Oh, no, it was not a single beam of light, but countless beams of light. Each beam of light was aimed at a corpse, and there were nearly 200 light pillars. Since many corpses overlapped, these golden pillars were also merged together, forming a huge and unparalleled light pillar. In the light, an angel with white wings spread her wings and flew down, dropping its feather. Then another angel, in a blink of an eye, there were angels all over the sky. Oh my God! Russ couldn't resist such a scene. She suddenly knelt on one knee, with her hands on her chest, and looked at the sky with devout eyes. Raphaela. Many Raphaelas. The scene of Raphaela all over the sky flashing with golden light was too shocking. Everyone was affected by this scene. The townsmen knelt down one after another. Even Mr. Elsie knelt down, but no one noticed that the one he knelt down to was not an angel from the sky, but Rob. The Anthem of the Heavens. A group resurrection technique. The pile of corpses began to move. One of the corpses opened his eyes first, looking at the surroundings in a daze. He even reached out his hand to touch himself 2 times, and then touched the other corpse beside him 2 times. Suddenly, he found the picture of Raphaela spraying birds' feathers all over the sky. This was not a small surprise. He jumped up and knelt down immediately because of the holy song, Raphaela and the golden light. Then, the other corpses also stood up and knelt down, one after another. Nearly 200 corpses stood up and knelt down. Afterward, no one was found dead on the ground. It was not until then that the Raphaelas in the skies finally threw out a handful of bird feathers, and then bowed to the magician on the ground. Then they turned around and rushed to the clouds, sweeping through the clouds and disappearing without a trace. Then the golden light column disappeared, and the golden light all over the sky disappeared. Only the sound of Little Ye's singing, organ and thousands of townsmen singing were still echoing. The Queen on the other side of the crystal ball was also shocked with her mouth wide open. She couldn't close her mouth for a long time. After a while, she sighed slightly and said, "I'm tired. That's it for today." She hung up the phone. Rob didn't say anything more. He just turned around, returned to his stone stool, sat down, and continued to have dinner. Yes, he hadn't finished his dinner yet. It was all the Queen's fault. She insisted on sending the dead to him at dinner. He had lost her appetite badly just now, but now his appetite was better. At this time, a large number of townsmen came to the side of Little E. It was obvious that some of them had made a mistake about who had released the spell. They had thought that it was mainly due to the contribution of the song that Little E had sung, because when Rob released the resurrection technique, he had barely moved. Some people hadn't even seen Rob make a move. They had thought that Little E had such a powerful strength. In an instant, many people who didn't believe in the new Church of Light had become interested in it. In their eyes, it was a much stronger church than the Church of Light and Darkness. Of course, Elsie knew everything. He said that he would continue to kneel down to Rob and would not collude with others. The little girl who had been accusing the new Church of Light loudly also followed the crowd and worshipped little E. She shouted, "Rafaela, there are so many Rafaela. I have joined the Church of Light since I was a child, but I have never seen so many Rafaela. Sure enough, the Church of Light is a fake. The new Church of Light is truly recognized by the God of Light. I also want to join the new Church of Light. I want to follow the real God of Light." Hearing this, Rob couldn't help but burst into laughter. How dare this guy claim to be devout? Wasn't she just a little girl who was easily fooled and ran away with bad guys? The big lowly heard Rob's sneer. She turned around and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Rob immediately put on a serious face and said, "I'm not laughing at all." The big lowly squinted. Rob looked seriously. The little girl lowered her head and began to think seriously. After thinking for a while, she suddenly raised her head and said, "Shrill lightning. Take. Why did you suddenly attack me?" The little girl said angrily, "I don't know why, but I just want to kill you. Anyway, you can withstand it." "Hey, I don't think it's a good idea to attack people if they can withstand it." Rob protested, "You are not just a believer of the God of Light. You are like a true believer now." "Yes, I have to take the responsibility of a true believer." The big lowly jumped up with a brush, raised her sword high, and shouted at the crowd, "You just saw it, right? The new Church of Light is truly recognized by the God of Light." There were so many angels surrounding little E. No one can doubt her position in the heart of the God of Light. You can trust the new Church of Light. If anyone doesn't believe it, I will kill him. Bang! Rob gave her a violent shudder on the head and said, "What are you talking about? It's forbidden to attack people of different belief in this town. Even if you punch with your fist, you have to use a ceiling fan. If you cut with your sword, I'll hang you on the ceiling fan for a whole day. But I'm a heretic judger. My duty is to kill those who don't believe." The little girl clapped the sword in her hand and said solemnly, "From now on, I will be the heretic judger of the new Church of Light. My job is to kill those who don't believe in the new Church of Light." "Rob, don't talk nonsense until you see clearly the teachings of the new Church of Light." "Right. I should read the teachings first." The little girl revealed a devout light. "I'm the most devout believer. Of course, I have to recite the true teachings of the God of Light." She suddenly rushed to little E and shouted, "Sister, please show me the new Bible of Light. I'll read it carefully and memorize it carefully." Rob was speechless. At this time, those resurrected nobles also figured out what was going on now. They told them what had happened after their death, and then came to Rob together. They were not ordinary officials. Among them, there was a marquis, several earls, more children, and more men. They were all real senior officials and nobility. This group of people were not stupid, and they would not think that little E had revived them like ordinary people did. They were very clear who had brought themselves back to life. They walked up to Rob and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving our lives, Godfather from Westwind Town." Rob smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. It's just a political deal. The one who you really need to thank is your queen." The nobles bowed and said, "Although it's a deal, we can't find the second person in the world who has the ability to revive so many people at the same time. Without Godfather, we will really die, or we will be reincarnated like number 32 and become undead. We will remember your kindness." Rob smiled and said, "You don't have to say these nice words. Just think about whether there is any actual operation that can be done. For example, you can do some business in Westwind Town, find some goods and buy something. In this way, you can repay my kindness." The nobles were embarrassed. They thought, I've heard that Godfather in Westwind Town is a profit-oriented businessman. The most important thing is to do business. Sure enough, he is good at doing business. Although the nobles were complaining, for the sake of Rob reviving them, they had to deal with it. They immediately expressed that they were willing to do some good business. Rob smiled and said, well, since you are all here, why don't you form a sightseeing team of Westwind Town and tour my town? Maybe you will burst out some ideas while walking around? The nobles thought it over and agreed. They had heard of the name of Westwind Town for a long time, and there were all kinds of interesting things sold to Bright Road continuously. If they walk around carefully, maybe there is something that can be picked up. Whoever was the first to find a business opportunity would earn a lot of money. This group of nobles had been in the center of politics and economy for a long time, and their insight was higher than that of the group of nobles like Newlyn. They were confident that they would discover something very powerful that no one else had discovered. The group of nobles set out. When they walked out of the chapel, the first thing they saw was a long river. Because Rob was going to fish, the river was next to the chapel. The nobles could see at a glance that many small grids were drawn on both sides of the river. A fish pond? A nobleman immediately came to his senses and said, it's good to raise fish in this way. It's equivalent to letting the river raise fish by itself. Just a little feeding will make them much bigger than the fish growing up naturally in the river. I think it's possible. It's hard. We don't have such good steel. A nobleman said in a low voice, look at that steel net. It's very expensive on Bright Road. A noble whispered, I have a detection skill. I just looked through my range of 3,000 yards and saw a big smelting furnace in front of the town gate. It seems to be a place for refining iron and steel. Let's go and have a look. The Godfather said that we can talk about all the industries we like. Your skill is really convenient. Then let's go and have a look. My family happens to have a private iron mine. The nobles walked forward excitedly. At this time, a noble felt a little hungry again. While walking, he looked around the roadside, trying to find something to fill his stomach. He looked around and saw a middle-aged woman's explosive chicken stall. The middle-aged woman wrapped the chicken with powder and fried it in soybean oil. Her cooking method seemed to be a little similar to the fried chips, but he knew that the chicken must have been specially treated, so it couldn't be so simple to just do it like this. He walked to the chicken stall and threw out a handful of coins. Give me some. The middle-aged woman quickly handed him a fried chicken leg. The noble put it into his mouth and his eyes lit up. The fried chicken tasted good, and the key point was that it was very strange. No one had brought this kind of food from Westwind Town to Bright Road before. For something like this that others did not have, he could make a lot of money for himself. The noble was completely touched by the smell of the chicken. He smiled at the middle-aged woman and said, what did you do? Can you sell it to me? I will give you a large sum of money. No way. The middle-aged woman shook her head decisively and said, this is the explosive chicken invented by Godfather. Except for his maid, I haven't taught anyone else. Because I am the aunt of that maid, I got this method from her. You can sell it to me secretly, Godfather doesn't have to know. No way. The middle-aged woman shook her head firmly. I'm already the one Godfather hates most in Westwind Town. I can't do something more annoying to him. The noble thought for 2 times and said, well. How about this? We both earn money. We'll build a high-end explosive chicken shop on Bright Road. The price will be 10 times higher. After making money, I'll get 70%, and you'll get 30%. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, it's useless for me to get so much money. My life is very stable now. The nobleman chuckled and said, you can't say that. Money is a good thing, and it can be used to do many things that you can't do. I heard from you just now that you have a niece who is a maid in Godfather's family, right? Think about it carefully. If you have money, you can buy your niece back and let her stop being a servant and regain her freedom. Isn't that good? Eh? The middle-aged woman was stunned. Why did she sell Lillian? Because her husband died and she was a widow, it was difficult for her to live on. She didn't expect that things would go on like this. Her brother and his wife had died, and only Lillian was left alone. 2 days had passed. She couldn't even support herself. How could she support a niece? In desperation, she had no choice but to sell Lillian to Pobo. After doing this, there was more or less a touch of uneasiness and pain in her heart. When she dreamed at night, her conscience would inevitably be questioned. However, she didn't know how to make up for it. Now, after hearing what the noble said, she seemed to have suddenly found a way to redeem herself. She jumped up and said, "Can I really make a lot of money? Hundreds of gold coins? No, thousands of gold coins. My niece is Godfather's favorite maid. I don't know how much money he needs to sell her to me. If we don't make enough money, she won't be able to be bought back." The nobleman smiled and said, "Thousands of gold coins are not a big deal. Bright Road is very big, and there are many people. You can't imagine that if you give each of them a chicken drumstick, 100 gold coins will be easily obtained. If you sell them more, your niece can be bought back." The middle-aged woman pulled a long face and said, "Me 4, you 6. Deal." The next morning, as soon as Rob got up, the nobles came to say goodbye to him. Yesterday evening, they went around Westwind Town and found a lot of business worth doing. It had to be said that Westwind Town was a magical town. Although the Queen had been trying her best to steal things here, there were still many strange things that hadn't been completely stolen, which were usually some little things that Rob wanted to do on a whim. After he finished, he threw it away casually. Just like Lillian's aunt, he had already forgotten about it. But in the eyes of the nobility, this skill was very amazing. He picked up Lillian's aunt like a treasure. It was easy to find a lot of similar things in Westwind Town. Even Rob himself had forgotten what he had invented. The nobles found some gifts and went back. Rob waved his hand to send the nobles away. When he turned around, he saw Lillian sitting next to him with a pout, looking a little depressed. "What's wrong, Lillian? Is there anything bothering you?" No, Lillian didn't dare to tell Rob that her aunt was going to Bright Road with the nobility, because she knew that Rob hated his aunt the most. Rob didn't like to hear a word about that woman. Her aunt came to the church kitchen early this morning and secretly told her that she was going to open a shop on Bright Road, would come back after a long time. Lillian persuaded her not to go, but her aunt had made up her mind. She just asked her to take good care of herself and left resolutely. Although that woman didn't treat her well, she was Lillian's only family in the world. Her leaving made Lillian feel melancholy. Rob gently touched her head and said, "If you are unhappy, just tell me. I can help you solve it." "No, really." Lillian shook her head and said, "Master, go to school now. I'm really fine." "Okay." Seeing that she didn't say anything, Rob didn't know how to ask. This girl was always obedient to him and never hid anything from him. Now that she was unwilling to tell him something, it must be impossible for her to say it. There were always one or two things that people didn't want to tell others, so he decided to respect her. As soon as Rob turned his head, he saw the little girl rushing out of the chapel. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was holding the huge new Bible of light in her hand. While walking, she muttered, "You have the freedom to believe or not, and you have the freedom to join and withdraw at any time." Rob waved at her and said, "Hey, Russ, are you reciting the new Bible of light?" "Yes." The little girl was actually very serious. She said seriously, "I have found a church blessed by the true God of light. Of course I have to study hard." Rob smiled and said, "So you are still a good child who studies very hard? What makes you think that I don't study hard?" The girl said proudly, "I've worked very hard since I was only 10 years old. I've mastered all kinds of holy skills. Wow, that's awesome. Rob said, I haven't even registered when I was 10 years old. What? Nothing. The little girl suddenly pouted and said, but I have one thing that I don't understand. Rob smiled and said, tell me. The little girl said, according to the new Bible of Light, others have the right to believe us, and also have the right not to believe us. We have to work in peace and justice with the different churches and differing beliefs, seeking the same but creating differences. Rob said, isn't that good? It's true that everyone is good. What objection do you have to this? I have no objection. Since it is the teachings of the God of Light, of course I will listen to it. The little girl pouted and said, I'm just thinking, since there's no need to kill heretics, what's the use of me, a heretic judger? You don't need to beat others, but that doesn't mean you don't need to protect it and yourself. Russ, are you interested in becoming a guardian of light? Guardian of light? What is that? Asked the little girl. Rob said in a serious tone, if someone bullies us and forces us to believe in his or her church, at that time, in order to protect our faith from being used by others, we need to fight for our freedom, and we need you for that. The little girl smiled and said, if I kill all the people from other churches, no one will force me to change my faith. Rob, damn it. There was no reason to argue with this crazy girl. Rob had to shout, Little E, where is she? Come out and take her away. Little E rushed out of the chapel, grabbed the big lowly's hand and pulled her into the chapel. Come here. I think I have to tell you again what is kindness, integrity, tolerance and love. The little girl talked nonsense to Rob, but she was obedient to Little E. Yesterday evening, the song of the heavens was so shocking that the little girl now completely regarded Little E as the emissary of the God of Light. She didn't dare to be disrespectful to her and obediently followed her away. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Rob couldn't help but shake his head. A little girl who had been brainwashed by the church since childhood was really terrible. He really hoped that everyone could enter a world of thinking with their own brain as soon as possible. However, Rob was very clear that in the Middle Ages where people's intelligence hadn't been fully developed, due to the lack of scientific technology and the lack of education, all kinds of supernatural phenomena could not be explained. Except for following faith, stupid people could not develop their own thoughts. Now, it was still too early for that day. What's more, there was magic in this world, so maybe there really was a god in the sky. Because of magic, it seemed that there was nothing wrong for people to believe in gods. The key point was that Rob had to teach them to understand that gods were gods and you were you. You didn't have to listen to God in everything. The most important thing was to use your own brain to think about things, whether good or bad, and not to be used. A few days later. On Bright Road, in a luxurious mansion, in the basement, several masked men were whispering around a candle. One of the masked men said in a low voice, according to reliable information, Her Highness has been captured in Westwind Town. Another masked man followed, yes, several of our spies have found out about it. The masked man who had spoken before said, I have saved this troublesome princess once. I didn't expect her to refuse to stop. She always makes trouble everywhere. A masked man asked, should we find a way to rescue her? Of course. The masked man who had spoken before said, although she likes to be mischievous and the king doesn't like her very much, she is a princess after all. As long as we still work for East Gran, we can't turn a blind eye to her. It's really troublesome. Another masked man said, it's very dangerous for us to hide here in Bright Road and pretend to be the queen's subordinates. We may be exposed and killed at any time, and we have to deal with this capricious princess. If we expose our identity in order to save this idiot, it's not worth it. It can't be said that she is completely useless. The masked man who had spoken before said, although she is mischievous, she still killed many ministers and cut off many queens' wings. It will play a certain role in the future war. Just as they were talking, an assassin in black jumped in from the window and knelt on one knee. My lords, those ministers who were killed by the princess have come back to life. They have just entered Bright Road from the west gate and are going to report to the Queen. What? The masked men in the room were all stunned. The assassin said in a low voice, "The Queen sent their bodies to Westwind Town, and Godfather in Westwind Town brought them back to life. Not only them, but also their followers, and even the prostitute who was a good friend of Count Amos, were brought back to life. Now at the Westwind Gate, Count Amos is fighting with his wife." Speaking of this, the assassin raised his voice and said, "Why are you still alive? Why were you killed for prostitution? It's the most ridiculous way to die in the entire kingdom. You're making a fool of yourself now. Marrying a guy like you. I was really blind. You can live with this prostitute for the rest of your life. I'm going back to my parents' house." The masked men were rendered speechless. It was eerily quiet. After a long time, the masked man cleared his throat and said, "She was so happy." The woman's face turned yellow from anger and went back to her mother's house, but now, she has more freedom in the future. The other masked man took a deep breath and said, "Your way of thinking is so fresh and refined." Ahem. The leading masked man coughed and said, "Can you get to the point? What were you talking about?" The masked men hurried back to the point. The masked man in the lead said, "The assassination of Her Highness was all in vain. The ministers have come back to life. The strength of West Gran is not damaged at all. On the contrary, because of the technology taught to the Queen by Godfather, she is developing day by day. Her strength is increasing every day. If he continues to do so, we can't just sit by and watch the situation go on like this." Another masked man said, "Then what should we do? Organize an assassination again? It seems meaningless. The dead people are sent to Westwind Town and will come back alive soon. Then our assassination will become a joke." A masked man asked, "So far, do we have to kill Godfather from Westwind Town first? How could that person be so easy to kill?" The masked man in the lead said, "It's not that you haven't seen the intelligence. That guy easily captured the assassinating squad sent by the Desert Kingdom, and even defeated a big army of the Desert Kingdom on his own. How can we kill him? Then what can we do?" The leading masked man in a deep voice, "There's no time. On one hand, send someone to Westwind Town to save the princess, and on the other hand, inform the king to start a new war as soon as possible. Before the Queen starts to fully operate what she has learned from Godfather and the gap between the kingdom's strengths hasn't been widened, we have to take over Bright Road and kill the Queen, then the matter will be solved. Bright Road is not that easy to fight." A masked man said. The leading masked man gave a sinister smile and said, "Don't worry. We have new reinforcements." He pointed to the north, which was the direction of the Black Pine Mountain Range. "In the deep mountains, there is a powerful army who can be our support." May passed quickly. At the beginning of June, the temperature began to rise significantly, and the last batch of spring potatoes in the field had been harvested. The harvest of all the spring potatoes meant that the kingdom's food reserve had reached a very safe amount all of a sudden, and this often meant that a war was coming. In a sunny morning, Rob walked on the streets from the royal palace to the school and felt a different atmosphere. People were whispering everywhere, "Is Mandra coming? Well, it's almost done. We have finished collecting all the spring potatoes, and so has Mandra. Now that we have enough food, we are going to fight. Her Majesty, does she still want to fight? She still wants to take back East Gran. Well, it's good to fight. Only in chaotic times can we make money." A strong man patted the scabbard on his waist and said, "It's time to make money again." Huh. Rob couldn't help but turn around and sighed, "There's going to be a battle again. I don't like seeing battles the most." Suafa knew that he was not lying. This man was really kind, but she did not have the same thought. She said coldly, "But I don't mind fighting. As an assassin, I can only play my greatest value in war." "Oh, so you are really crazy about your career?" Rob said, "I've already transferred you to a maid. Hurry up and adapt to your new identity. Suafa didn't say a word. It was obvious that she didn't like to be a maid. The two of them walked to the school and passed through the playground. Several girls ogled at him. It turned out that when the dormitory incident happened last time, all the students of the school were gathering on the playground. However, after what happened in the dormitory, Madeleine rushed into Rob's dormitory quickly, and then rushed out to inform the Queen, and blocked the dormitory all night, which made a big mess. Rob couldn't hide the truth that he never went out to have fun every day. All the teachers and students in the school knew that he was not going out to have fun. Instead, he studied making magic items in the magic school in the daytime and went back to Westwind Town to learn wind magic with Godfather in the evening. In an instant, Rob's status changed from a king of prostitution to a good man misunderstood. This kind of reputation that was misunderstood and then clarified was restored. It was more likely to cause a topic and be liked than it had been from the beginning. Just like an ordinary good woman, no one praised her. But if a prostitute followed the example, she would be praised by a large group of people. After that incident, Rob instantly became the most popular boy in the School of Magic, #1 in the top 10 students, the most promising young man, boy that girls wanted to marry the most, strength in making magic items and the magic strength of the same age. He was the top in a lot. He really couldn't keep a low profile. Every day after school, when he passed the playground, he would receive a large group of women's ogling. Several girls secretly put love letters on his desk, and there were always girls peeking at him in the distance. When he turned his head, a girl would quickly turn her eyes away with a red face. Wow! The school seemed to have become interesting. As soon as he stepped onto the playground today, a beautiful girl with gold and silver threads on her stockings waved at him and said in a charming voice, "Rob." Rob turned around and recognized at a glance that it was the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain. No, she was the most beautiful girl of the school. There are many boys chasing after her. Even Canty and George are her fans. Although Rob didn't like her, he didn't hate her. Since she treated him well, he had to treat her well as well. He smiled and said, "Hello, daughter of the Lord Chamberlain. Wow, how could you call me in this way?" The beauty felt a little hurt. How could he not know her name? Was there any mistake? "I'm the campus belle." But, forget it. It means that he never asks about the names of the girls in the school like ordinary boys. This is also a good quality. She smiled brightly at Rob and said, "Do you want to go to the mountain outside the city to have a walk after school?" Rob said, "As you know, I will go back to Westwind Town to learn wind magic after school. I don't have time to go on an outing." The beauty smiled and said, "I know. You are very busy, but you can't be as busy as before. You need to relax occasionally." Rob shook his head, "No." When he was about to say no, a boy behind him suddenly rushed out and said in front of him, "Of course. We will go there on time." It was Canty. He was drooling at the beautiful woman and winking at Rob. Obviously, he meant he had to agree. Rob was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. He put his hand on Canty's shoulder and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Rob, I know you are not interested in this woman, but can you do me a favor? It's very hard to be single. Take me there and let her take a female friend with her. I'll take the opportunity to develop with her friends and get rid of the bill as soon as possible." "Rob, didn't I take you out to have fun? That's different. You can't always solve problems by prostitution. I also want real love. Love is a good thing." Rob was speechless. When he was about to beat these two guys up, George suddenly appeared on the other side. He put his hand on Rob's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Please help her. Let her bring another female friend with her. I also need love." Rob had no choice but to point his fingers at these two goods. He had no choice. These two sand sculptures were his friends, so he had to help them. He turned to the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain and smiled, "It's not a problem for us to go out for the outing, but we two are not very familiar with each other, and it'll be easy for it to become awkward. How about I take a group of brothers and you take a group of sisters? Let's go to the mountain to watch the sunset and hold a barbecue party. What do you think? Okay. The woman agreed without hesitation. It seemed that although she wanted to have a chat with Rob and get close to him, she was afraid of being alone with him. Women were all like this. They wanted to get close to men, but they were afraid something bad would happen. So, a pleasant agreement was made. After school in the afternoon, a large group of boys, a large group of girls and 4 or 5 servants of both sides walked out of the north gate of Bright Road and strolled up the mountain. There was always a kind of hormone in the reunion of young men and women. What was it? The boys desperately sucked up to the girls. As long as they licked fast enough, everything would be ready. The girls, on the other hand, had a noble and calm face, as if they didn't care about the bad boys at all. In fact, they quietly moved in the crowd and approached the boys they liked, giving them a chance to suck up to them, and at the same time, they had to guard against them from sucking up to other girls. The barbecue party was arranged on a precipice facing the west, because this kind of place was most suitable for watching the sunset. The barbecue grill was set up on the cliff, with iron wire net, and a bonfire was lit under it. Then they cut the beef into small pieces and put them on the iron wire net, making a sizzling sound. It was time for the nobles from Westwind Town to behave themselves. Canty took out a bottle of perfume, then took out a brush, dipped it, brushed it on the barbecue, poured some pepper and salt, and handed it to a beautiful girl. Have a taste and see if it tastes good. The girl took the roast meat with a smile. She turned 2 corners in the crowd and found Rob. Mr. Rob, have a taste of this. I just roasted it. I'm very virtuous and good at making barbecue. If you like it, I'll cook it for you later. In the distance, Canty spat out blood and fell to the ground. Rob was speechless. It was embarrassing. Should he eat it or not? Rob was lost in thought. If he hadn't seen the girl's coquettish behavior, he would have eaten it. But after seeing it, he always felt that the roast meat couldn't be eaten, as if it had the bitter and sour taste emitted by Canty. However, when he was in a dilemma, he saw that Canty, who had just spit out blood, got up from the ground, roasted another slice of meat and handed it to another beautiful girl. Have a taste. How's my cooking? This guy is really good at resisting attacks. In that case, I can still eat this. Rob put the roasted meat into his mouth and smiled at the girl who handed the meat to him just now. Canty is good at cooking. Canty's cooking? When the girl heard this, she knew what was going on. It didn't make sense to use the thing the dog gave her to please the Prince Charming. Why was the man's eyes so sharp? She decided to run away as soon as possible. If she stayed here any longer, she would bring disgrace on herself. The group had a good time at the barbecue party. Of course, it was not easy for them to get along with each other. It was complicated and hard to explain. At this moment, a boy shouted, "Everyone, look! There is smoke in the east." The barbecue cliff faced the west, so most people were looking at the west sky, waiting for the beautiful sunset. Basically, no one looked to the east. Hearing this, they turned around to look at the east. Sure enough, there was a black smoke flying into the sky in the far east. Damn it! It's big black smoke. The boy said, "This means that an army has come. There is no other possibility except for it being Mondra's army." Strictly speaking, the dividing line between the East and West Gran was on Bright Road. However, it didn't mean that there was no territory of East Gran in the east of Bright Road. There were several small towns and villages under the control of the Queen, but there was no army in these towns and villages. There were only a few small troops in these towns and villages, carrying beacons. Once they saw the army of Mondra coming over, they would light it up, smoke it, and immediately withdraw to Bright Road. Now that the smoke rose, it meant that the war was about to begin again. Of course, even if the war began, it would not be able to reach their current position in a short period of time. At least, Mondra's army had to attack Bright Road to threaten the mountain where they were now. It was safe here. Humans liked being in safe places. Almost at the same time, the boys present put on a heroic and mighty look and said with incomparable heroism, "Mondra, are you here to ask for a beating?" Ha ha ha. Girls, look carefully. This time we are going to the battlefield too. We will hang the troops he brought and let you see how handsome we are. Rob rolled his eyes and cursed in his mind, damn it. Will you group of idiots die if you don't pretend to be strong in front of girls? Do you dare to go to the front line and say that in the rain of gunfire? Of course, the girls hadn't seen through the inner strength and bluff of the boys. They really thought that the boys were brave. Several women clapped their hands and said, "That's right. We must hit Mondra hard this time." George stood in front of a girl and raised his hand, pretending to be strong. A small fireball was spinning in his palm. He said proudly to the girl, "My fire magic is super fierce. If Mondra comes, see me smash him to death with a fireball for you." The girl clapped her hands and said, "George is so handsome." George burst into laughter. All of a sudden, a frown appeared on Canty's face. He picked up a shield from the ground and tried to block George. With a light sound, his shield blocked an arrow. The arrow failed to penetrate through the shield and was bounced away by the iron shield and fell to the ground. However, the sudden arrow scared several girls nearby to scream at the same time. George's face darkened. He looked in the direction where the arrows were flying. He didn't know what was going on and almost cried out when he saw a large group of orcs coming out of the pine forest. There were at least 100 of them. They had gray-black skin, sharp fangs, shields, swords, and bows in their hands. The arrow was shot by one of them with a bow. It burst into laughter at George. After laughing for 3 times, it lowered its voice and said in a gloomy voice, "Come on, let me see how fierce your fire magic is." George was so frightened that his whole body turned limp. Without thinking, he waved his hand at the orc and threw the fireball in his hand to him. With a light bang, George's fireball exploded on the face of the orc. However, when the dust dissipated, everyone found that the orc was not hurt at all. It opened its mouth, its sharp fangs trembling up and down, and it laughed so much that it leaned back and forth. This is also called a fireball. Ha ha ha. What weak magic power. It can't even damage my face, ha ha ha. Weak human. The orcs came out of the forest and soon formed a half-circle surrounding all the students. These orcs all had a vicious aura. They were typical monsters that grew up under the law of the jungle, full of will to fight, and each of them was like a war machine. But on the other hand, the student side was full of flowers in the greenhouse. It was impossible for them to fight in a battle, and they were even lacking of experience in quarreling with others. They were simply a group of weak people. Novels. The students looked back at the bottomless cliff. When they turned around, they saw a large group of fierce-looking orcs. The girls were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Fortunately, these young noble and rich people must have servants when they went out. Although there were many people like Rob who only took one maid, there were also some people with guards who could beat them. This group of guards immediately jumped out and stood in front of the young noble men and ladies. There were not many people, only 20 people. Compared with the hundreds of troops of the orcs, they were just a weak troop. The orcs could even see who was stronger and who was weaker with their naked eyes. They couldn't help laughing. At this time, Rob was carefully looking at the shape of the orcs, because he knows that normal orcs were very proud of their green skin, which he was familiar with. The orc who shouted, "Beast men will never be slaves," were different. But the orcs in front of him were all gray-black or had gray-brown skin, looking like monsters crawling out of the ground, ferocious. Their eyes were fierce and obscene, showing no sense of honor. He couldn't help but ask Suafa beside him, "What's wrong with these orcs? They seem to be eating people. What else do they look like? They are born to be ferocious, vicious and evil. Rob whispered, well, personality doesn't matter. I just want to ask if the orcs can communicate. Can they be friends? Can they get along with humans like the cats and wolves? Shaking his head, he said, no. It's said that they were born with hatred for humans and elves. As long as they have a little chance, they will let the elves and humans pay for their pain. At this moment, Rob realized that these orcs in front of him were not the green-skinned orcs he knows, but the orcs that he couldn't communicate with. They didn't have a sense of honor, nor were they able to ally with humans to fight against an army. They were the incarnations of evil. Within a few words, the orcs had already completed the encirclement. The nobles were trembling with fear, and the girls were retreating. The boys braced themselves to take 2 steps forward, but they really only took 2 steps, unable to distance themselves from the girls. The 20 guards also felt a lot of pressure. They knew that the orcs were not easy to deal with. The guards did not have the confidence to win, not to mention that there was a huge gap in the number of people now. The other side had about 100 orcs, but only 20 of them are able to fight in their side. There was no way that they could count on the young nobles. The guards shouted, let's fight with all our might to make a way to cover for the retreat of our young masters. Don't talk nonsense. Another guard shouted, how can 20 people make a way out through 100? Don't be too arrogant. They can't just think about escaping by themselves. They have to take out as much strength as they can, or they will all die. Whose guard are you? How dare you talk like that? A noble roared. Mine, said Canty awkwardly. Why are your guards still here? The noble who had spoken earlier roared. People from my Westwind Town are bold, said Canty, shrugging like Godfather. It turned out that the influence of Rob in Westwind Town was not only in the aspect of economy and internal affairs, but also brought some different thoughts. For example, if one became rich through labor, he could become a noble man. Who the hell was born to be a servant? The poor people in Westwind Town were more confident than the poor people in other places. They could see the direction of their lives, and their reverence for the noble elders was naturally a little lower than that of ordinary servants. Raising the shield on his left hand, Canty tapped the surface of the shield with the sword on his right hand. And my guard is right. It's impossible for us to escape with only 20 guards. Our opponents are not weak. If we are not united, we will die. We all have to work hard. Hearing his roar, some sober students immediately understood that if they were not united now, they would only die. Canty said, we are all nobles, and we will inherit the family business in the future. We may even lead an army to fight against the enemy. Cowards. We have to learn to take the lead. After saying that, he strode forward, separated the thin human wall formed by the guards, stood in the front, raised his shield, and shouted, I'll lead. Let's fight together and kill all these brainless orcs. Before he finished his words, an arrow was shot out from the hand of the captain of orcs and hit Canty's waist. He was so focused on talking that he forgot to use the shield to block the arrow. As expected, he was hit by the arrow. He dropped the shield and covered his waist, falling from the sky with a plop. Everyone was speechless. The captain of the orcs burst into laughter. Who on earth is this brainless? The bodyguard quickly dragged his young master to the back and let the girls take care of him. Although Canty was very silly just now, his behavior was unexpectedly not despised by the girls, but got the favor of the girls. After all, other boys were as coward as turtles, and only he dared to fight. Although he looked really embarrassed in the dark, he was handsome when he stood out. The 2 girls quickly squatted down to check Jerry's wound, but after a few glances, they were at a loss what to do. They didn't know whether to pull out the arrow or not, and they didn't know how to deal with the wound at all. On the other hand, the orcs outside were laughing at the weak scumbags as they strode towards the students. The guards in the front row were extremely nervous, and the students behind were extremely flustered. At this time, Canty raised a hand and grabbed into the sky. He said with difficulty, "Rob, we two work together. We are invincible in the world. But now that I'm down, I can only rely on you." After finishing his last words with difficulty, Canty tilted his head. He didn't die. He just foaming at the mouth and fainted. It turned out that the arrow was also poisonous. Although it was not the kind of arrow that would kill him anytime soon, it could make him restless. It seemed that he would really die if he delayed for a while. Rob cursed in his heart, "Damn it. Are you making trouble for me again? You just told me your last words and make trouble for me." Of course, even if he was complaining, he had to save these weak students around him. Especially for Canty, although he was a little sand sculpture, he was good from a friend's point of view. It was necessary to save him. Rob was only thinking about how to save him. Damn it. I can't expose too much of my strength, or it will be difficult to explain clearly. What should I do if I don't want to expose my strength and help these people? Just as he was hesitating, the orcs had already rushed over. The guards in front of him immediately collided with them. It was really a bump. When the orcs rushed forward, they bent their bodies and the shields stood in front of them. They became as hard as cattle. They bumped hard, and the guards knew that they couldn't cut the shields with swords or they would be bounced away. It was very dangerous, so they simply raised their shields and pushed forward. So, with a bang, the shields of both sides collided. Then there was a muffled groan. The guards were hit and flew backwards. Some were flying straight, some were rolling sideways, and some were spinning. The whole sky was beautiful as flying flowers. The thin defense array formed by the guards collapsed into an invisible state in an instant. Rob cursed in his heart, "It's this bad?" The guards collapsed too fast, which made Rob feel a headache. They didn't even give him the time to think about the best solution. Now even the guards have to be saved, or they would all be killed by the orcs in the blink of an eye. By the way, if you don't want to expose your strength, the best way is to mobilize the initiative of these noble young masters and ladies, so that he can give full play to their strength, so that he can attribute the credit to them, and no one will notice his strength. Rob jumped up abruptly and said to the trembling beauty next to him, "I remember you are from the water magic class, right?" "Yes. Yes," the beauty stammered with fear. Rob said, "Give me an ice shield." The beauty did it. Without thinking, she threw an ice shield on Rob. Rob felt the LV.1 ice shield. He turned to another girl and said, "Girl, I remember that you are from the earth magic class. Give me stone skin." The girl didn't have time to think too much. She quickly threw it on Rob's body. Rob shouted, "Guys, give me all your defensive magic." At this time, a man came out and shouted. Everyone could not help but listen to him. In an instant, all kinds of buff magic were added. However, the same magic couldn't be used repeatedly. It could only cover the weak ones with strong power. What Rob hung on his body at last was only a LV.2 stone skin to enhance his physical defense, an ice shield of LV.1 to absorb physical damage, and a flame protection of LV.1 to increase his fire resistance. Other than that, there was no other magic. He couldn't help but secretly scold the strength of this group of students, weak chicks. Fortunately, he had never expected the magic of these scums to have any effect. What he wanted was just a reason to make himself stronger all of a sudden. In order to prevent the orcs from seeing through him, Rob also crazily gave himself slowing debuffs, making him as agile as Canty. Then he picked up the shield of Canty from the ground and shouted, "Guys, I'll go up to attract the attention of the ogres. You put magic behind them, and we'll knock them down by ourselves." George asked, "What should I do?" "No way. The guards can't stop them anymore." The girls screamed. Rob snorted. "Forget it. The most important thing is to calm them down first. I have to make them not so afraid." He strode forward. At this time, the guards in front of him were already in a very dangerous state. One of them was knocked down to the ground. The orc in front of him raised his big axe and chopped it down towards the guard. When he was about to cut the guard in half, he suddenly heard an extremely harsh voice beside him, "Hey, grandson." When the orc heard the voice, he suddenly became very angry. He was so angry that he had to attack the man who called him grandson into 17 or 18 pieces to eliminate his anger. He immediately gave up attacking the guard who was about to be killed and turned to look at the source of the voice. Then he saw Rob. With a shield in one hand and a pile of colorful defensive magic on his body, Rob waved at the orc and said, "Come and hit me. Go to hell." The orc roared and swung his axe at Rob. Rob raised his shield and faced the axe. The noble men and ladies behind were all shocked when they saw this scene. "You are just a magician. Why are you using a shield to block an axe? Can you block it? Do you have that speed and skill?" Sure enough, under the watchful eyes of the students, the orc raised his foot and kicked at the shield in Rob's hand before the axe arrived. Then, the big axe continued to head for Rob's head. Rob deliberately lowered his agility to the same level as that of Canty, so his dodge rate was also very low. He couldn't miss the axe. The ferocious axe slashed hard at the center of his forehead. "Ah!" a boy exclaimed. "Ah!" The Lord Chamberlain covered her eyes and didn't dare to look. "He's dead meat." Several other girls also screamed. Everyone believed that Rob was doomed. However, the result was HP -1. It was impossible for Rob, who has HP 999999, to die. The axe seemed to have hit a stone. The ORC was stunned and confused. Rob laughed weirdly and said, "Lord Chamberlain, your ice shield is so powerful. You have absorbed all the power of this axe." She was stunned. Is my ice shield so powerful? Ha ha ha, I'm so strong." The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain cheered. It was the first time in her life that she had released a useful magic. How could she not be excited? In this regard, the orc was completely stunned after Rob finished his words. The guard who was almost killed by him just now picked up his weapon from the ground and cut it up from the bottom to the middle of its crotch. The orc screamed, threw away the axe, covered it with both hands and squatted down. The guard took this opportunity and beheaded it. "Well done." Rob gave him a thumbs up and said, "Keep going. I'll help others." In just a few seconds, the other guards had already been in danger. After all, a single soldier's combat ability was not as good as their opponents, not to mention, they needed to fight with 20 versus 100. There was really no way for them to win, and they could only be swept down by the other side. Rob looked around and found that there were guards everywhere who were in danger. Now he couldn't use a normal one-enemy provocation. So, facing all the orcs, he shouted, "Hey, grandchildren." The 100 orcs who were besieging the guards all looked at Rob. They didn't know why, but when they heard Rob's annoying voice, anger rose in their hearts. This anger was simply uncontrollable, burning crazily in their hearts, so that they just wanted to kill Rob immediately. Everything was no longer important except Rob. Attack! Kill that idiot! Kill that idiot! Kill that idiot! The orcs roared, giving up the guards in front of them in unison, and rushed towards Rob. Then, knives, swords, axes, hammers. All kinds of weapons of various styles came at him at the same time. Rob was as agile as Canty, so it was impossible for him to dodge so many attacks. Even if he tried his best, he could only avoid 2 knives and 1 sword, and all the other weapons hit him mercilessly. The students who were watching the scene were scared to death. They thought, "I'm afraid I'll be chopped into meat paste. Oh my God. Rob is doomed this time." However, Rob was only surrounded by a large string of -1 -1 -1 -1 -1 -1. He shouted in the encirclement of the orcs, "Wow, who gave me the protective stone skin? It's so powerful that even swords can't cut through it. The ice shield of the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain is so powerful. The flame shield is so powerful that it can block the opponent's flame strike. Rob let out strange screams. The students outside only saw him being chopped by a group of orcs. They could no longer see his body, but they felt relieved when they heard his voice still ringing in the middle. It turns out that our defense magic is so powerful. No, they are not powerful at all. That's right. If these orcs were powerful enough, our defense magic would have been unable to withstand it. The young noblemen and ladies were talking about it. At this time, Rob's shout came from the crowd, "There's nothing to be afraid of these weak orcs. Classmates, stand up and prepare for battle." After he roared, he actually sang a song, "My name is MT. The body of the bronze wall and iron wall. I will fight, I will dodge, and I will guard you with my body. Don't be afraid. I haven't fallen down yet. My sisters and brothers, don't preserve your firepower." Oh, yes. Rob helped us attract the enemy's attacks. We should hurry up to chant. The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain finally came to her senses and mumbled. Then she pointed forward, and an ice arrow flew out from her finger and hit an orc. This scum LV ice arrow was useless in Rob's eyes, but it was a threat to ordinary soldiers. With a click, half of the orc's body was frozen into ice. The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain was overjoyed. My ice arrow is effective. Guys, let's get to work. Magic. Let's do it together. Several girls chanted together. Those orcs were not stupid. When they saw the girls chanting and were about to play magic, they knew that they should turn around and attack these magicians. However, for some reason, they couldn't move. They just couldn't give up on Rob in front of them. If they didn't kill Rob, they wouldn't feel comfortable. If they didn't kill Rob, they wouldn't be able to move at all. As a result, they could do nothing but watch the girls finish their chants and wave forward. All kinds of magic took off. LV.1 Fireball, LV.1 Ice Arrow, LV.2 Falling Stone, LV.1 Wind Blade. The attention of the orcs were completely locked on Rob, and they couldn't turn away from their target. These magic flew from behind, and they couldn't avoid them at all. They had no choice but to be hit. With a crack, an ice arrow froze an orc in half. Bang! A falling stone hit the head of an orc. With a swish, 2 wind blades cut off an orc's waist. Bang! A fireball hit the faces of an orc, but it were unharmed. It turned out that this fireball was thrown by George. In a flash, more than a dozen orcs fell to the ground. The guards, who had been forced into a corner just now regained their spirits and rushed up with their weapons. The orcs surrounded Rob in the core and chopped him randomly. No one outside could see if Rob was safe, but they could hear his funny song all the time. The guards also regained their spirits and swung their swords at the orcs from behind. This was a one-sided slaughter. The orcs were beaten from behind by the guards and students, but they couldn't fight back. All they could think about was to chop Rob and force him to death. Even if a fireball flew over behind them, they ignored it and continued to wave the weapons in their hands. If they didn't kill Rob, they would rather die. Then, they really died. After a while, the battle was over. There were hundreds of dead bodies of the orcs lying on the ground. After all these orcs were killed, everyone finally saw Rob. His upper half of his clothes had been cut into pieces, hanging on his body in pieces. The lower half of his body was a little better. Although his trousers were also broken, at least he had somewhat short pants. He waved at the crowd and smiled, "Your defense magic is so powerful. I thought I was going to die, but I survived with your stone skin and ice shield. Is our magic really so powerful?" The girls were confused and couldn't believe it. But seeing was believing. They all saw how powerful their magic was. They couldn't believe it. It was easy for people to believe in their own strength. Why should they doubt that they were so powerful now? If they really wanted to doubt it, they would suspect that those orcs were very weak. Yes, they must be very weak. Of course, this was only the thought of some people whose magic couldn't even penetrate the skin of an orc. Even the smarter ones were confused. They believed that Rob must have brought some secret weapon to save his life. Maybe it was his magic teacher, the mysterious godfather of Westwind Town, who gave it to him. But since he didn't tell them, it was inconvenient for the girls to force him. By the way, this was not the point. For the girls, the point was that Rob was now topless. As the nobles were very fastidious about etiquette and liked to show off, few of them would go out barefoot. The girls took this opportunity to peep at Rob's figure. They quickly pretended to care about him and coaxed him to come close to see the bare-top man. Wow, the chest muscles, the abdominal muscles, the shoulders, and the back. Ah, what a charming man. The figure made in the game, of course, was perfect. It had the golden ratio, worthy of the universal clothes rack figure. No matter who saw it, had to say that it was great. The girls were not satisfied with just watching. Several girls pretended to see if Rob was injured. They reached out and touched his back. Rob, are you hurt? Is there any place that is not protected by the ice shield and stone skin? Look for it. If there is a wound, it may be effective to put some saliva. You were so heroic just now. You were really handsome. The girls surrounded him for a while. Rob shouted angrily, "Hey! Get out of the way. Canty was poisoned and badly needs to be sent to the hospital. Don't torture him anymore. He will really die from the poison if it is delayed." Oh, right. Canty was poisoned and many guards were injured. Let's hurry back to the city. That's right. It's getting late. If there's still an orc in the forest, it's over. At the thought of this, the girls were terrified. They quickly asked the servants to help the unconscious Canty up. Everyone started to go down the mountain as fast as they could, even without the barbecue grill on the cliff. Everyone moved forward lightly. As for the sunset, who else remembered that everyone was here to see it? The poor sunset had thought that there would be a large group of people to come to see him today, and they were excited to prepare for the performance in the west sky. But now the audience all retreated. He shouted in the sky, "Hey, don't go." However, no one paid any attention to him. There was only the violent evening glow, smiling hideously as it forced towards the setting sun. The group of people silently followed Rob, and the guards were scattered on both sides of the group. They were walking down the mountain at the fastest speed, and soon they turned over a small slope. They could see Bright Road at the foot of the mountain to the south. Bright Road was very beautiful under the setting sun. However, in the east of this beautiful city, an army had already gathered. The big army was under the banner of Mondra's knights, and almost all the 5 major knight teams had come. Oh my God! The war is about to begin. A girl exclaimed, "I hate war." However, the boys had the opposite view. The war was the time when men make successful achievements. Several boys shouted excitedly, "That's great. We are going to fight." Damn it! You were so scared just now that you almost peed. A girl cursed angrily. Then she turned to Rob and said, "You are not included." Rob was speechless. The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain said, "Mondra attacked Bright Road for several months last time, but failed to attack the city wall. It's useless to come again this time." That's right. Where did he get the confidence to attack Bright Road again? When the girls were talking about this, a boy shouted, "Look over there." Oh my God, another group of orcs. The group of people were startled. They followed the direction the boy pointed and saw a group of orcs scurrying out of a forest about 300 yards away from a small hillside. Apparently, the other party also found this group of students at the same time. The orcs had been filled with hatred for elves and humans since they were born. As soon as they saw the human team here, the leading orc immediately waved his hand and pointed at them. Then, the large group of orcs rushed towards the students. "We are going to fight again," the students exclaimed, but this time they were not as scared as before. They had a little combat experience now, although it was a little unreliable. One of the boys said, "Give me stone skin and an ice shield. Let Rob take a rest this time." It turned out that when he saw that Rob had won the favor of the girls after he attracted attention just now, he wanted to go up and perform as well. Rob was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh at him. "If you keep acting like this, you will die." "Why can't I?" the boy said, "They are also stone skin and ice shield. You can withstand them, and so can I." Rob was speechless. Just as he was thinking about how to fool them, a group of black armored soldiers of the Black Earth Knights rushed up from the foot of the mountain. The first one was Duke Madeleine. She wore black armor and regained her fighting posture. She looked valiant and heroic. She shouted from a distance, "Orcs, don't bully weak students. Have the guts to come at me." The head of the orcs turned around and found that the group of humans here were obviously much more difficult to bite. He laughed weirdly and waved his hand. "Kill them first." The orcs rushed over fiercely, and Black Earth Knights was not to be outdone. They roared ferociously and at the orcs. Both sides raised their shields at the same time and collided with each other. The soldiers of the Black Earth Knights were not weak, much stronger than the guards of the nobles. The shield collision was not inferior to the strong orcs. On the contrary, because of their power, the orcs were knocked away. The knights waved their swords and stabbed at the orcs mercilessly. The head of the orcs also waved his huge axe and rushed towards Madeleine. With a wave of her sacred sword a black sword light streaked across the air. The head of the orc froze and then broke into two pieces from the middle. Madeleine kicked away the corpse of the head of the orcs and jumped in front of Rob. "How are you? Are you all right? I heard from the scouts that they found orcs on this mountain and that you went up to see the sunset. I was so scared that I led the army to look for you." The Black Knights had advantage in numbers. They cleaned up the group of orcs as if they were chopping vegetables. In a blink of an eye, the group of orcs was beaten into a mess and fled away. However, Madeleine came to see Rob in a hurry. Seeing that Rob's shirt was completely broken and the guards were carrying the injured Canty, she could not help but be anxious. "How is everything going with you here? We were attacked by the orcs. Canty was injured and poisoned." "Really? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Rob smiled and said, "Everyone gave me a lot of magic to protect myself, so they just broke my clothes." "Oh, it's okay as long as the clothes are broken." Madeleine took out several glass bottles from her pocket, in which there were potions of different colors. She took a bottle of green antidote and poured it into Canty's mouth, and then poured a bottle of red restoring agent into his mouth. Canty's throat moved a little, but he didn't wake up immediately. This was the real world, not a game world. The effect of the drug could not be immediately effective, and it would take a long time for the digestive system to operate. Then the antidote in the blood vessels to neutralize the poison. It was far from being effective as in games. As for the injured guards, they didn't even take the medicine. They could only endure it and go to the temple to find the priest when they returned to the city. Only then did Madeleine have time to talk to Rob. It was not until she finished her words that she realized what had happened. It turned out that not long ago, the beacon tower in the east of Bright Road suddenly lit up and released smoke indicating that the army of Mondra was about to arrive. The Queen announced that Bright Road was on the verge of war. In this case, as the head of the Black Earth Knights, of course, Duke Madeleine had to be busy immediately. She immediately organized the army and set up defenses at the East City Gate. Unexpectedly, when they were setting up the defense, they heard from the scouts that a large number of orcs and all kinds of monster armies came. These armies were very active and might attack Bright Road. Hearing this, Madeleine was shocked. If the monster army and Mandra attacked Bright Road at the same time, it would be really difficult. When she was racking her brains to think about what to do, she suddenly received a message, saying that after school, Rob Smith and a group of students went to the Black Pine Mountains in the north to watch the sunset for a barbecue party. Madeleine was almost scared to death when she heard this. The nobles all took guards with them. It was not a big deal to deal with the monsters in the woods at ordinary times, but this time was different. They just got the news that the monsters formed a joint army and might come to Bright Road. It was a joint army, which could not be dealt with by the guards around the nobles. She didn't know if she could save Rob or not. Anyway, she brought a group of people and rushed up the mountain at a high speed. She cried as she ran. She was very anxious. Fortunately, seeing that Rob and the others were safe, she was finally relieved. At this time, they had finished cleaning up the orcs' bodies, and the Black Knights had all surrounded the young students. At this time, the girls were finally shocked. Only the boy who had offered to attract the attention of the crowd just now felt very regretful. Madeleine said, "Anyway, let's go down the mountain now. No one knows how many monsters are on the mountain now, and maybe there are more powerful monsters. These damn bastards chose to make trouble together when Mandra came. There must be a plot." The students fell silent. Just now, they had said that Mandra was too arrogant to attack Bright Road, and it was impossible for him to succeed. However, they hadn't expected that there would be a scene of the orcs at this time. Even if they were not very proficient in war, they were not stupid. Just thinking about it, they knew that it couldn't be a coincidence. Go down the mountain now. Rob pointed to the east side of Bright Road. Looking down from the mountain, he could see the fight at the East City Gate. Mandra's army should be trying to attack the city. There were many big fireballs flying in the sky, and at this distance, no ordinary fireball technique could be seen. The big fireballs they saw should be burning stones thrown out. Rob said, "In order to save me, you left your duty before the war. The Queen will be very angry if she knows about it." Madeleine screamed and then remembered her duty. She said anxiously, "Oh my God. Elizabeth must be pissed off. Let's go down the mountain." The group of people hurried down the mountain as fast as they could. Rob turned his head and looked up at the mountain. He silently turned on his detection with a 5,000-yard range. With the night vision ability, he immediately found that there were many green heads surging in the forest 2,000 yards away. That was a large group of brothers. Their goal was obviously Bright Road. He looked around and found that the forest was divided into teams of orcs, ogres, and goblins. These monsters were very unorganized when they were marching, unlike humans who could walk into a very orderly marching queue. They were always in a mess and moved forward with their tribes as a single team. That was why they had only encountered two small groups of them. Only in this way could Rob deal with them as he liked. However, when these monsters gathered on the mountain wave north of Bright Road, they would form a very terrifying army. At that time, it would not be easy for Rob to fool them without exposing his strength. They ran as fast as they could to the gate to the north. On the back of a bodyguard, Canty opened his eyes and asked, "Where are the orcs' men?" "Rob, let's kill them all together." Everyone cast a scornful glance at him. Canty looked around and then realized what had happened. He said awkwardly, "Well, put me down. I can walk by myself." After sending Rob and the others to the north gate, Madeleine immediately wanted to run towards the east gate. A guard jumped out and said, "Duke, the army of the orcs is about to arrive at the north gate. Please arrange the preparations for the north gate immediately." Madeleine frowned and said, "Damn it. Mandra is attacking the east gate, and here comes a large group of orcs. What should we do?" The army of Mandra was not easy to deal with. A few months ago, when Mandra attacked the East City Gate, even the Queen went to the battlefield in person and was injured. It could be seen how fierce the war was. In this case, how could they dispatch troops to deal with the orcs? Madeleine frowned and felt very embarrassed. At this time, the battle at the east gate of the city had begun. Just now, on the hillside, she saw big fireballs flying in the sky. Now, after entering the city, she could see them more clearly. Fireballs could be seen everywhere above her head. In the eastern sky, there were a group of griffin and manticore knights fighting in midair. Of course, Bright Road was a large city, which covered a vast area. Although the battle was fierce at the east gate, the impact on the north gate was not very great. At least, she didn't need to worry that a burning stone would suddenly hit her head. At present, the garrison at the north gate of the city and the people who were still active in the city were very relaxed. They didn't know that a huge group of monsters was approaching, and there was no nervous expression on the faces of the people on the streets. Many people didn't even go home, but chatted on the street, expressing optimistic opinions about the war at the East Gate. In their opinion, Mandra was definitely unable to attack Bright Road. Of course, even if it was really captured, the unlucky ones were the nobles. For ordinary people, it was just a change of their flag as the head of the city. Even if the king was replaced, the people's life would not change at all. The poor will still be poor, and you won't become powerful just because you change leaders. Rob also had the same opinion. He didn't care about it. In the eyes of people from the modern worlds like him, this fight for the throne was nonsense. There was no justice or evil in the battle at the East City Gate. It was just a game between two political forces. He didn't want to put his own strength into that kind of battlefield. However, the monsters were different. Their attack on humans could not be attributed to political struggle, but to the war of survival between different races. Once they broke through Bright Road, the people would not face the change of the king's flag at the head of the city, but ruthless slaughter. The poor would then become dead. At this time, Rob would not hesitate to stand on the side of humans, because he himself is a human being, and he would not treat monsters equally. He turned to Madeleine and said, "Miss Madeleine, go to the East Gate right now, you'll be too busy to care about the North Gate. You just have to move some of the mines and firecrackers I invented last time to the North Gate. Let me deal with the monsters of the North Gate with magic items." "What?" Madeleine was taken aback. "No. That's impossible." The scouts reported that a large army of orcs was coming soon, as well as ogres and goblins, and even more powerful monsters. They couldn't be guarded only by some magic item. "I'll go to report to Elizabeth and try my best to send more troops here." Rob nodded. "I think so too, but the orcs have never seen the new magic items before. When they first see them, they will be shocked and too frightened to stop. That is to say, they can hold the orcs to a certain extent only by the magic items. I'm sure that they won't dare to attack the city for a few hours, so you don't have to dispatch too many troops here. It wouldn't be too late for you to deal with Mandra with all your strength before coming to the North Gate." Madeleine took a deep look at him. After a few seconds, she nodded seriously, turned around and ran away. In a flash, she disappeared at the corner of the street. Rob climbed up the city wall and stood beside the guard of the North Gate with a smile. The soldier had already received the scout's report. He knew that the monster army was approaching, so he was very nervous. Seeing that Rob ran to him and smiled embarrassedly at him, he had to return an awkward smile, but the smile was very bitter. "Don't panic." Rob smiled and said, "The main force of the monsters is still far away. There are still more than 3,000 yards left before they arrive. At present, they have only arrived in some small groups. They will not be a danger for the time being." More than 3,000 yards was equivalent to a modern unit of length, which meant it was close to 3 kilometers. It was really a long distance. The city guard was temporarily relieved, but he was still uneasy. After a while, a group of soldiers wearing black armor, led by a Black Earth Knight, came. Rob unexpectedly recognized this knight's face. He was one of the several black knights who had besieged Russ in the alley last time. It seemed that he was a capable subordinate of Madeleine. He led about 1,000 black armored soldiers here. He also brought more than a dozen large cars, each of which was filled with magic items. The small ones were mines, and the large ones were firecrackers, piled up neatly on the cars. As soon as the Black Earth Knight saw Rob, he waved his hand and shouted, "Mr. Rob, at the order of the Queen and Duke Madeleine, I come to the north gate of the city to set up defense against the monster army. The Duke said that you have an idea of how to resist them, please try your best to implement it. I will try my best to support you." The Black Earth Knight's title was not low, but a count. He had just been appointed by the Queen as the general commander of defense at the north gate of the city, but this person belonged to the Black Earth Knights and often worked with Madeleine. He was very clear about the relationship between Rob and his boss, so the general commander immediately showed his attitude. "I support you." Smart. Without any hesitation, Rob turned around and shouted at his soldiers, "Pick up the magic items." First of all, they placed many of the firecrackers or rocket launchers at the top of the city gate, with the mouths of the boxes facing the city. The ancient people were intelligent. Rob only taught them how to make the boxes, but they were inspired by their own thoughts. They also made a base under the boxes, so that the firecrackers could rotate in a small range. As for the mines, it was more interesting. Rob found that these ancient people were extremely smart. Because the trigger mechanism was very easy to make the mines explode accidentally when a soldier carried it, the royal experts deliberately stuck a piece of parchment on the trigger rune, on which a rune was drawn to make the rune ineffective. To put it bluntly, there was an insurance added to the mines. If the paper was not torn up, the mine would not be triggered. When it was necessary to use it, they'll tear the paper and everything would be ready. You are such a smart expert on magic items. I really admire you. Rob gave them a thumbs up and then took a group of soldiers to open the city gate and head out. The monsters hadn't arrived yet, so it was still safe outside the city for the time being. He looked up at the firecrackers at the top of the city gate and estimated their shooting range. Then he led a large group of soldiers who were buried in mines to drill into the nearby hillside, dig, bury, and draw the trigger runes again. The battle at the East City Gate was still going on fiercely. As the battle became more and more fierce, more and more fireballs could be seen flying in the sky. Some of them were the giant stones thrown by the catapults of East Gran, and some were counterattacked by the catapults of West Gran. The burning big stones brushed past each other in midair, and then they said, "Idiot," to each other's stones. The fight between the two was no longer limited in the sky at the East City Gate. The speed of flying was too fast. Once a fierce battle broke out, they would fly all over the sky. Soon the air battle covered the whole city, and the roars of the two could be heard everywhere. From time to time, a knight would fall from the sky and smash into a citizen's house. Then the people in the house screamed and rushed out of the house. A group of medical soldiers will then immediately rush into the house and carried out the corpse of a knight. Rob looked to the east and then saw an angel descending from the sky. He could feel the strength of the angel even if he was far away. However, before the angel could be arrogant for a few seconds, a skeleton dragon rushed towards her. There was a loud bang in the eastern sky. It was Rafaela who used a shield to block the impact of the skeleton dragon. Because the two of them had unparalleled power, each collision would make such a loud bang. Rob thought to himself, the Queen is on the battlefield again. Well, forget it. I'll leave the East Gate alone. The North Gate is going to be lively soon. As soon as he thought of this, he heard a loud bang from the hillside outside the North Gate. The first mine was triggered. The guards on the wall of the North Gate witnessed a beautiful scene. On the hillside right in front of the North Gate, dozens of monsters were blown up by the mine. It turned out that they stepped on a high-level flame explosion spell infused by a royal court magician into the mine. The power of the explosion was far greater than that of the LV-1 magic. The group of orcs who had been hit by the mine flew high and high in all directions. Their postures in midair were so graceful and pleasing to the eyes. The city guards burst into laughter, and even the students like Canty and George who were watching the fun couldn't help laughing. The monsters became nervous at once. Someone shouted, "Watch out for magic arrays." I didn't see magic array on the ground. Stop the army first. Push the crap goblins and let them go the front first. The orc scouts forced the goblins to walk in front. The goblin scouts were unlucky for 8 lifetimes. They not only had to be caught by humans to do hard work and feed spiders, but also had to be caught by them to set up mines and magic items. However, they had no choice. If they didn't listen to them, they would only have a dead end, and if they listened to them, they could also gamble on luck. The brothers spread out their scouts and carefully walked forward. After passing through the forest, they quickly ran down the hill. When they turned around, they shouted happily, "I'm not dead. I wasn't blown up." "Huh." The team of orcs behind them said, "Line up and walk along the path that the brothers walked. That's a safe area." The group of orcs moved forward cautiously along the path that the goblins had walked. Unexpectedly, when they passed through the safe area, something flashed under their feet. Boom! Dozens of orcs in the center of the explosion flew up into the air, and some farther away from the explosion were also sucked in by the power of the explosion and fell down in an instant. With the explosion as the center, they fell out in the shape of flowers. The soldiers on top of the city wall burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's so beautiful." The goblins, who had been there before, were also confused. They thought to themselves, "I was not blown up when I walked here just now. Why were they blown up when they came over?" "Oh, forget it. You told us to clear the mines, but you were blown up yourself. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Go to hell, you stupid orcs." The orcs looked at each other and said, "That's impossible. The goblins just passed through here. There is no magic array here. Why did they explode when we walked over? What magic array? It can't be. General, I picked up a piece of magic fragment. It caused the explosion just now." "Oh? Is it a magic item?" The general said, "Why did the magic item choose to explode us? There is something strange in it. Anyway, pay attention to your feet and don't step on anything strange." The orcs moved forward cautiously. This time, they didn't send any scouts. Anyway, it seemed to be useless to scouts, and there was no effect of clearing at all. She just needed to watch her feet carefully. An orc immediately found that there were traces of digging in the soil in front of him. He shouted, "Attention, the soil in front of us seems to have been overturned. There may be some magic items buried there. Oh, go around that area. From the side." The orcs immediately scattered to both sides and walked around the dug place. However, boom, 2 mines exploded on both sides at the same time, and 2 large groups of orcs were blown up to the sky. On the contrary, the middle seemed to have been dug out and did not explode at all. Damn it! There is a stone buried in that place. It's a fake trap. Why are humans so cunning? In the distance, Rob, who was watching this scene with the detection, almost burst into laughter. Not bad. It was truly the experience of the elders. You will see more interesting things soon. An orc shouted, "Look, I really found a magic item buried here." He pointed at a place where the mine was buried in a hurry. One of the mines was only half buried, and the other half was exposed to the ground, which was easily discovered by the orcs. The general waved his hand and said, "Goblins, go and pick it up gently. If we can take it back to study, it will be a great achievement." Another elder brother was pushed out by the orcs. He looked pitifully at the fierce-looking orcs and knew that he could not resist, so he had to listen to them. He had to walk carefully towards the mine with his trembling legs. He tried his best to comfort himself in his heart that maybe it would not blow up. It didn't blow up when my companion stepped on the mines just now. As he nursed himself with all his strength, he walked to the side of the mine, carefully dug the soil beside it and picked it up. It really didn't explode. Ha ha ha. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha. He was laughing wildly. An orc beside him shouted, "Hey, why is there a line under the mine you dug out?" What? The goblin looked down and found that there was indeed a line under the mine. The line was buried by leaves and no one knew where it would lead to. Just now, he had pulled out a lot of this line. However, it didn't know that there was an insurance connected to the other end of the line, which was the paper that made the runes ineffective. With a pull of the line, the paper had been pulled open, which meant that the hidden mine was unlocked. The group of orcs who were standing aside and watching the lineup felt a huge magic burst out from under their feet. The orcs flew into the air again. Stunned for a while, the goblin said, "Sure enough, this thing only explodes the orcs, not me. Ha ha ha, it doesn't explode me." As soon as he thought of this, the mine in his hand exploded. For a moment, there were explosions everywhere on the hillside opposite the north gate. Sometimes a mine blew dozens of orcs up to the sky, making dozens of them cry. The alliance of the monsters was not organized as a whole, but divided into different tribes. Therefore, a tribe wouldn't gain the experience of another tribe. Every tribe had to take all kinds of evils seriously. The explosion caused the allied army of the monsters to be in a mess. They knew that Mandra beside the East City Gate had already started a fierce battle. At this time, attacking the north gate of Bright Road would get the best result, but they could easily explode at any time, so they did not dare to move forward at the fastest speed. Originally, they were in high spirits and prepared to gather a huge army outside the North City Gate. But now, they were blocked 1,000 miles away from the city. The whole army's movements became as slow as a snail. They could only carefully try to move forward. Seeing what was going on outside the city, the Black Earth Knight in charge of guarding the city couldn't help but feel happy. He turned around and saluted to Rob. "Mr. Rob, the multiple conditions mines you invented is really useful. The first time it is put into actual combat, you got a great result and blew up many orcs. If we want to kill so many orcs in the usual war, it will take us a lot of effort. Many people will be injured or killed in the battle. I didn't expect that we could kill so many without a single soldier today." Rob shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not a big deal to kill a few orcs. The real function of the mine array was never to kill anyway. It's a strategy, and its goal is to slow down the enemy's movement speed." The Black Earth Knight was suddenly enlightened. Oh. The enemy was afraid of the mines, so they moved very slowly. At such a speed, it would take a long time to reach the last 1,000 yards. Their attacking time was greatly delayed, and once the battle at the East City Gate was over, the main force would immediately come to guard the North Gate. That's right. This thing's strategic effect was far better than their tactics. The Black Earth Knight seemed to have learned something and even thought a lot. He would suggest to Duke and the Queen to set a large number of mines outside the Crystal Valley, so that they wouldn't have to worry about the sudden attack of the Desert Kingdom like last time. After a long time, the monster army finally went through the mines with mud all over their faces. They paid the price of nearly 300 lives, and there were more casualties. Of course, in this world of sword and magic, injury was not a big deal. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as he did not die, he could always be revived. Dozens of ogres and orcs kept talking about recovering magic behind the arrays. Their intelligence was very low, and the single healing effect was very poor, but it didn't matter. Anyway, they could be regarded as living physicians. The monsters were always war maniacs who didn't want to die. After passing through the mine area, they finally gathered on an open space between the north gate of the city and the Black Pine Mountains. The size of this army was really not small. Rob glanced around and found that there were about 3,000 or 4,000 orcs and only more than 1,000 ogres. However, there were countless ogres in the forest. Looking around, he was afraid that there were more than 10,000 goblins. Goblins were very timid and despicable creatures. When they were fewer than humans, they would be timid and dare not attack humans. But when they were in large numbers and formed an army, they would become fearless and dare to provoke all kinds of enemies. The Black Earth Knight couldn't help but change his face. Why are there so many brothers? Even if this isn't all the brothers in the Black Pine Mountain, they should be creatures without discipline, and it is almost impossible for them to gather together. Why do they look so harmonious now? Rob said with a smile, generally speaking, there should be something like a Devil King in the depths of the Black Pine Mountain. Tut, 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 or the organization of the monsters can't be so high. The Black Earth Knight seriously considered this question and said, Devil King? That's impossible. The Devil King's city should be far away from the Black Pine Mountain. The Devil King's influence can't be so far away. Rob said, is the way of thinking of a knight so rigid? Can't monsters choose two Devil Kings? There are human kings everywhere. The kingdom of Gran has a queen and a queen, the desert has a king, the kingdom of Norma has a king, the Big Tang has a rabbit king. It's not surprising that there are two Devil Kings in the Fiend, right? The Black Earth Knight was speechless. On second thought, it seemed to make sense. There was a rumor that there was a Devil King city far away a long time ago, but no one stipulated that the monsters in the Black Pine Mountains could not choose a Devil King as well. It made sense that a mountain range was equal to a kingdom of monsters. When the two of them talked about this, the monsters could no longer restrain their desire to attack. They were not well organized and trained, and there was no strict discipline in the army. The orcs were behind, while the goblins in front of them let out a strange cry and rushed towards Bright Road. What are these madmen doing? The Black Earth Knight shouted, how dare you attack without bringing any weapons? Rob shrugged his shoulders and thought to himself, a monster is a monster. What weapons should I pay attention to when I attack a city? Of course they just rush. But it's not a bad idea. Rushing forward will show how barbaric you are. Let me show you that with the development of technology to a certain extent, you can defeat such barbarians. When the Black Earth Knight saw the enemy's charge, he shouted reflexively, Archer, shoot! The 1,000 soldiers of the Black Earth Knight started to move at once. The archers drew their bows at the edge of the city wall, while fire magicians began to fill in the ammunition. However, Rob also shouted, Katyusha. His voice woke up the soldiers. The magicians put down their raised hands, and the archers also temporarily put down their longbows. All of them turned their heads to look at their leader. The Black Earth Knight was embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. I'm used to it. Ahem, I'm just used to it. The soldiers also smiled awkwardly. Their war habits that had been developed for a long time were really hard to change. Even if they had new equipment, they didn't have the habit to use it. They hurried to the wall and stood behind the rocket launchers. Rows after rows of boxes were pointed out of the city. These boxes varied in size. The small boxes only had 9 squares, the medium boxes had 25 squares, and the largest boxes had 50 squares. Of course, because the largest boxes were too huge, the number of these boxes was very small, and there were only 5 boxes. The boxes were filled with magic by royal court magicians in advance, and the magic inside was also different. The small boxes were filled with fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades, and the middle boxes were filled with magic such as laser and other powerful magic. The biggest box was filled with large-scale magic such as fireball, ice ball, and so on. After thorough research by court magicians, they had found that only the magic that had long range was suitable to be put in Katyusha, while the magic that had a short range was not suitable to be put in. For example, magic like fire walls, tornadoes, and explosions would hurt them instead if they were put in Katyusha. All the rocket launchers were ready. In the blink of an eye, the army, where the goblins had already reached the city, had already traveled half the distance and entered the firing range of Katyusha. It was interesting. If it was the rocket launchers of modern generations, they could shoot at a range of 7 or 8 kilometers, but the range of the ones invented by Rob was decided by the range of the magic itself. For example, if there was a fireball skill in it, then the range of the fireball skill, 600 yards. It couldn't throw the fireball further. A soldier shouted, "The enemy has entered our firing range. Are you going to fire?" The Black Earth Knight hesitated and didn't give an order. Rob interrupted him and said, "Wait a minute. Bayou." A fireball flew up from below the city. It turned out that a magician among the group of goblins threw out the magic. Although his intelligence was not high, he could judge the distance. Since he had entered the range of 600 yards, the other side would not be polite and began to attack. The Black Earth Knight raised his shield, and with a loud bang, the fireball was blocked by his shield. He turned to Rob and asked, "Why don't you fire?" Rob smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Ask the magicians to throw a few magic spells around symbolically and pretend." The Black Earth Knight nodded and gave the order. More than a dozen magic experts who had prepared magic in advance threw fireballs out of the city, and a fireball darted into the group of goblins. A brave goblin also waved his shield to block the fireball. However, the brave goblin was far weaker than a human warrior, so how could he resist the fireball shot by the regular magic expert of the Black Earth Knights? With a loud bang, the brave goblin turned into a fireball, and the heat wave swept away the other soldiers beside him. The other dozen fireballs also had the same effect, exploding many of them. However, the explosion of more than a dozen fireballs was like scratching an itch to the army. The general, who was watching the battle behind the array, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The main force of West Gran is really not in the North City Gate. They have tried their best to deal with the army of Mondra. There are not many troops in the North City Gate, and these sparse dozens of magicians and about 1,000 small forces on the city wall can't stop our army. Ask those stupid brothers to rush quickly and attack the city wall as soon as possible. The distance of several hundred yards was only dozens of seconds for a running army. However, when the goblins, who were in front, rushed about 200 yards below the city wall, they suddenly felt an abnormal magic wave under their feet. Then, with a loud bang, the mine exploded again. It was not until then that they realized that since humans would set mines in the forest, of course they would also set mines in the city. The fastest vanguards immediately seized the opportunity and slowed down their steps. However, the goblins didn't stop and continued to rush forward. They pushed the people in the front forward involuntarily, and then pushed the mines in front of them to explode continuously, rumbling and exploding. Their brothers were blown up into the air everywhere, but monsters were really different from human beings. The death of their companions in the front row could not stop the crazy brothers from continuing forward. When they arrived at the foot of the city, there were green heads jumping around. Rob said loudly, "It's almost done. Fire at the foot of the city. Don't hit the people close to you. Just hit 300 to 400 yards. The most dense place in the middle of the enemy." The leading Black Earth Knight roared, "Fire!" Someone shouted, "Fire!" Then, the rows of soldiers on the city wall all roared, "Fire!" "Boom!" roared the first one. Then the second, the third. The fireball skill, ice arrows, wind blades, and all kinds of magic with various styles rushed towards the big army. All of a sudden, there seemed to be a magic rainstorm among the enemies. This was equivalent to hundreds of magicians firing at the same time. It was really terrifying. Almost every magician in this world was noble and enjoyed a high position. There were very few of them, not cheap street goods, and not a large group of them could be pulled out from any army. For example, last time when the Desert Kingdom attacked Westwind Town, the scale of 10,000 had less than 100 of them. Rob's army only had 1,000 soldiers guarding the city. In the eyes of the monsters outside, more than a dozen magicians in this army were already a lot. They didn't expect that when they fired, it would be equivalent to hundreds of magicians attacking at the same time. Oh, my God! What the hell is going on? All kinds of magic, in various ways, rampaged in the goblins. Ice arrows turned them into ice sculptures, fireballs turned them into ashes, and wind blades cut them in half. Boom! The explosion was so powerful that all the soldiers within a few meters around were burnt to ashes. The magic produced by the explosion rushed around and blew up all the soldiers in the surrounding area several meters away. At the same time, an ice ball flew into the group of goblins. The ice ball was a magic that flew very slowly. It was a huge ice ball, flying slowly in midair at a speed similar to walking. It was almost impossible for it to hit anyone, but it kept spinning while flying, throwing out countless ice arrows in all directions randomly. Where the ice ball passed, all the ogre and goblin statues were frozen into ice sculptures, one by one. However, the statues of the ice sculptures were all goblins and ogres. Just now, the green heads in the city had been bombarded into pieces. After the firecrackers were fired, each of them covered a big area. Therefore, after a wave of magic bombardment, a large area under the city wall was bombarded like a carpet. There were dead bodies of goblins lying on the ground, one by one, in disorder. Occasionally, there were a few people in the corpse pile who were lucky enough to escape from the disaster. They were already scared out of their wits and trembled all over, not knowing what to do next. Of course, this round of attack was only aimed at the most concentrated part of the army. The front and rear was still safe. They only attacked the middle part. As a result, the army at the back immediately lost the courage to continue to rush forward. As for the goblins, who were in front of them, when they looked back, they found that the main force behind them had been bombarded like this. How could they still have the mood to continue climbing the city wall? In fact, they were born cowards. They had to have the advantage in numbers to become arrogant and crazy. Once the advantage in numbers was lost, they would immediately become the most timid, coward and useless losers. Run for your life. The surviving brothers scattered in 4 directions in an instant, and they didn't dare to escape back, because there were orcs and ogres in the group behind them. If they fled back, they would be chopped off by the orcs. Therefore, they had no choice but to run to both sides. Their formation looked very strange and passed around the 2 sides of the group of monsters, passing through the black pine forest. When they were fleeing, they were still worried about whether the monster army would catch up and chop them up. However, they had worried too much. In fact, the army of orcs and ogres were also confused now. The magic attack just now not only destroyed the fighting will of the goblins' army, but also shocked the group of orcs. They were all stunned, staring blankly at the strange big boxes on the city wall. How could they have the mood to care about the goblins? The human soldiers in the city were also a little confused. To be honest, although they had already known that they had new weapons, in order to prevent Mondra from learning them secretly, these new weapons had been well kept secret by the queen, and even the soldiers did not know what effect they had. Now that they had seen its power with their own eyes, the soldiers were almost scared to death. What the hell was this equipment? As soon as they opened the fire, it smashed over 10,000 soldiers outside into pieces. We were fooled. We're not facing a small group at the north gate of the city. There are at least hundreds of magicians who can fight on Bright Road here. The general was so angry that he jumped to his feet. No, General. They don't have many magicians. The key is the boxes. An orc prophet came over and said, "It's the magic from those boxes." Damn it. What's that box? I don't know. I only know that they look like some kind of magic item. You know, humans, elves, and short people are very good at using magic item, but we are not good at playing with it. Humans, elves, and short people were the most proficient in making all kinds of sophisticated tools on the Fengma continent, while the orcs were not. They were too stupid and impatient. They only liked unruly things, not delicate things. The general roared, "What should we do now?" Such a powerful magic release should have consumed a large amount of magic energy in an instant. I think, From the size of those boxes and the magic power they have released, they should be empty, and there should be no reserve of magic left in them, so they can't be launched again. If we attack again now, it should be easier. Oh? Really? The general was a little skeptical, but he had to respect his words as he was a respected old prophet. He waved his hand and ordered loudly, "Prepare for the second round of attack." The orcs didn't think there was anything special about when the green-skinned men left. Those rubbish were cannon fodder. The real opponents were the orcs and ogres. As long as the main army was fine, the 1,000 human black-armored soldiers were nothing to them. Ready to attack. Ready to attack. The group of orcs began to move. Nearly 3,000 of them and more than 1,000 of the ogres were slowly moving forward together. As soon as they moved, the soldiers in the city began to feel uneasy. Although she had just won a great battle, the magic energy of the firecrackers had been used up. To replenish the magic energy of the firecrackers, they needed to send them all back to the royal family. It would take a long time for many magicians to deal with it. But now, the magicians should be fighting with Mandra at the East City Gate. How could they have time to refill this thing? Next, 1,000 soldiers to fight against 4,000 monsters? It's 1-on-4. It was not a big problem for the soldiers of the Black Earth Knights to fight against 4 goblins each, but it was difficult to fight against an orc. The thought of this battle made people's hair stand on end. At this moment, Rob suddenly stood at the front of the city wall and shouted, "Put up Katyusha and aim at the army outside." What? The leading Black Earth Knight said, "Mr. Rob, all of the magic has been used up. It's useless to aim at the enemy now." Rob blinked at him and smiled. But the enemy doesn't know. Or even if they have guessed, they are not sure, aren't they? The Black Earth Knight suddenly woke up. He also ordered loudly, "Aim at the enemy again." The group of orcs were marching forward aggressively. Suddenly, they found that the big boxes which had just been used on the city wall in front of them were raised by the soldiers again and aimed at them again. The momentum of the orc soldiers was immediately seized. They had been in a tangle, but now they became cowards. The orcs in the front row panicked. What the hell? Those terrifying things are erected again. The orcs in the back row were actually more flustered, because they had just seen with their own eyes that the humans on the city wall actually did not attack the goblins who rushed at the front, but bombarded the middle of their army. Therefore, the front line was fine, but there will be heavy casualties in the middle. If the same situation happens again, it means that the front lines will be all right, while the orcs in the middle and back will suffer heavy casualties, right? The orcs in the middle and the back froze on the spot and began to retreat slowly. The prophet orc roared behind the group roared, "Don't be afraid. The opponent's magic items should no longer have magic left. What are they going to do? Keep moving forward. Don't be afraid." The orcs roared, "If they don't have magic, why do they want to fight? Yes, since they are fighting, there must be some magic." The general said angrily, "That's just pretending. There must be no magic left inside." "How can you be sure?" "This is just my speculation, isn't it?" The orcs were not a race that followed the rules and obeyed orders. Their organization was far from the level of a human group. Moreover, even the human group would be shaken in the face of powerful and destructive weapons. When the morale of the army was shaking, if the leading general ordered the soldiers to attack forcefully, it might even cause an uproar in the army and cause them to turn around to kill the leading general. The general knew that he couldn't order his men to do anything as soon as he saw their frightened faces. He had no choice but to turn to the prophet and said angrily, "Do you have any solid evidence to prove that those magic items are empty? If we can't win the heart of the army, the war can't continue." The prophet cast a spell, which was a prediction technique, but in fact, it could not predict the future. It could only obtain the view of an area far away, and could even hear the conversation of the people in that area. He threw the prophecy onto the wall, and a young commander who seemed to be commanding the army of the magic items was floating in the air. Thus, the vision and voice of this area were controlled by him. He could even form a projection of these images, floating in front of the orcs and showing it to everyone. The young commander that appeared in the projection of the prophet was Rob. When Rob met the orcs on the mountain just now, he went to provoke the orcs. His clothes were cut into pieces by the orcs. When he was picked up by Madeleine just now, she saw that he was not very elegant in his naked body. As soon as he returned to the city, she immediately asked the soldiers to throw a black helmet and black armor to Rob, with a sword on his waist. Therefore, Rob looked like a young noble commander of the Black Earth Knights. He was shouting at the soldiers, "Set up the firecrackers. Turn that to the left. Turn that to the right. Cover them. When the orcs walk into the firing range, hit them directly." Hearing his words, the prophet could not help but be slightly stunned. Is this young man really that good at defense? Judging from his expression, he is calm and not afraid at all, as if he is full of confidence in victory. It doesn't seem like he is worried about the exhausted magic energy at all. The prophet didn't know that Rob had a range of 5,000 yards. When he was telling the fortune, Rob had already seen him peeping at him. Of course, he was going to play a good show for him. He walked up to a huge crimson firecracker with 50 bullets and called over a soldier. He glanced at the direction of the troops of the orcs and patted the soldier's helmet. When the orcs come, you should hit them hard. Don't worry about the problem of magic. It will only be exhausted after 3 rounds of shooting. He deliberately knocked off the soldier's helmet to cover the soldier's face. He was afraid that the soldier's acting skill was not good enough to cover his face. The soldier chuckled in the helmet, which sounded weird. Rob himself didn't need to worry about his acting skills. He was a veteran actor and a repeat offender. His acting in his original world was not very powerful, but in this world, it was absolutely God-level. Seeing this scene, the prophet was shocked and uncertain. He wanted to adjust the angle and see the situation of other soldiers carefully. Suddenly, he saw Rob raise his head and look at the sky. He unexpectedly looked into the eyes of the prophet of the orc. Rob shouted, "Priest, disperse. There is a prophet who is using prediction to spy on our military situation. Damn it. He saw my firecrackers." A priest hurriedly threw a dispelling technique into the sky. The prophet's spell disappeared in an instant, and the screen of the full-screen projection was interrupted. Now he had no choice. The prophet's mind was full of doubts. He always felt that there was something wrong with what he had just seen. However, the general was not smart enough to be fooled right away. He grabbed the collar of the prophet and roared, "Didn't you hear that? That man said that the firecrackers could be fired 3 times. The prophet said awkwardly, "No, no, no. I don't think it's possible for that giant cannon to fight 3 more rounds. That must be nonsense. You are just guessing." The general said, "If your guess is wrong, it will hurt all of us." The prophet was 80% sure that Rob was acting, but there was still 20% that he wasn't sure. He was now in a dilemma. What if he really made a mistake? Although there was only 20% chance for him to make a mistake, once he made a mistake, he would die. The prophet just kept silent. The general roared, "Retreat. Retreat first. We'll organize an attack after figuring out the powerful magic items of the enemy." The soldiers had been waiting for this order for a long time. As soon as they heard the word "retreat," they all ran fast. In a flash, they all ran 1,000 miles away from the city. The army of the orcs and ogres retreated, and the troops of the split-up goblins began to reorganize. Although there were countless casualties just now, the loss was actually smaller than it seemed because of the large number of goblins. Although the morale of the soldiers was low after they were dispersed, as long as they were given a little time, they could be reorganized again and reassembled behind the ogres. The monsters began to wait and watch. At the same time, the battle at the east gate began to gradually calm down. Mondra's army had been attacking the city for a long time. If the army of the orcs fought against the north gate with a little more strength, the morale of Mondra's army would definitely be greatly boosted and they would still have the strength to fight. However, the other side of the orcs became silent all of a sudden, and the warriors flying in the air immediately discovered this. When the news of the battle spread to the east gate, the morale of Mondra's troops was immediately greatly reduced. It was getting late. If the war continued, it would be a night battle, which was not very advantageous to Mondra's army, because his opponent was the Church of Darkness. The Church of Darkness had never been afraid of a night battle. There was no way to attack this city, at least today, so he had to order a temporary truce. Thus, they retreated more than 10 miles and returned to their camp for a rest. The monster army outside the north gate didn't dare to attack the city that quickly yet, so they had to retreat and return to the forest. The most interesting thing was that on their way back, they stepped on more than a dozen mines and were blown to ashes. It turned out that they hadn't finished stepping on the mines before they came. They didn't dare to stay too close to Bright Road. They were afraid that there would be mines in their camp, so they retreated 10 miles. Bright Road finally returned to peace. Rob looked at the dark sky and was wondering when he would sneak back to Westwind Town. Suddenly, he saw all the people around him turn around. The leading Black Earth Knight, the soldiers of the Black Earth Knights, including the students he had saved from the mountain, bowed solemnly to him. After saluting, the leading Black Earth Knight strode in front of him and said, "Mr. Rob, thank you for your advice, so that we can defend the North Gate with such a small number of troops and make a great contribution to this war." "Rob, it's not a big deal. I just said a few words. These words are more valuable than an army." The leading Black Earth Knight said, "This is a great combat example of the actual combat power of magic items. I will sort out the details of today's battle and hand it over to all the troops for learning. I believe it will soon improve the quality of our whole army. You have made a great contribution." Speaking of this, he sighed and said, "When Duke asked me to support you, I underestimated your ability. I was afraid that you don't have experience and don't know how to fight. Now it seems that I'm too arrogant. The young people nowadays are really powerful." At this time, Rob couldn't speak. He had to pretend as soon as he spoke, which would become the opposite side of a typical novel. He had no choice but to smile. Within a few minutes, an army came from the east gate and fast. The leader was Madeleine. Her black armor was full of bumps and hollows. It seemed that she had been hit many times by the enemy, and a large part of it was obviously hit by something like a hammer. In addition, there were many sharp scratches, which were cut by something like swords and blades. Seeing her like this, he knew that the battle just now was unusually fierce. But as soon as she finished the battle, she immediately rushed to the north gate. It seemed that she was in a hurry. She shouted from a distance, "How's everything going? Where is the monster army? I'm here to support you. Rob, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She rushed over in a hurry and grabbed Rob, looking left and right to see if he was injured. But Rob was wearing a suit of armor. How could she see that? She almost wanted to strip off Rob's armor on the spot, which startled Rob. "Hey, don't act recklessly in public. I'm not injured. I still want to see if you're injured. Do you want to strip off your armor too?" Madeleine was stunned by his words. After a few seconds, she said angrily, "I care about you. Why do you still say such shameless words?" Rob thought she was angry, but he forgot that she was panting. The next moment, Madeleine's face turned red. "I'm still wearing a layer of silk clothes in my armor. It's useless for you to take off my armor. You have to take off my clothes before you can see it." Rob was speechless. Before he could protest, she said, "It's not good to walk on the streets. There is an alley over there." "Rob, hey." Madeleine continued, "But it's impossible for me to enter the alley." Rob had no choice but to keep silent and squinted at her. He wanted to see how many times she would be out of breath. Every time Rob acted like this, Madeleine didn't pant and asked seriously, by the way, where is the army? We're final at the point? Rob almost burst into tears. The leading Black Earth Knight came over and reported their situation. He spoke very quickly, but the key point was very clear. Especially, Rob's use of the magic tool was exaggerated by him. Anyway, he was clear that her head must like to hear it. Sure enough, Madeleine liked to hear how much he had done. After hearing that, she couldn't help but feel happy. Great! I will immediately report the whole process of this battle to Elizabeth. You have made a great contribution, and Elizabeth will definitely reward you. Maybe you can get the title. If you can revive the Smith family, you will have a very important first step. Rob shook his head and sighed. Why are you so happy about the promotion of the Smith family? People who don't know you might think you are a member of the Smith family. Madeleine blushed all of a sudden. Then she turned around and ran away. When Rob was still in a daze, the leading Black Earth Knight came over and said, Mr. Rob, if the commander marries you, she will be a member of the Smith family, won't she? At that time, her name will also be changed to Madeleine Smith. If she is not happy for the Smith family, who should she be happy for? Rob was speechless. Damn it! How could it be possible? Rob almost forgot that even in the West, after a woman married a man, she had to use the man's family name. While Rob was playing with the army. In Westwind Town. At night, Westwind Town looked peaceful and harmonious. It was getting dark, but Rob didn't come back today. The women in the church looked a little bored. Of course, they wouldn't worry about Rob's safety. That guy alone could beat 10,000 soldiers of the Desert Kingdom. No one would worry about him. If anything happened to him, his head must have been stuck in the door. Lillian was just a little worried about whether Rob was hungry or not. She looked up at the sunset and sighed, it's time for Master to have dinner. Suafa can't cook, so she can't take care of his diet. With a cold face, Little E said, the food made by Suafa is not delicious, but it can make people full. It's okay. Lillian said, no, it's not. My master cares about the taste of food most. He said that delicious food represents a living attitude. If he can't even enjoy delicious food, what's the difference between living and salted fish? I'm sorry that I can't get involved in these things. After saying that, she suddenly turned around and grabbed the big Loli's wrist. She saw that the big Loli was holding a salty candy in her hand and was about to put it into her mouth. I didn't give you money. Where did you get the candy? The big Loli stuck out her tongue and said, I just slipped into the factory of Newland to get it. It's wrong to steal, said Little E, a little angry. The little girl quickly said, it's not stolen. The God of Light has told me not to steal anything. I just went to the sugar factory and looked at the salty candy drooling, then Newland grabbed one and gave it to me. It's definitely not stolen. Really? It doesn't matter if it's not stolen. As soon as she let go of her hand, the little girl quickly put the salty candy into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged up and moved as her tongue stirred the candy. No one would have thought that she was a girl who liked to chop people with a sword. The two nuns approached her and whispered, Little E, recently, there has been a new group of believers in our new Church of Light. They said that they would give up their faith in the Church of Darkness and turn to us. The little girl was overjoyed and said, this. It's called. The sound of candy picking up on their teeth. Abandon the dark and enter the light. That Church of Darkness is a heretic church at all. I don't believe it's right. Little E glared at her and said, have you forgotten the teachings of the new Church of Light again? The little girl quickly straightened her face and said, oh, right, they have the freedom to believe in or not. At the same time, they also has the freedom to believe in the Church of Darkness and Light. We shouldn't attack other churches. Little E nodded and said, that's right. She turned to the two nuns and whispered, you have to remember to remind these people who want to believe in our new Church of Light. They want to believe in the God of Light. Of course, we are very welcome, but they don't have to express that they have to break up with their faith in the God of darkness. The God of light loves everything. He is not a mean evil God who hates other gods. That's right. The God of light is the greatest. The little girl spoke for her. She opened her mouth wide and the candy almost got stuck in her throat. Frightened, she quickly picked up the water on the table and gulped it down. She patted her chest and said, "Ouch, I almost died." After saying that, she looked at the empty cup. The big loli was embarrassed to ask Lillian to pour water for her, so she took the cup and walked to the kitchen. Just as she entered the kitchen, a strange shadow flashed on the hillside. It was a huge wolf, with silver long hair. The wolf hair at the back of its head stood up like steel needles, looking mighty and domineering. It clung to grass and stones and ran through the grass. Its movements were very secret and no one noticed it. Then he jumped down from the hillside at a very fast speed, and fell to the back of the chapel. He crawled quietly against the wall. Without anyone noticing, he came to the window of the kitchen, and then changed into a tall, mighty and strong man, wearing a silver-white armor and carrying a huge axe on his back. Then he gently pushed open the window shoulder of the kitchen and went in. The little girl was pouring water in the kitchen when she suddenly saw a person enter through the window. Without hesitation, she drew her sword out of its sheath. At this moment, the person said, "Your Highness, don't do it. It's me." The voice was a little familiar, so the little girl did not make a move for the time being. After a closer look, she recognized that the person was the beloved general of Mandra, the hero of the wolf clan, White Moon. Last year, this man led the werewolf guerrilla army into the hinterland of the 6 months to fight as guerrillas. It had been more than half a year. During this period of time, they had attacked many villages, caravans, transportation groups and so on, and had also encountered many sieges. But they were still alive and hadn't completely annihilated, which meant they were quite powerful. The little girl inserted the sacred sword back into her scabbard and said, "Oh, it's you. What are you doing?" "Your Highness, I'm here to save you." "What?" The girl was stunned. "Save me? I have got in touch with the spies lurking in Bright Road. I heard that you have been taken to Westwind Town. Godfather here has kept you as a hostage and won't let you out. I was ordered by the king to save you." The little girl was speechless. Well, if he had come a few days earlier, the little girl would have followed him with ecstasy. However, ever since she had personally seen the flying Rafaela all over the sky and resurrected more than 200 corpses at the same time, the little girl was no longer a member of the Church of Light. Now, she not only did not believe in the Church of Light, but also regarded it as heresy. Those shameful people of the Church of Light actually maliciously made up the oracle of the God of Light, letting their followers attack and kill the followers of other gods. This was simply outrageous. The little girl snorted, "I'm fine now. I don't need your help." "What? What happened?" The little girl snorted and said, "You sneaked into Westwind Town without the permission of Godfather, which is something that Godfather will never allow, right? Once he finds you, he will not let you leave Westwind Town. If I were you, it would be better for you to get out of here as soon as possible." The more he heard, the more suspicious he became. He couldn't help asking, "Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Aren't you under house arrest?" "I'm here to save you. I said I don't need help." The little girl said, "I am having a good time here. I have learned the true oracle of the God of Light." "The oracle of the true God of Light? Who is it?" "The new Church of Light." With a complacent expression on her face, the little girl said, "The church that the God of Light really supports." "What the hell? New church? Your Highness, were you tricked by some strange church?" "Nonsense." The little girl said, "You are the one who was tricked." The expression on his face became more and more serious, and his eyes began to reveal the unique fierce aura of the werewolf race. "Your Highness, what do you mean by the new Church of Light?" She can't explain it clearly. Little Yi's voice suddenly sounded outside the window. It turned out that although the movement of White Moon sneaking into the chapel remained unnoticed, the loud voice of the big loli could be heard far away in the quiet night. Little E, Lillian, and the two nuns sitting at the stone table in the front yard heard the big loli talking with someone in the kitchen behind. Little E came to have a look. She didn't expect to hear the conversation between White Moon and the little girl. She couldn't help saying, "Hello, I'm Elizabeth, a nun of the Holy Church of Light." As a senior general, it was impossible for him to know a small nun. He had never heard of her name, but he felt that it was a little familiar when he heard that she was a nun of the old Church of Light. He turned around and asked in a serious tone, "What happened?" With a serious and cold face, Little E told him her doubts about the Bible of Light and then her new Bible of Light. White Moon listened quietly and didn't seem to have any reaction. However, just as the last sound of Little Yi's words fell, he suddenly moved. Like a thunder, he instantly took off the huge axe hanging from her back and chopped towards Little E. The axe came so fast that before she could react, the axe light had already arrived in front of her. Lillian and the two nuns behind her screamed in horror, and Little E herself was also startled, but it was too late when she wanted to dodge. She thought to herself, "Now I have to be resurrected by Godfather." However, just as this thought came to her mind, a cross-shaped long sword flew over. The Holy Sword and the Holy Cross, with a streak of lightning on the blade. It was the girl's most powerful move, shrill lightning. With a clang, the Holy Sword hit the side of the axe. It never occurred to him that his lethal axe would be blocked by the little girl first. The edge of the axe was knocked out by the tip of the sword. The big axe brushed past the shoulder of Little E very close to her and cut nothing. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" "I'm saving you. You've been deceived by this weirdo." The little girl snorted and slashed at him with two more swords. Her sword light was as swift as lightning. White Moon was a soldier with heavy dual axes, so he was not as agile as a sword sage. Moreover, the sword sage was wearing the flying dragon leather armor made by Rob. After a few moves of facing holy swordsmanship, he was in a hurry. It took him a long time to use the huge axe to block the holy swordsmanship, but the process was full of danger and he almost died. In this small kitchen, he couldn't use his axe or fight against a sword sage. 10 lives were not enough for him, and he didn't dare to really attack the princess. He had to hit the wall with great force. With a loud bang, a big hole was made in the wall. He jumped out of the hole, rolled over on the ground, and shouted with mud all over his face, "Your Highness, how could you hit me? I'm here to save you." The little girl snorted and said, "How dare you attack Little E? Do you know how serious a crime you have committed? She is an emissary recognized by the God of Light, the soul of the new Church of Light, and the person I respect most now. If you attack her, you are attacking the God of Light. I, Russ Belmont Dracula, am the honorable guardian of the Holy Light, can't allow any evil claws to threaten her life." After saying this, she seemed to feel a little proud. She laughed with her hands on her hips. "The lines of the guardian are so handsome. They are no worse than the Holy Light judgers." A bean-sized sweat flowed down from his forehead. He froze for a few seconds before he roared, "What? Are you controlled by a controlling spell?" He turned to Little E and roared, "Vicious evil creature. How could you control the princess with the control spell? No, she normal. She's controlling herself. No, it should be said that she was under the baptism and control of the Church of Light since she was a child. She was extremely devout to the God of Light, so she was instilled with a strong sense of mission by someone with ulterior motives. That's why she ended up like this." "What?" He was slightly stunned. "Don't stare at me. You have the same sense of mission." Little E said coldly, "It doesn't matter. You'd better get out of here as soon as possible. My new Church of Light doesn't need such a sense of mission." He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. He just tightly held the axes in his hands and glared at the weird little E. The little girl took a step horizontally and stood between him and little E, raising the holy sword in her hand. The two met. The little girl snorted and said, "I used to think that everything that is against the Church of Light is a heretic, but now I understand that the Church of Light which made up the words of the God of Light is the weirdest one. Today, I will use my holy sword to clear it up, and return the truth of this world." Before she could finish her words, little E knocked hard on her head and said, "What are you talking about? If you try your best to clear it up, what's the difference between you and him? Let him go. He came here to save you, and it's not a problem in itself. He attacked me just because he has a distorted spiritual concept like you. As a believer of the true God of Light, choose to forgive and understand his behavior, and hope one day he can understand us." With a frown, the big lowly looked at White Moon and put away the holy sword in her hand and said, "Little E is right. The God of Light loves everything. He doesn't want to kill anyone, because you also belong to everything, so he should love you. The old Church of Light always lied to me. I don't want to be fooled again." The little girl put away her sword and made a face at White Moon. "I won't kill you. Pay attention, the love here means to love everything. Don't take it as love you yourself." He looked vigilantly at the people in front of him. They were all women, a little maid, 3 nuns, and the previous princess. They didn't seem to be under control, because the people under control would be dull and sluggish, and they wouldn't be as natural as they appeared. If she was not controlled, but really thought so in her heart. With her piety to the Church of Light, why was it so easy for her to be deceived by evil? It was really hard to understand. However, he knew that he was no match for the princess, and even if he did not dare to really hit the princess with his axe. If he continued to fight, there would be no good for him, so he could only temporarily retreat. "Then I'll go first today. Your Highness, I'll come back to save you later. I said I don't need your help." He didn't dare to argue with the little girl. In his opinion, the princess must have been deceived. He must be saved, but the way and method might have to be changed. He turned his head and ran up the hill. After a few steps, he pounced forward and turned into a huge silver wolf. In a few flashes, he disappeared into the forest. Looking at the direction where White Moon disappeared, little E frowned and kept silent for a long time. However, the little girl said, "Oh, the security guards of Westwind Town are so incompetent. He can enter the town at will, even to the chapel in the center of the town. He can come and go as he likes. What are the security guards doing?" Little E shook her head with a smile and said, "Don't talk nonsense. It's not the fault of the guards, but the fault of Godfather. Westwind Town is already a big town with a population of more than 10,000 people. It can even be called Westwind City, and Westwind City is constantly entering and occupying an area of non-stop expansion. However, he doesn't increase the army. There are only 300 policemen in charge of the whole town, and most of them are guarding the prison. Outside the town, there are only dozens of policemen managing a town with more than 10,000 people. The wall is not guarded. Sooner or later, someone will attack it." The little girl couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you set up an army? Isn't it very dangerous for the enemy to come over?" Little E shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything. She thought, "That's because you don't know that he can face an army alone." The little girl suddenly understood something and laughed, "Ha ha ha, I see. The God of Light chose me to protect this place, so I came here. All the causes of the mistake are the guidance of the God of Light. I will protect the holy city chosen by the God of Light, so I became the guardian of light." The girls were rendered speechless. For a moment, the little girl didn't know what to say. She jumped to the wall and said, "I'm going to supervise the big bad wolf to leave Westwind Town. It's my responsibility. I'm a silver wolf, not a gray wolf." It turned out that this guy was still hiding in the distance and observing them secretly. "Fuck off." The little girl rushed to White Moon and said, "Sure enough, I can't let you leave Westwind Town without seeing you with my own eyes. You still want to lurk here and hurt people. I just want to hide here and find an opportunity to save you, not to hurt anyone. Humph. I don't believe a word of what the mutant said. This made no sense. The big loli waved the holy sword and chased after White Moon. Finally, she drove the huge silver wolf out of Westwind Town. Moreover, after driving the big wolf away, she was not in a hurry to go back to the chapel. She stood on the north wall of the town and continued to monitor the mountain forest outside, in case the big wolf would find a chance to sneak in. After guarding for a while, she was almost sure that the big wolf would not come back. She was about to go back to the chapel to rest. Suddenly, a group of orcs appeared in the forest. There were only a dozen of them, which looked like a team of scouts. They pointed at the low walls of Westwind Town not far away. One orc whispered, "This town is large with a large population. We may not be able to easily capture it." Another orc said, "There is only a human girl on the town wall. She will see. Just kill her. The best way to sneak in is to kill all the sentries." "Okay. Kill her. She must be delicious." The orcs quietly touched the bottom of the wall. Dozens of seconds later. When an orc reached the bottom of the wall, he bent down and made a man bridge. The orc behind him stood on his back, jumped to the wall, put his hands on the edge of the wall, and then jumped up. His movements were vigorous and flexible, and did not match his big figure at all. As soon as he climbed up the wall, he took out a long sword from behind and slashed down at the little girl. His movements were fierce and merciless. The orcs would never show mercy to humans. Whether it was old people, children, or women, they would mercilessly slaughter without any mercy, because from the moment they were born, they had been instilled with hatred for elves and humans. As long as there was a little chance, they would let elves and humans pay the price. However, his attack didn't make the little girl pay the price. When his attack was near the little girl, she had already pulled out her own holy sword. She spun her sword and used the holy sword skill, Shrill Lightning. With a cracking sound, it was like a flash of thunder and lightning. In an instant, the orc who had plotted to break her waist into two pieces, and the group of orcs who were climbing the wall were all cut down in a flash, and they were put on the ground. The little girl stuck out her tongue and suddenly thought of something. "Ouch!" she shouted, "Oh my God! The God of Light loves everything, doesn't he love even the orcs? I've killed more than a dozen of them with a sword strike. I'm sure I'll be scolded." When Rob went through the transmission portal and returned to Westwind Town, he saw more than a dozen corpses of orcs neatly placed in his chapel yard. The little girl stood aside like a child who had made a mistake. She looked aggrieved and didn't want to attack him. On the other hand, Little E and the three light nuns were standing in front of the corpses of the orcs, speechless. Rob was happy on the spot. He wouldn't scold the big loli. Moreover, compared with the big loli's attitude, he was more interested in Little E's attitude now. He turned his head to look at Little E. Obviously, he could see a touch of confusion and tangle on her cold face. "What are you thinking about?" Rob asked. Little E said awkwardly, "Just now, after Russ dragged these corpses back and threw them here, she acted as if she had done something wrong. She also asked me that since the God of Light loves everything, does he also love orcs?" Speaking of this, her expression became even more embarrassed. "Then I was thinking, it's good to love everything, but for creatures like the orcs. They only hate humans and can't communicate with humans. What should I do?" "Yes, yes. What should we do?" To her surprise, the little girl didn't get scolded. Instead, she saw that her respected sister, Isher, was also embarrassed. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister, weren't you chosen by the God of Light? Aren't you the new emissary? When you meet this kind of thing, just ask the God of Light, okay?" Of course, Little E knew that it was best to ask the God of Light, but who knew how to ask? The god of light had always existed in legends. She had never seen the god of light in her life. Damn it! If she could see the god of light so easily, would she still need to consider whether to establish a new church? After all, there were many reasons for the establishment of this new church. One was that after hearing the old story 16 years ago, they began to doubt the Church of Light. Two reasons were that Rob encouraged her and pointed out some problems in the Bible of Light, so she was determined to establish a new Church of Light that loved everything. However, not long after the new Church of Light was established, a dozen corpses were dragged back by the little girl, which posed a huge problem. She found that her new education was not mature enough. She couldn't ask the God of Light, so she had to turn to Rob for help. Her pitiful eyes locked onto Rob. "Godfather, tell me, do you think that the one who loves everything should include the orcs?" "Now that you are talking about everything, of course you should include the orcs, even the flowers, birds, insects and fish." "But," said Little E, "the orcs hate humans so much that they can't communicate with them. They won't consider any normal communication with humans except killing. How can we love such a creature?" Rob smiled and said, "Then I won't love them. Put a label on their heads and write evil things, which is not within the scope of love. That's enough. But in this way, we will be the same as the old Church of Light, won't we? We will label our enemies as evil, and then wantonly hurt them in the name of eliminating evil things." The little girl stuck out her tongue and said, "Do we need the holy light judger then?" Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, Rob burst into laughter and applauded. "Well said, Little E. You finally learn a deeper way of thinking." Speaking of this, Rob's face suddenly became serious. "I won't analyze it in detail, in case you think I'm verbose. Let's conclude directly. The reason why God loves everything is that he is powerful enough. No matter how ferocious and terrible an orc is, it is just an aggressive bug in front of God. God can ignore it and even give him a little so-called love. However, as a human, you can't treat everything in the same way as God, because facing strong people, you can't treat everything in the same way. When it is enough to threaten the survival of humans, you can't afford to love it. Even your believers can't afford to love you. Whoever loves them will die." These words made Little E freeze on the spot, while the two light nuns and Russ were stunned. Rob continued, "Although the example I'm going to give next is not very appropriate, it can be considered the same. Back then, the Desert Kingdom attacked. Little Ye's face turned a little red, which was very embarrassing. However, Rob immediately patted her on the shoulder, indicating that she didn't have to be embarrassed. This small action of care made her a little moved. "If I don't have the strength, I can only fight a life and death battle with the army of the Desert Kingdom. At that time, what else can I say? Forgiveness? Mercy? Saying that will only hurt me, and even all the people in Westwind Town. But I'm strong enough, and I'm strong enough to determine the strength of the world. So, I can be proud and dignified to say that the people of the Desert Kingdom, even if you use blades and magic to attack me, I don't mind it. Come and settle down in Westwind Town." Now everyone understood. Rob said, "I won't resurrect these orcs, because it will only hurt other humans if I give them love randomly. I'm a very selfish guy. My love is only for people who can understand and feel love. Well, I've finished my words. I'm really tired today. I'll go to the hot spring pool." Rob didn't care about it anymore. He rushed into the hot spring and soaked in it happily. Lillian also brought him a large plate of barbecue, so that he could enjoy the delicious food while bathing in the hot spring pool. Then he came to the hot spring pool and sat down calmly. He said calmly, "So, the God of Light is really troublesome. The God of the desert is the best. It has a merciful side, but also a ruthless side. At this time, there is no need to worry. Gather the Mamluk and the Machete soldiers, rush into the Black Pine Mountain, cut all the orcs in the mountain into 17 or 18 pieces, take out the corpses to feed the manticores, and bury their bones into the yellow sand. Then the problem is solved. Rob smiled and said, "It would be great if you do this to the orcs. But it's not a good idea to cut humans into 17 or 18 pieces and feed them to the manticores from time to time." The three nuns and the little girl struggled with the corpses of the orcs for a long time, but they were doomed to not get the answer. However, Rob knew that they would know what it meant that they couldn't afford to love him, because the arrival of this small group of monsters indicated that the bigger monster army was already on the way. Turmoil was about to take place in the future. And Westwind Town, which had developed into a city, was doomed to be in chaos. The second morning, when Rob was having breakfast on his stone stool, Chief Elsie came. He reported some meaningless work as usual, just to lick his boots. He turned over the parchment in his hand and reported seriously, "Godfather, recently, more than 500 prisoners have been released from prison because of their good performance. Most of them chose to work in Westwind Town, and only a small part of them obtained the pass and returned to the Desert Kingdom. However, when they left, they all said that they were willing to pick up their wives and children to live here." Rob nodded with a smile. Great. It was Rob's strategy to commute as many sentences as possible for the prisoners. The fact that the more than 3,000 soldiers had been thrown into the prison was a huge waste of human resources. Therefore, as long as they performed well, they would be commuted crazily and be released as ordinary people as soon as possible, which was conducive to real improvement of the population size of Westwind Town and the capacity of the labor market. Moreover, Westwind Town was getting bigger and bigger. With the growth of the population, the public security problems began to become more and more prominent. Occasionally, some people would fight and steal. Fortunately, everyone knew that Godfather could use the resurrection technique. It was better not to do such a stupid thing as killing and arson. Because it was meaningless to kill people to keep their mouths shut, as long as Godfather resurrected the dead, he would know who the murderer was as soon as he asked. Therefore, there had been no major criminal case in Westwind Town. However, thieves also needed to be taken care of. They needed to get more prison guards as soon as possible and put them in a more important security management post. They couldn't always be trapped in prison. Rob said, "Increase the intensity of their sentence. As long as they behave well, they can reduce their sentence for 1 or 2 years. You can even directly grant amnesty and release them. I don't care about this. You can decide it by yourself." Chief Elsie was delighted secretly. The more things he can control, the greater his power would be. He was the most powerful official in Westwind Town. Rob suddenly said, "Wait. Don't leave in a hurry. I have something to deal with you." "Go ahead, Godfather." Rob pointed at the newly dug graves on the hillside beside the chapel and said with a smile, "Last night, more than a dozen orcs slipped into Westwind Town and were chopped to death by Russ and buried there." Hearing this, Elsie was almost shocked to jump up. "Orcs? Damn it! Why did they come to Westwind Town? It's my fault. I didn't protect Westwind Town well enough. I'll go to the patrolling police and severely punish them." "You don't have to punish them." Rob smiled and said, "Dozens of prison guards have to patrol a city with more than 10,000 people. How can they do that? It's inevitable that there is an omission. It's not their fault." Mr. Elsie immediately said, "Godfather is so generous." Rob said, "Westwind Town is getting bigger and bigger. Even if I have a range of 5,000 yards, there will be some places that I can't see. Now it seems that there is some movement in the Black Pine Mountains, and the monster army is about to make a move. Now, even a group of orcs came to me. Therefore, it's time for us to build a real defense team to assist me in protecting the people." Hearing this, Chief Elsie was overjoyed. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The first real army had a high status. If Godfather would be independent in the future, this army would be officially turned into a Royal Knight team. If he could be the head of the Royal Knights, he would be the eldest Duke. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Godfather, if you don't mind, I'm willing to be responsible for establishing this army." Rob smiled and said, "Oh? Tell me what you expect." Chief Elsie immediately said, "My expectation is that this army will be named Rob's personal guard team. All the soldiers must swear to be loyal to Godfather, and Godfather's will is the most important." "Slow down. Stop." Rob immediately interrupted him and scolded with a smile, "Damn it. I just want you to tell me the source and scale of the army, not to make a stand first and flatter me all day long." Chief Elsie thought to himself, "Of course I should first express my attitude to the military. If you suspect that I'm not loyal to you, you're doomed. Of course, I have to show that this army is loyal to you first. Under this major premise, we can talk later." He cleared his throat and said, "The problem about the military source is very simple. Let the farmer." Rob immediately interrupted, "Hey, the farmer want to grow the field." Chief Elsie said, "Godfather has always been kind and never allows the villagers to participate in the war, but this is not good in other lands. When the leader of the army starts a war, he will order farmers to put down their farm work and wear armors to become soldiers. This has always been a tradition. In this way, we can summon at least 3,000 soldiers at any time in Westwind Town. What the hell is such a tradition? That's give up military resources." Rob said, "In Westwind Town, a farmer is a farmer. They are not professionals in fighting, so if they accidentally kill themselves and ask me to revive them, it's a waste of my lazy time." Chief Elsie was rendered speechless. Well, since Godfather doesn't like it, as the #1 licking dog, of course he would immediately change the plan. He immediately said, "Then the worker." Without waiting for him to continue, Rob immediately interrupted, "Not even the workers. The technical workers are all treasures of Westwind Town. How can they be taken to fight?" Chief Elsie rolled his eyes and said, "That's it. Organize the prisoners and let them fight. After all, they are the army of the Desert Kingdom. If we bring them here, they will be ours immediately." Rob glared at him angrily and said, "Many of them are slave soldiers. They are pitiful. It wasn't easy for them to become commoners after being trained in Westwind Town. Their strength is growing. If you want them to continue to be slave soldiers, they will collapse." Mr. Elsie said awkwardly, "Godfather, if you don't allow anyone to move, how can you organize an army?" Rob snorted, "I don't want an army like this. What I want is a professional army." A professional mercenary? Those that don't just fight for money. That kind of soldier has no soul and is not advisable. What I want is a soldier from Westwind Town, born only to protect Westwind Town. They are not engaged in agriculture, or any other industry. They don't need to worry about anything except fighting." Really? Mr. Elsie was not a fool. After thinking for a while, he understood, an army like this may need more time for training since it doesn't have much work to do. Of course, its combat effectiveness will be much better, but it will cost a lot of money. It's much more than the cost of the armies we already have. Rob smiled and said, "What's the big deal? Is Westwind Town short of money now?" Chief Elsie was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly understood why Godfather used to rely on only himself to fight and develop his internal affairs crazily. It turned out that he was preparing for today. Westwind Town now had a strong production base. Grain and steel output were far greater than that of an ordinary town. To be honest, the production of a small town in the Westwind Town could be equal to that of a dozen or even dozens of cities. How terrifying would it be if such a powerful production force was suddenly transformed into combat effectiveness? Chief Elsie almost knelt down to Rob. Godfather is really talented. He will definitely make a splash in the world in the future. Shut up. Rob laughed and cursed, "I'm not as ambitious as you think. What I want is just a defense army, not an army to conquer the world. Estimate the minimum defense force we need to recruit. Remember, I want a professional soldier, not a part-time farmer." Chief Elsie nodded his head and said, "I understand. Do you want to hand over the position of police chief to someone else and let me be the commander of the army? Rob smiled. Which position do you prefer? Chief Elsie said seriously, Army Commander. Rob, ha ha ha. I thought you would say that only children can make a choice. Of course, all adults want it. I didn't expect you to only choose one. Chief Elsie thought, once the police arrest me, it will easily arouse the suspicion of the top ranks. I don't want to be driven out because of your fear. I can't chew too much. The most important thing to climb up is safety. Chief Elsie said seriously, my ability is limited. I can't manage 2 departments at the same time, and 1 department is already the limit of my ability. I recommend Nulan to be the new police chief. He is powerful and famous, and he should be able to manage the police station well. In order to avoid suspicion, this guy didn't even want to promote his old men to be the police chief. Instead, he wanted to choose a man who had nothing to do with him. It could be said that he had been very careful. However, Rob didn't doubt it at all. With his strength, how could he suspect a little Elsie? He smiled and said, well, don't play such a trick. Nulan is not familiar with the prison at all. The police are all the old subordinates of the Templar Knights. If a man named Nulan is sent to manage them, it will be troublesome. You'd better promote a holy knight from your old subordinates to be the police chief. Mr. Elsie was still worried that Rob was testing him, so he said carefully, in that case, isn't it too much for me to be a lower official? It's not a big deal. I believe you. Rob smiled and said, you should also believe in yourself. I mean, Elsie had no choice but to confess, I have too many soldiers. Rob smiled, is there more than the 10,000 warriors from the Desert Kingdom? Mr. Elsie immediately understood and saluted, I see. Then I'll do as Godfather said. He walked out of the chapel briskly and proudly. 2 policemen were waiting for him outside. Seeing him come out, they quickly said, Sir, are you going back to the prison? Stop calling me chief. A complacent smile flashed across Elsie's face. From now on, you have to call me Commander. The 2 policemen. The commander of the Royal Knights is waving at me. Huh, Commander Elsie laughed and strode forward, let's go and recruit soldiers. The 2 young policemen looked at their leader with admiration. What an awesome man. His promotion speed was as fast as lightning. For such a powerful person, of course they had to lick his boot as soon as possible. The 2 of them hurried to catch up with him. Sir, can we go with you? We still want to follow you. Go and inform the prison to temporarily relax the supervision of the prisoners. Anyway, they have been very obedient recently. Send half of the prison guards to temporarily act as sentries and strengthen the patrols in Westwind Town. There may be a monster army coming. If things go well, I'll take you to the Royal Knights, said Elsie. Okay. The 2 policemen were overjoyed. After he finished his work, he asked Suafa to help him with his makeup. It was almost the time for his class in the magic school. He slowly passed through the transmission portal with Suafa. Usually, when he came, he would see a large group of palace guards guarding the gate as if facing a formidable enemy. But today, the first thing he saw when he came was not the palace guards, but Madeleine. With a hint of joy on her face, she said hurriedly as soon as she saw Rob, "Ah. You're finally here. The Queen asked you to meet her in the hall as soon as possible." Rob could tell from her expression that it must be a good thing for the Queen to look for him, but he was not in a hurry at all. Instead, Suafa felt a little nervous. However, as a maid, it was reasonable for her to be nervous and reasonable in meeting the Queen, and no one cared about it. They passed through the humble palace and came to the hall. This front hall was different from the broad hall of the general palace. It looked a little uneasy. Now it was full of people who were discussing business. Although the royal court of the Kingdom of Gran was not like the Big Tang, it was still a rule for the ministers to gather in the palace every morning for meetings. Moreover, there was a war last night, so it would be strange if the royal palace was not lively today. Madeleine walked in with Rob, and Suafa was blocked outside the hall by the guards. Rob passed through a large group of ministers and heard that they were whispering about the battle last night. Many people immediately bowed when they saw Madeleine, and some people were looking at Rob with complicated eyes. Rob saw several old men looking at him with disdain, and some others looking at him with appreciation. What was more interesting was that a minister with a cyclone on his chest was looking at him with a very complicated and emotional gaze, as if he was about to jump up to recognize his marriage. Without thinking, he knew that the man was a member of the Wind Knights. Rob's grandfather, John Rowland Smith, had once been the head of the Wind Knights and the leader of all the wind magicians. It was inevitable that there were many old memories about his family. Rob simply waved at the minister with a smile. The minister was so excited that he wanted to get close to the queen. However, Madeleine had already passed through the crowd of ministers with Rob and came to the queen. The minister had to stop. The queen was surrounded by a large group of ministers, who were arguing with each other about military and financial matters, and Rob didn't bother to listen carefully. The queen was also busy with a lot of government affairs, not caring about the ministers around her at all. Then the queen raised her head from a pile of files. Seeing that Rob was coming, her expression didn't change at all. She just said lightly, "Here you are." "Well, I'm very busy here. Let's talk about it as soon as possible." Except for the lazy guy in Westwind Town, the queen didn't like to waste her time chatting with any man in the world. She even treated Rob Smith in the same way. She pretended to be businesslike and said to Rob, "I have received a detailed report about the battle last night. Your performance in the battle has been reported by the subordinates of Madeleine." Speaking of this, she glanced at Madeleine and said in a low voice, "Generally speaking, the boss will take the credit of his subordinate, but Rob Smith's credit was exaggerated by the Black Earth Knight. He even wanted to give his credit to Rob Smith. Isn't it the reason why Madeleine is here?" Madeleine whistled and looked at the ceiling. "I don't know about it. I know nothing." The queen shook her head. She didn't want to argue with her bestie about such a trifle. She turned around and said to Rob, "In this war, you nimbly used the newly made magic items. You have made a great contribution to repel the 10,000 monsters with 1,000. Now I decide to appoint you as a baron." "Wow!" The ministers next to him exclaimed at the same time, "Why did he get that title at such a young age?" Madeleine was overjoyed. She turned to the ministers and shouted, "What's wrong? He has made a great contribution. Can't he be a baron? Why do you have so many opinions?" Sweat broke out on the ministers' faces. "No, no, no, no. It's nothing." Ignoring the fight between the ministers and her friend, the queen continued to speak to Rob with a straight face, "You invented these new magic items. After you invented them, have you been thinking about how to use them in actual combat?" Rob shook his head and said, "No, before I invented them, I first wanted a magic item with this function, so I invented them according to the function I wanted." The queen was lost in thought. After a while, she turned to the ministers beside her and said, "Keep it in mind. Let the royal experts in making magic items think carefully what we need." At this time, Madeleine suddenly jumped to the queen's side and whispered with a smile, "Elizabeth, you just gave Rob Smith a title. Logically speaking, there should be a fief with the title, right? A fief?" The queen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. She looked at her best friend and said, "He has just made a lot of achievements, but he wants to get a fief? Is there anyone like you in the world? You just need to lie about a title, and you also need to lie about a fief to give it to your lover." I'm not his lover." Madeleine said seriously, "We are just ordinary friends." The queen said with a straight face, "I've never heard that someone would cheat on her best friend for an ordinary friend." However, although she was complaining about Madeleine, her actions were totally different. She turned to Rob neatly and said, "According to the law of the Kingdom of Gran, if there is a title, there will definitely be a fief, but the size is a problem. In fact, Rob was a little interested in the fief. Did they officially invite me to set up a branch base? The Queen quickly unfolded a large map, and then said to the secretary next to her, "Is there any place suitable to give to a baron?" Before the secretary could speak, a minister whispered, "Westwind Town is ownerless. Now it is privately occupied by Rob and refused to return it. Why don't we give Westwind Town to Rob Smith as a fief? He is now the disciple of Rob of Westwind Town. After we make him the leader of the Westwind Town, he will definitely make that Rob get headaches." Huh! How can he face his disciple? The Queen rolled her eyes at the minister, and then shook her head decisively. Rob from Westwind Town doesn't like this kind of tricks the most. To that person, you should be dignified and reasonable, instead of playing some dirty and useless tricks like this. The minister bowed and left. The secretary turned over the case and said in a low voice, "Stone Canyon." When Rob heard the words, Stone Canyon, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't that Lillian's hometown? It was about 3 days' walk to the north of Westwind Town. Of course, the so-called 3 days referred to the average traveling speed of ordinary humans. That was to say, it was about 150 miles away from the north of Westwind Town. Madeleine immediately protested, "Elizabeth, Stone Canyon is not a good place, right? It's remote and desolate, and the people there ran to Westwind Town last year. Now it's almost a deserted land. What's the use of giving Rob Smith a deserted land? He doesn't even have a citizen, and he can't even find someone to collect tax." But this time, the Queen was not easily persuaded by her bestie. She shook her head calmly and said, "No, there are new residents in the Stone Canyon now. A group of residents have moved from the Crystal Canyon to settle there. Although there are not many people, there are still hundreds of people. It's appropriate to let a baron manage it. No, that place is too broken. Give him a closer place." Madeleine continued, "I think Nonley Village is a good village. There are many plains and fertile land, which is suitable for planting." The Queen cast a sidelong glance at Madeleine and didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. "Rob Smith, which one do you want from the Stone Canyon or Nonley Village?" Rob shrugged and said, "Only children can make a choice. Of course, as an adult. All of them." Madeleine was speechless. The Queen was rendered speechless. After a few seconds, the Queen said crossly, "You can only choose one." "Well, then I'll choose one." Rob whispered, "But sooner or later, you will regret that you didn't give me two together." "What?" The Queen raised her voice, "What are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly." "I didn't say anything." Rob smiled and said, "Then I'll choose the Stone Canyon." "What?" Madeleine almost jumped up and said, "Stone Canyon? Nonley Village has more people and fertile land." However, Rob had made up his mind. Although the land of Nonley Village was fertile, there were no rare resources. They could only be made into a big grain warehouse. To Rob, who had Happy Farm, the grain warehouse was of no use. However, there were gem mines in the canyon. According to Lillian's Uncle Johnny, there were more kinds of gem mines in the canyon than in the Westwind Town. There were several kinds of mines that could be dug out together. Relatively speaking, Rob preferred Stone Canyon more. The gemstones were all materials used to make magic items. No one knew how many kinds of tricks they would bring to Rob in the future. Moreover, Stone Canyon also had an advantage in location. It was closer to Crystal Canyon in the north, which was also closer to the Desert Kingdom. Rob and Matra's family still had business to do in the future. They had to constantly bring the oil from the desert, and it would be better to extend their tentacles to the desert. On the other hand, Nonley Village was located between Westwind Town and Bright Road, which was closer to the Queen's territory. The primitive Stone Canyon seems better. "It's a deal," Rob said with a smile. The Queen shook her head and said, "I'm really defeated by you two guys. You used my precious land to select, looking very disgusted. "Madeleine, it's all your fault. If someone else dared to do this, I'll have had him out of the palace already." After getting the reward, Rob left and wanted to go back to school. When they passed through the hall, the minister with a whirlwind embroidered on his chest finally found the opportunity to come over. At this time, Rob had the time to carefully examine him. He was about 40 years old, which was also a good year for fighting. As soon as he came to Rob, he was full of excitement. "Congratulations, you have obtained the title of a baron with your own strength. The Smith family is hopeful to have a new start. Our Wild Wind Knights finally has a backbone again." Rob had no choice but to smile awkwardly and impolitely. "Who are you?" "I'm a nobody in the Wind Knights." The middle-aged man said, 16 years ago, I was still a young man. I just joined the Wind Knights and was ambitious. I didn't expect the Black Dragon to attack us." Speaking of this, his face was full of sighs. "The members of the Smith clan have broken up. The Swift Thunder Knights took away the position of the Wind Knights and become the representative of the air system. Even the Wind Tower has been changed to the Thunder Tower by them. In the past 16 years, our Wind Magicians have been pushed away by the Thunder Magicians. Now we finally see the members of the Smiths stand out again. I'm really gratified." Rob was speechless. The middle-aged man said, "I hope you can graduate from the magic school as soon as possible and do something big. It will be great if you can lead the Wind Knights again. Only with the reputation of the Smith family can the power of the Wind Magicians be reorganized, which will bring back the glory of the past." Rob had no choice but to keep silent. He didn't expect that Madeleine would come up to him and answer for him, "Don't worry. Mr. Rob will definitely revive the reputation of the Smith family." The minister was overjoyed and talked nonsense for a while before he left. Rob had no choice but to say to Madeleine, "Why are you so confident that I will revive the Smith family?" Madeleine said, "I believe you will." "No way." Rob grumbled in his heart. Then he walked out of the royal palace, with Suafa that had been waiting at the door for a long time, towards the magic school. Madeleine was still following him. Rob said, "Yesterday, Mondra and the monster army came to attack the city. You must be very busy today. Hurry up to reinforce the city defense. Don't follow me around here." Madeleine said, "It's just because of the battle yesterday, the city is in a mess now. But if I don't follow you? What if you run around and meet an assassin?" Rob was rendered speechless. "Forget it. Let her follow him." Rob drove fast all the way and soon arrived at the School of Magic. Today's school was full of hustle and bustle. There were a large number of black armored soldiers standing at the school gate. It was obvious that Madeleine had sent people to protect the school for private use. What was interesting was that in addition to the Black Earth Knights, there were also a large number of private soldiers at the gate of the school. It seemed that they were the private guards of the young nobles. They were on the opposite streets of the school gate. Dozens of people gathered together, a large number of people. Rob asked curiously, "What's going on with these people?" Madeleine said in a low voice, "The enemy may attack the city at any time. Once the city is attacked, it is not surprising that the enemy will break through the city wall at any time. At that time, it will be very dangerous if the young nobles are left alone, so each family has sent dozens of guards to the school to pick up their young master and missus. Once something happens, these people can protect their young master and missus and withdraw home as soon as possible." Rob nodded to show his understanding. Madeleine said in a low voice, "You only have a maid and no guards with you. It's very dangerous if the enemy invades the city. At that time, you can go to the gate of the school to look for the Black Earth Knights. They will protect you and come to me." The beauty was so kind, but he really didn't have the luck to enjoy it. At this time, Rob suddenly hoped that the identity of the Smiths family was true. Otherwise, how sad would she cry when he told her the truth in the future? Damn it! I can't think about it. I feel so sorry for her at the thought of it. Go ahead with your work. I will protect myself. Okay, I'll go now. Madeleine walked towards the east gate. After 3 steps, she turned around. Rob walked into the classroom and saw that the playground was full of students, who were talking about what had happened yesterday. No one was willing to go straight into the classroom. A girl shouted in the distance, "Rob, thank you so much for what you did yesterday." Rob turned around and recognized that the girl went to the mountain yesterday to watch the sunset on the barbecue. He didn't know her name, so he waved at her and smiled. "It's nothing. It's not a big deal." Then, the daughter of the Lord Chamberlain also came over from the crowd, approached Rob and whispered, "If it weren't for you yesterday, we wouldn't have been able to come back. We were flustered and didn't thank you well. I'm really sorry." Rob smiled and said, "It's okay." While they were talking, many students gathered around. Some of them went to the barbecue yesterday, and some of them heard of the glorious deeds that Rob had helped to defend the city. Young people were the best and worshipped heroes. Now they admired Rob so much that they had to surround him to join the fun. Someone even shouted outside, "Rob, please give me your signature. I want your signature too. My father is well informed and said that you have been promoted to a baron. He doesn't rely on his family, but on his own ability. He is so powerful. Baron Rob, please add the word Baron to your signature. Can I have a hug?" A good-looking girl blushed and made an excessive request. Such excessive demands were really crazy. Rob gave her a hard hug and warned her not to go too far in the future. However, this girl did not learn her lesson, but became more insatiable. She winked at him and said, "Do you want to make an appointment with me? Damn it. God knows how many men there have been. It was a loss of my blood to hug you just now." Rob quickly pushed the girl away. All of a sudden, he felt as if he was a campus star. Why did everyone in the school know him? He was surrounded. After thinking it over for a few seconds, he finally understood that if it was in a modern school, and one day, when the school organized a spring tour, they suddenly encountered gangsters. Then, if one of the students bravely stood out, led his classmates to defeat the gangsters, saved everyone's lives, he was also awarded by the government. Then he'll be praised by the school. All the students in the school will take him as a hero. He had to put on a serious face to the students around him and said, "I'm flattered. I just did a trivial thing. Why shouldn't he pretend to be modest?" It was not easy for him to get out of the crowd of students and enter the classroom. Marion had already been sitting beside him. Seeing Rob come in, she immediately came over and whispered, "I heard that you saved dozens of students yesterday." Rob said, "Why are you here to make a fuss? Do you want an autograph or a hug?" Marion smiled and said, "That's not necessary. I'm just curious how you survived under the siege of a group of orcs yesterday." At that time, all the students present said that it was because you had a lot of magic protection, but I don't think so. Anyone with a brain would think that it is not the case, right? Rob smiled, "What tricks do you think I have used?" Marion said in a low voice, "You used wind magic to speed up, so you dodged the attacks of the orcs at the same time? You didn't rely on your magic protection at all. But you just saved the faces of the other students." Rob smiled and said, "That's a good reason. I borrowed it." "That's right. I used wind magic to improve my agility and dodged crazily among the orcs. I fought, I dodged, and I protected my body." At that time, only a group of students and guards saw this matter. The students were inexperienced and didn't think too much, but the guards were very clear that the low-level defense magic couldn't have such a strong effect. If it were someone else who was in Rob's position, he would have been chopped into 17 or 18 pieces by the orcs. Therefore, everyone was thinking hard, wondering why Rob was fine at that time. Then, all the smart people came up with the same answer as Marion's. This was probably because smart people thought too much and were led into the ditch by their own cleverness. Just as the two of them were talking, number 32 walked in. This fellow looked a little embarrassed, and a charred spot on his snow-white skull was there looking like a birthmark. Rob couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's wrong with your head?" He smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, there was no flesh, only bones, and no one could see through his embarrassment. "Yesterday evening, when Mandra brought his army to attack the city, I went to the east gate to assist in defending the city. At that time, I was desperately swinging my bone spear city, and I didn't know which turtle son threw a fireball at me. I didn't notice that, and my handsome skull was burnt black." Everyone was speechless. Number 32 took out a piece of grinding stone and ground it over his head. "Don't worry, everyone. I can recover my snow-white skull after I remove the burnt part." "Rob, hey, your skull is getting thinner and thinner." Number 32 smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm dead anyway." Everyone was speechless. "Forget it. Let's get to the point." Number 32 said, "I'm not here to teach you today. I'm here to inform you of some important matters." "No class? Damn it." Rob was seriously dissatisfied. The only purpose he came to Bright Road was to improve his magic item production. Have you ever considered the feeling of becoming maxed? Number 32 said, "As you all know, last night, Mandra's army attacked Bright Road, and the monsters in the Black Pine Mountain were also itching to take action. We haven't found out what's going on with the monsters, but they have already attacked us, which is an indisputable fact. Although our army is confident and capable of guarding Bright Road, in the face of this war, the school decided to suspend their classes temporarily for the safety of students." "Oh, yeah." The students cheered together. "It's a good idea to close the class." "Damn it." Rob jumped up and said, "How can you stop my classes just because of a war? Didn't I go to school because of the war? Don't you train the backbone of the kingdom because of the war? Don't you have the spirit of being responsible for the future of our motherland? This war is nothing at all. Even if I have to bear gunfire and rain, I still have to take classes. Even if there is an earthquake, mountain collapse, tsunami, explosion, I still need to be skilled at making magic tools." His impassioned speech immediately caused number 32 to have tears to well up in his eyes. However, there was no tear gland on the skeleton, so the tears could only be seen subconsciously. "Rob Smith, I'm really moved by your enthusiasm to study and your spirit of improvement. However, war is really dangerous. The huge stones thrown by the enemy may fall from the sky at any time. The Griffin Knights may dive all the way to your head, and even the city wall may be broken at any time." Number 32 said seriously, "Although it's important to train talents for the kingdom, we can't let them die. Therefore, the matter of suspended classes has been decided. It's not up to our personal will. Please go home as soon as possible. As for the time of reopening, we will inform you later." Rob was speechless. It seemed that he couldn't learn any more. Forget it. After thinking carefully, he could accept it. When he tried to learn more skills in Dark Blade before, there was a time that the game operator suddenly announced that the server was hacked and needed to be shut down for a long time. This kind of thing had happened before. Every time he encountered such kind of thing, he could only turn off the game and go out to play different games. Fortunately, he had a simulation city to play. It happened that he got a new fief from the Queen, the Stone Canyon, which was Lillian's hometown. It was worth going to. He planned to open a branch base and dig up some gemstone mine there, so as to prepare for magic tools. He stood up and was about to leave, but number 32 caught up with him from behind and shouted, "Rob, slow down." Rob turned around and asked, "What?" Number 32 took out a parchment book from his tattered cloak, which he used in class. He handed it to Rob and said, "You're keen on studying. If you feel uncomfortable without class, you can take this book to learn by yourself. In this way, your study won't be delayed." Rob was overjoyed. He hurriedly took the book and looked at the cover. It was a book called The Top of Magic Runes. He turned over a page and saw several runes drawn on this page. Beside it was a note of some runes, which had the conditional runes he had learned not long ago. It's a good thing. Number 32 smiled and said, "Remember to give it back to me when classes resume. It's not mine. It's a collection of the magic school. Don't try to misappropriate it, or the Queen will make trouble for you." Rob smiled and said, "It's a scumbag's business to misappropriate other people's things. I can't do such a thing. Besides, after I learn the whole book, it will be useless. Why do I have to misappropriate it?" Number 32 smiled and said, "It's not that easy to learn all of them. The second half of the book is very difficult. Not only are they difficult to draw, but also needs a lot of magic essence ink. It also needs a very great amount of magic power to draw. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to learn those things. You should learn it step by step. Don't be too greedy." Rob smiled and said, "No wonder you only teach 1 or 2 runes in each class. It turns out that you need to teach them step by step. If I had known it earlier, I would have borrowed this book and finished it all in one go." Number 32 said, "Hey, I'm not kidding. You must pay attention to it step by step. If your magic power is not enough, you can go to challenge the powerful runes at the back of the book, which may blow up at any time. Have you forgotten that you accidentally blew up the classroom last time? If Duke Madeleine didn't come in time that time, you might have died." Okay, I see. I'll learn it step by step." Rob didn't argue with him. After all, he could play as he liked after he took the book home. There was no need to make trouble for him here. After carefully putting the book into his arms, Rob walked out of the classroom and came to the playground. He saw that all the students of different subjects came out of the classroom. It seemed it was announced simultaneously. Canty and George ran to Rob and shouted from a distance, "Rob, are your classes also suspended?" Rob nodded. "Great. Now we can have fun." Rob said, "What are you talking about? I have to go home and teach myself." "Wow. It's important to study, but also to play. You should know the balance of work and rest." Rob said, "Is this the reason why you have been working hard all the time?" Canty was speechless. George smiled and said, "Canty has worked very hard. He has already learned the silence, slow, weakness and other spells." Rob squinted, "Really?" "Yes, I can make others silent by pinching their throat, or make others slow by breaking their legs. I can also cut their big blood vessels and let them bleed, then they become weak. My magic is flawless." George applauded, "Canty is so handsome." Rob was speechless. There was no reason to reason with such a crazy guy. "We can't stay in Bright Road for the time being. We plan to go back to Westwind Town to avoid the war." "Rob, you came to Westwind Town through the transmission portal. It's very convenient. Can you help us persuade the Queen to let us go back and forth through the transmission portal, so that we can save a lot of days of trip?" Rob smiled and said, "What I said doesn't count. Only the big shots have the right to discuss it." "That's right. The Queen doesn't want to talk to a nobody like us." Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw a large crowd of people at the school gate. The leader of the group was about 40 years old, dressed in luxurious, gold-inlaid jade. It was obvious that he was a big boss. The teachers in the school had to bow to him when they saw him. "Greetings, Lord Chamberlain." The daughter of the Lord Chamberlain, who ranked number 1 among the 10 most beautiful girls of the magic school, immediately walked up to him and smiled. "Father, why are you here?" The minister said with a long face, "I got the news in advance that classes of the magic school will be suspended, so I came here." It turned out that the group of nobles following him had got the news in advance. These nobles all held important positions. They had already known that the school would be suspended when they had an internal discussion. It was not strange that they were here at this time. Rob saw that Marion's father was also among the nobles. After a few words with his daughter, the Lord Chamberlain walked towards Rob, and the large group of nobles all came together. Rob knew that trouble came again. He walked up to him and looked him up and down carefully. Then he put his right hand across his chest and slightly bent down, making a very standard gesture. He said in a gentlemanly manner, "The people of the Smith family are really extraordinary. Last night, my daughter was saved by you. Thank you very much." Rob also saluted. "It's not a big deal. It's just a small matter." The Lord Chamberlain looked at Canty as well and smiled. "The young people of the Chengwang family are also very good. I heard that you were the first one to stand out in the battle last night. Although you were injured, you had the courage and will achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. Although you are only a collateral, I think that you are very important." Feeling flattered, he murmured, "Well, I'm flattered, but I'm not so good as you think. I was knocked down by an arrow from an orc. After thinking about it, I feel stupid." The Lord Chamberlain said, "I won't waste my time. Let's get straight to the point. The war is coming, and school will be suspended. The mainstays of us, of course, should help the Queen to guard Bright Road and fight the enemy to death. However, our children are still young and weak, and they can't make a difference in this war. Staying on Bright Road is not only dangerous, but it's useless. So we want to send them to a safe place to hide for a while." Hearing the opening remarks, Rob understood. "Are you sending them to Westwind Town as well? Young man, you have a quick mind." He smiled and said, "You have already guessed our purpose as soon as I said the opening remarks." Rob smiled and said, "You are a group of high-ranking officials. When you entered the school, you didn't go to talk to the teachers. Instead, you walked straight to me and Canty. I can guess what's going on. Even without this opening speech, of course you should send your children to Westwind Town for refuge." The Lord Chamberlain gave him a thumbs up. "That saves a lot of nonsense. My main force has to stay on Bright Road, so I can't send too many guards with my daughter. Other families also have to leave their main force on Bright Road, so there are not many guards that can be sent out to protect their children." After thinking for a while, in this situation, only Westwind Town is the safest. Of course, Lost City is also very safe, but it's too far away. Rob nodded to show his understanding. Since the monster army had appeared, there were enemies all over the world. No one knew where a group of goblins, orcs, or even dragons would appear. If these noble children only took a small number of guards, they could not be relieved to go to any town. Relatively speaking, Westwind Town, which could defeat the army of the Desert Kingdom dozens of miles away, naturally became the first choice for refuge. He said, "I heard that you are a magic student of the leader of Westwind Town, and Canty is a member of the Chengwang family. The Chengwang family has a good reputation in Westwind Town, and the two of you are able to speak in Westwind Town normally. Therefore, us old men came to talk to you too, hoping you can help us. Please take our children to Westwind Town for refuge and take care of them." Speaking of this, he paused and added, "We have doubts at first, but after what happened last night, the two of you have shown noble moral ethics. We old men all think that it is more reassuring to entrust our children to you." Of course, he was glad to hear that. Westwind Town had already given these people a safe haven, which was certainly a good thing. If this impression was magnified and spread out the prosperity and stability of the town through the mouths of these noble children, it would make Westwind Town more powerful. "Your Highness, don't worry. I will protect your daughter well. No one can hurt her unless I die." His words were fervent and passionate. The poor thing was that the Lord Chamberlain and his daughter all fixed their eyes on Rob, because everyone knew that although Canty was brave, it was useless. He was knocked down by an arrow from an orc. The real powerful one was Rob Smith. Rob had no choice but to make a statement. "The most iron relationship in the world is that we have fought together, he almost blurted out, we have whored together." But thinking of that there were many girls beside him, he quickly stopped saying and changed his words, "I will be a good host in Westwind Town, so that they won't be in danger." The Lord Chamberlain was overjoyed. The large group of nobles behind him also smiled and felt relieved. Desmond Corton came over and said to Marion, "You can go to Westwind Town with them. Our family has a trade with Godfather from Westwind Town. When you arrive there, use the name of the Corton family. Godfather will take good care of you." Marion nodded. He also whispered, "In addition, you should also look for more business opportunities in Westwind Town. If you find any novel good things, send someone to inform me. Even if I'm fighting here, I can't stop my business." Marion nodded, "Got it." The nobles had reached an agreement on how to go to Westwind Town. The transmission portal was not allowed to be used. The Queen fiercely ordered that no one was allowed to break the rules she and Rob had agreed. Except for Rob Smith and his maid, no one could go through the transmission portal. Therefore, the nobles had no choice but to organize a guard team to protect their children. They took the usual route, led by Canty and George. Rob, on the other hand, went through the transmission portal to get ready and arranged. That evening, when Rob was lazily sitting on his stone stool, the Queen called him. Of course, Rob could guess what she was going to say, but he still answered the phone happily as usual. The Queen's dignified face appeared in front of them. As soon as the phone was connected, she said calmly, "I believe you have learned it through Rob Smith's mouth, but I have a group of young noble children here, who intend to temporarily seek refuge in Westwind Town." Rob smiled and said, "I know. You know me well. I won't reject such things. They can come as they like." The Queen said seriously, "I just want to ask if such a person can come out." Rob smiled and said, "Of course they can go out. If someone is chased in by the army of East Gran, I won't let them out in order not to have a dispute with East Gran. But if there is no one chasing them, I have no reason to force them not to go out." The Queen nodded, "That's good." "Oh, right." Rob smiled and said, "If you can't withstand the joint attack of the monster army and East Gran, and when the city is about to be destroyed, don't forget to escape through the transmission portal to Westwind Town. I will protect you." A proud smile flashed across the Queen's face. "How can I lose? And even if I lose, I won't escape into Westwind Town. At worst, I will return to Lost City and then come back. I have to remind you that if I really lose, Mondra will recapture Bright Road and unify the whole kingdom. At that time, there will definitely be no place for Westwind Town in his territory." Rob smiled and said, "Can I take this sentence as that if you destroy Mondra and unify the kingdom of Gran, you won't let Westwind Town alone?" "Exactly." The Queen didn't even try to hide anything. She said seriously, "The territory of the kingdom of Gran is sacred and inviolable. After I unify the kingdom, if you don't surrender, I will gather all my soldiers to defeat you and take back my land." "Wow, that's not cute." Rob smiled and said, "Although you're not cute, I still want to wish you a successful unification." "Huh, you see, I'm not afraid at all." The Queen snorted and hung up.